All right, greetings everyone. Hope all of you are having an absolutely fantastic day. I most certainly am, and I'm really looking forward to today. Hopefully we end up getting some information about some really cool games. Give me just a second. I want to make sure we are set up properly for this show before I start running my mouth, because I actually don't know what is, let's see, you're watching, here we go, 10 years of Warhammer. So let's see, these are the Warhammer channels. Let me see if I can find where they are. Oh, you know what? I know where to go. One second, y'all. Give me just 1 second. I know where to go. YouTube, here we go. And yeah, it's not up yet. That's weird. I would think, oh, here we go. 800 waiting. And here we go. Warhammer Skulls 2026 premieres on the 21st. Premieres in 4 minutes. Beautiful. There we go. Found it. And now let me go ahead, share screen so that all of you see it. And let me move my camera over. I think I'll probably move it down here. That's probably going to make more sense. And and flip it horizontally, and there we go. That looks correct to me. You all can let me know if it needs to be changed at all during the stream. And bam, now we're in business. Safiro, what's going on, man? What's going on, Ogimo? How are you, dude? What you doing today? How's the stream been so far? Stream's been good, man. Just getting started. Wait for the Skull Show to start. Oh, and you know what? Let me go ahead and turn on the sound so you all can let me know if there are any issues with it once they decide to start playing something else. And Moonlight, what's good? What up, Sierra? What's up, Ryan? What's up, Outmine? How are you all? Vanellis, Michael, Travis, Spatling Shield. What's up, dude? Do you also wish everyone at your workplace a fantastic day too? I do, actually. Believe it or not. The reason why my videos, like, I use that greeting right from the jump when I first started in content creation. And that's because I was already saying it. So to me, it's kind of natural to just come up with a group of people like, hey, I would say, like, hope y'all are doing well. Hope everything's going okay. You know, like, I always try to put people in a good mood. So it was a natural transfer over to content creation. Call it out. They'll drop the Road Trader DLC as soon as they announce it here. Hey, works for me, man. The beta or the DLC. Give me something. Give me something. What's up, Crisis? Good to see you too, man. What's up, Delamox? Hoping for the Road Trader DLC shadow drop. Nice. Yeah, we'll see. What's iconic for sure. Thank you, man. I appreciate it, dude. I hope you're doing well. How are you? It's okay. Everything is set up. So glad to be a man. Your stream is quite entertaining too. Hey, thank you, dude. I'm happy to have you, man. Happy to have you. And I'm looking forward to some really good times today. Why aren't they playing anything? Weren't they playing something? Did I screw something up? Nope, they're just sitting. All right, so yeah, it's going to start up, it looks like, in about 2 minutes. And once it does, then we will be able to check on volume settings and all that good stuff, but we should be in a good spot. Very excited for today. We are supposed to get information about both Dark Heresy and Rogue Trader, and hopefully it's going to be trailers for both the beta and the DLC, along with release dates, letting us know when we'll be able to jump into the shenanigans. These are the 2 pieces of content I'm most excited about for this year, the Dark Heresy beta, and it's my hope that we're going to get the full game towards the end of the year if they follow the same timeline as they did for Wrath of the Righteous. That's how things should work out. So really hoping that that's the case. And then Rogue Trader is supposed to get 2 DLCs this year. And so very excited for that for sure. I'm probably not going to do a full live stream of Rogue Trader when this next DLC comes out. But when the DLC after that comes out, most likely it'll be the final piece of content for the game. So I'll do one last full live stream with just everything that's available so we can experience that together. Looking forward to it for sure. What's up, man? Yeah. The next Rogue Trader DLC is Infinite Museum. Is it your go-to game? It's become that. Rogue Trader has been definitely my go-to game for the past few years, but I think I'm definitely going to be switching over to Dark Heresy. I'm really excited by what I've seen so far. That's awesome, Victor. Happy to hear it, man. Be debating getting Speed Freaks. What Speed Freaks? 6 minutes to go. Still, if they start. Yeah, I thought there'd still be 6 minutes to go, but it's saying premiere will begin shortly. So it seems like they're going to go ahead and kick it off. It's probably like a 5-minute pre-show or whatever before the actual show gets started, I'm going to assume. What's up, Quintek? In 2 minutes, he can finally talk about all the things under embargo. You wish, Quintek. You wish. Carno, what's up, man? How are you, dude? What's up, Hunter? Yeah, I'm a fan of Dark Heresy as well. There we go. Yeah, so they're doing like a little pre-show. So this is good. It lets me know, hey, how do you all feel about volume and whatnot? Let me know if it's not high enough, if it needs to be higher, all that good stuff. I'll probably never do an 18-hour stream again. Unfortunately, probably 10 hours or less. And maybe I would do 2 of them, but that's about it. Oh, appreciate you following me over on Twitch, man. Thank you so much. I love to support your channel, Jordan, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, man. Glad you've been enjoying the content. Okay, so yeah, this is probably an older trailer, and they're doing like a 3-minute countdown before they really get started. What's up, Toxic? We're watching the Warhammer Skulls event. So this is, I think, about a couple of minutes of trailers that they're doing before getting into the actual show. Rogue Trader or Wrath of the Righteous? In my opinion, Wrath of the Righteous is the better game, but obviously I'm a big fan of Rogue Trader as well. Your sanity will thank you. To be honest with you, like, I'm a gamer's gamer. Like, for me, setting up 10-15 hours straight and gaming is natural. As long as I enjoy the game and I really like it, that is enough for me to do that. Now, it's harder for me to do streams because, of course, you're hosting and streaming and trying to play the game at the same time. So that causes it to require more energy and effort. But in general, gaming, I don't have a problem with it at all. I don't have a problem with it at all.
Our veins burn with his wrath. Our twin hearts hammer with his rage. War is all that we know.
Okay, Mole, I have a Discord. You can reach out to me and slant it on Discord. When you upload the video for this, because I'm leaving in a couple of minutes, I'm sure I'll have a video uploaded sometime later on, either this afternoon or this evening, based on whatever is released. What's up, Bruce? It's too early for you to go live and stuck at work. I can't control when the show is gonna happen, dude.
There is only war.
What's up, Silas? I want to hang out here. If you please promise not to talk during new cinematics. I don't talk as much, right? I'm not going to say that I'll automatically be completely silent, but I don't talk nearly as much. I don't talk through trailers. Dequaticus, what's up, man? How are you, dude? You're hoping for release dates? Me too. Me too. So the video volume notch, is the video volume low, you all? Huge Warhorse news just dropped. Yeah, I'm slandered on Discord gaming. What's up, Sylph? Paul's about War Warhammer Skulls with you guys. Yeah, I appreciate it. Huge War, the original soundtrack for Mechanicus 2 is out. That's sick. So wait, Warhorse news. You're talking about that they're doing Lord of the Rings? Yeah, I saw that. And I think the countdown just ended, right? So we should be starting up. And looks like it. Looks like it. Festival of Video Games.
Fans, I'm Alana Pierce, the voice
Whoa!
of Warhammer 40,000. I am so excited to be your host for the 2026 Warhammer Skulls Showcase. Not only because we're talking about a whole bunch of games today that I am personally very excited about, but also because this is a birthday celebration. Warhammer Skulls is back for its 10th year. It started as a platform sale, has grown into the #1 place to see world premieres and exclusive reveals for Warhammer video games, and of course, starting right now, you can enjoy a week-long promotion across a wide range of Warhammer video games on the platform of your choice. So, sit back, get comfortable, and get ready to immerse yourself in the latest and greatest from Warhammer video games, starting with the amazing team at Owlcat. Let's jump in.
Whoa! Started with Owlcat. Holy crap! They did this last year too. Heresy! I like that!
God Emperor, I beseech thee, lead us to the final reckoning, and exact our worth through thy trials. God Emperor, I beseech thee, inflame our souls to burn away the taint of doubt. We offer up all that we are, all that we do, and all that we endure. Challenge thy faithful to go beyond our limits in pursuit of thy will. Impel us to the inferno that cleanses and shapes us, and armor our thought against all that is foul and vile to humanity. Let us not rest in false pretense of righteousness, for duty ends only in death. We will smite humanity's foes in exaltation of thee, seeking ever-elusive redemption. For innocence proves nothing.
Beta available now. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I knew that they were going to come out with it. I didn't know they were going to kick the show off with it. That's insane. The voice you heard the whole time in the trailer is Sorrow, the Psyker companion that you get. I think his voice is incredible. And the collector's edition. Become a founder now. So, whenever we get done with the Skull Show, we will head into the beta.
My collection. It must be exceptional. A weapon that has seen the rise and fall of civilizations. A warrior who has rallied a world. A soul that has endured hardship beyond imagining. Each exhibit a nexus moment of history. You think yourself significant.
Wow.
Arrogance. And misplaced arrogance has ever been a trait of your pitiful species. Still, there may be a place for a being of such lowly origins, if it proves exceptional.
June 11th! Yo! So how long is that? I did not know. They did not tell me when they were going to come out with the Rogue Trader DLC. So it's 3 weeks. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. That's awesome. Very nice, very, very nice. Gammon, I did see that they're going to be replacing the voice actors in Expanse. I'm definitely going to make a video on that. I think the demo's only on PC, Travis. Yeah, the new implants, or I forgot what they specifically call them in Rogue Trader, but yeah, they're adding it for the DLC. 3 weeks more or less. Yeah, 3 weeks. That gives me a week or two to get through what I want to do with Dark Heresy, and then I can move right into Rogue Trader. Perfect. Oh, you just bought Dark Heresy mod? Nice. That's awesome. You know. What's up, Randall? You just missed the Dark Heresy and Rogue Trader news.
Listen up, you geeks. Speed Freaks is out now.
Oh,
on PlayStation 5
this is what you were
and
talking about,
Xbox
Travis.
Series X and S, with cross-play to race against geeks on any platform. So now's the time to get stuck in, lads. Not only that, but the game now has a proper level editor and workshop too, for the Met boys and gits who like a good custom race. There's plenty of custom maps already in the workshop for you to play. Just look at these beauties. The things that can happen playing custom maps with other gits in multiplayer is some proper okay, man. The Grots and Met boys have also been busy making dubbings for the wagons, with plenty of snazzy bits to make a custom vehicle. And let's not forget the pit bosses. They also need snazzy gear to use. Looters and burner boys looking sharper than me chopper daisies. In Speed Freaks, yous can race all kinds of speedy and shooty wagons, like the Boomducker Snaz Wagon, truck full of boys, and the Zoom-in Deathcopter. Some of these wagons is proper fast, and
This does look like a ton of fun.
Just look at the Megatrack Scrapjack taking to the air, or the custom Booster Blaster blasting gits from above. And many wagons can use their dash, which makes them speedy in any direction. And then the bigger wagons can get Grot to repair them, and some can even smash real heavy. The speediest, shootiest and smashiest gits will win in Death Rally. 2 mobs of the greenest orcs race to capture points and battle it out. The mob that finishes with the biggest score wins all the glory. Then there's the real fight, with big stompers getting into battle, racing each other to the end of the map. This is Kill Convoy. Each mob has to protect their stomper, while trying to bomb the enemy's one at the same time. Gits can get both cunning and brutal in this mode, so watch yourself. And there it is. Speed Freaks is the orkiest game whatever was. All you need now is a proper war!
That does look like a ton of fun, Travis. So you tried it out and you enjoyed it? Yeah, Hunter, I saw that Mechanicus 2 is supposed to come out today. I definitely plan to play it at some point, but I'm not sure when I'll get to it, considering Dark Heresy and Rogue Trader are coming out back to back. What's up, Sunlight? Peace, Hammer Street. Hey. Yeah, I want to see Total Warhammer, and I want to see Dawn of War. Probably much more looking towards Dark Heresy, Rogue Trader DLC, and Mechanicus 2. Am I looking forward to Total War Warhammer? I am. I do plan to play that. I don't know if I'll cover it. It depends on whether or not I like it. What is this a trailer of? Kriegsman? Redbeard, what's up, man? Oh, snap. $40K pack is here. Console edition. Oh, Rust? What is Rust? Apparently, Redbeard. So to do a cover shooter? Okay, so it's not something I'm already supposed to be familiar with? Wallpapers, GOG.com, and claim free goodies. Hey, I wonder what Dark Heresy wallpapers they have. Fire Warriors, discounted. Dawn of War, first one, discounted. Rust is a survival game. Oh, okay, interesting. Oh, and they got Road Trader, nice. You start naked on a beach in a Warhammer setting? That could be really, really cool. I typically don't like survival games, but a survival game in a Warhammer setting actually sounds kind of perfect. Armageddon has come. We just got some free Speed Freak stuff. Oh, this is the card version of it. Interesting. Russ has been around for ages. Okay. Russ Rakeen, Minister Russ, you won't fool me. Russ is quite old, actually. Interesting. Russ teaches you that dying and trying to get is part of the game. So is that kind of game, Fury? Got you, got you. Warhammer combat cards. It's funny how Warhammer is so expansive that they can basically make anything in the universe and form fit it to be canon. Yep, I agree. Warhammer can fit a lot of different things. I mean, you could
Hello, my name's Andy Hall. I'm the writer on The Art of Warhammer video games. I think it's for art lovers, Warhammer enthusiasts, people that kind of want to know how is a video game developed. There's this whole industry in game studios that are producing, masses of concept art, and that doesn't always get published. There are a lot of art that never kind of gets to see the light of day. I think this book allows a lot of these games, and bear in mind some of the games we cover are like nearly 30 years old. So we get to open the door and find some of the art which may have been.
That's probably pretty sick.
For decades.
I wonder if there's any Owlcat art listed in there. But yeah, I agree. Warhammer can fit into just about anything. You can even make.
Has ended. New life has arisen. And
this is Mechanicus too.
Negus Faustinus, we have called you to our world for your experience with the Xenos, known as Necrons.
I can't wait to play this.
How they fight. With the Omnissiah's grace, I can predict their tactics.
Our legions are responding to the protocols of awakening. They gather ready to march.
I am accompanied by a retinue.
Target acquired. Execution doctrines in effect.
All specialists.
Negate. Disassemble. Destroy.
All worthy of my trust.
Conflict is opportunity. Such base and benighted creatures.
Purge the faithless!
They see in us the face of death. Let us become death and scour them from this place.
We must claim what is ours from this colonizing foe.
You find yourself in a complex situation, kin of the Votan.
I will not permit any foe to scurry in Kivroth's shadows. The kin have their own objectives, Megastorms. It is a mercy they do not understand the hopelessness of their fight. It is the only mercy they shall receive.
By the ancients of Mars, by the machine god and the motive force, no logic shall permit the survival of the foe.
By all means, Faustinius, try to destroy Here, my history begins a new chapter, and yours comes to its end.
Looks incredible. Looks amazing. I cannot wait to play it. Not sure when I'll get to it because obviously I'm on Dark Heresy and Rogue Trader right now. But absolutely, I plan to check it out. I never played the first one, but I heard it was repetitive, even though it had great music.
From the nightmares of the Great Sleep.
Nice. Yeah, Leagues of Votann is in it. Feels like a much more refined version of Mechanicus 1. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's going to turn out awesome. We'll see. What's going on, Almirian? Yeah, I think Owlcat wanted to catch people off guard.
Something from a studio that has been a regular fixture on the showcase over the last few years. And this year, I'm super excited about being involved in one of their games. And you'll be able to play it sooner than you think.
Peggy
What's
7.
up, Raphael? Ooh. Oh! Oh! You know, for the most part, I'm not into these type of games, but this one does look really freaking cool. Sick. Dude. Very nostalgic. What is going on? Pixel RBDs. So if I started with Warhammer, was announced last year. Warhammer Survivors. Interesting. Ha ha ha.
Peggy 18.
You should consider a few one-off streams to mix it up. One-off streams of what, Randall? Some of these look solid for a one-day stream. I would probably play, I think this is Boltgun 2. I would probably do a one-off stream of Boltgun 2.
By Bolter Blade, the wicked shall fall.
Megabong showed me how Disney's babes be.
Be cleansed by holy flame.
Oh, man. I never finished playing the first one, but when I did play a bit for like 3-4 hours, it was really, really freaking cool. Really, really cool. They did some really interesting things. Ooh. Boltgun! Yeah, I can play that. Oh, play the Steam demo. Oh, look at that. Very, very nice. What up, Jinx? What up, Ghost? Watching the Skulls event. Oh, nice. So what? You got a choice? Oh, so you could play as the Sister of Battle if you wanted to. That's what it was. That's interesting. Comes to mobile. Wonder how well that actually works. Boltgun 2 isn't a doomer shooter. It sadly lacked complexity for that. Still seems fun. Nice. Sororitas plus Doom. These guys know how to empty my wallet.
Boltgun 2 is doubling up the firepower this time around with a new playable character, Naira Veirath. I had the absolute honor of voicing this incredibly cool battle sister of the Adeptus Sororitas who joins the battle alongside
That's
returning
insane.
the epic Malum Kaido. I have done a fair bit of voice acting over the last 7 or so years, but getting to play Naira is especially surreal for me. I've been reading Warhammer books since I was about 13, and I just never imagined that I would get to have any part in this universe, so she's just extra special to me, and I really hope that you all love her as much as I do. You can actually go meet her right now, since the Boltgun 2 demo is officially available to play on Steam. Go check it out. But after you finish watching Skulls, obviously, since we're basically just getting started.
Wow. Multiple really cool announcements so far. Battle Sector.
Kneel to me, or die. For the War Master.
Show no mercy. The Emperor demands your death.
They made a typing game version of Boltgun? That's crazy.
Don't. Victory for the Bloodblades. Victory for Skull.
Yeah, typing game does sound pretty cool. I used to eat that when I was a kid. I still kind of miss it sometimes. Battle Sector games, they lack story, so they don't stick with you. Yeah. Looked like a game that would be fun to play, but that would have a similar experience where it wouldn't stick with me like that. Oh, you know what? I don't have any Warhammer merch. I probably should go ahead and get some. I wonder if they got some Rogue Trader or Dark Heresy merch. Celebrate Warhammer Skulls to get 20% off. Might be a good time for me to go ahead and pony up. Hacks, you missed Dark Heresy and Rogue Trader news. Dark Heresy beta is out now.
Their legends were written across worlds and ages. Today, we celebrate them.
Mark of Chaos. Yeah, I never play any of these games. You all let me know in the chat. Were any of them good? Do any of them hold up well today? Oh, wow, they had a ship game? That's crazy. Dawn of War 2, I did play that, some of it. I enjoyed that. Enough that I'm going to check out Dawn of War 4.
Video games return. Warhammer Classics, available now on Steam.
Nice. Blood Bowl, Sanctus Reach, Ascension, Chainsaw Warrior. Warhammer really is hacking franchise. My buddy buys the little models and paints them and plays the tabletop games. Nice. Dark Omen was fantastic, but it shows its age now. Helipods primed. Whoa!
Hello everyone, I am Mikael Eriksson, Game Director of Helldivers 2. Today I am very excited to announce a collaboration between Helldivers 2 and Warhammer 40,000 for an upcoming Legendary Warbond. For
That's
those of you who
crazy.
haven't listed yet, Helldivers 2 is a high-octane 4-player co-op shooter where you fight as a Helldiver for democracy and the glory of Super Earth. Your mission? To liberate the galaxy from evil, oppressive aliens threatening our way of life. At Arrowhead, we believe these two worlds fit perfectly together. And as a studio full of die-hard Warhammer fans, we are beyond thrilled to see this Legendary Warbond come to life. We look forward to revealing more later this year. And until then, we'll see you all on the battlefield.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I don't even play Helldivers 2, and I was like, yo, that's a big deal. That's a perfect collaboration. Really, really happy for all of you who have been enjoying that game.
Warhammer 40,000 pairing with Helldivers 2 is just such a perfect collaboration, but that's not all. Next up, we have news from the planet Kronos and an update from the team at Creative Assembly, who are also celebrating their very own 10th anniversary this year for Total War Warhammer.
There we go. There we go. I know many of you were looking for that.
In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And on the distant world of Cronus, it reignites once more. A world scarred by ages past, harboring relics of power long forgotten. 4 armies, 1 war. The Space Marines, the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Orcs, the Necrons. Duty, knowledge, brutality, annihilation. The next chapter begins September the 17th.
Oh!
But on Cronus, war does not end with a single campaign. Over time, the conflict deepens, beginning this fall with Crusade Mode, a living campaign of conquest where every decision matters, every victory reshapes the battlefield, and every loss echoes across the war. Build your army, dominate the map, command leaders and armies. On Cronus, the war never ends. Then Crusade and Last Stand grow deadlier with the addition of Lord Armnock and Guzcutter. Forge, play, and share your own battles with the mission editor. Return to Aurelia, homeworld of the Blood Ravens, where ancient relics ignite deadly new conflicts. And finally, the war is reborn. A new campaign, a new force rises. One planet, endless war. Cronus remembers only victory.
Adeptus Mechanicus all the way. I am going to do my best to master that particular army. Adeptus Mechanicus is my favorite faction so far in Warhammer. Although I gotta admit, the Inquisition might end up overtaking that. Of an extremely grimdark summer. I wouldn't have it any other way. What is this? 4 campaigns this time? Yeah, I'm gonna have to try all of them out. But Adeptus Mechanicus is what I'm looking forward to the most. Doom, 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 doom. U2s? Is U2s like a popular toy line or something? Secret Lab. These chairs are never big enough or sturdy enough for a guy like me. If they made them in my size where I could feel confident it was going to last, I feel differently about it. But I always end up ignoring these trailers. Like, oh, Warhammer War Lego. I wish Warhammer Fantasy got as much love as 40K. Redbeard, there's a lot of people who really hoping that Owlcat makes a Warhammer Fantasy game. We'll see what happens. The second Rogue Trader DLC this year is supposed to be the last for the Rogue Trader team, so it'll be interesting to see what they move on to next. Funko Pops for Warhammer? Oh, the material doesn't even last on the chairs either, Damon? Crazy. U2s is like a Funko Pop thing. I actually like collecting toys. See, I can see myself getting one though. Whoa! He looks really cool. New Guild Raid Boss. Oh, what is this? It almost has like a Tactics look to it. Same. I have a damn Shaq branded chair. Right. Do you like it? Are you happy with it? I'm gonna have to actually replace this chair. Xena, I'm talking about the second DLC they do this year. So they're about to release one next month, and then they're dropping a DLC at the end of the year. The DLC that they drop at the end of the year is going to be the last one for Rogue Trader. Unless these 2 DLCs just do crazy well. Owlcat said maybe they will do one more season, but most likely this is it. You've never played any Warhammer titles? Road Trader will be your first one since the last DLC is out? Nice, Owen. That's awesome, man. I hope you enjoy it. You enjoy it. That'll be a dream. Love it. Yeah, Red Bear. I'm down for whatever Owlcat does. They very, very consistently make the type of games that I enjoy more than anybody else right now. So they want to do a Warhammer Fantasy, I'm with it.
To atone. Then be sure you don't waste it.
Welcome to this new series of Trazen Tesseract Trials. Oh no! Oh.
We wanted to make this a momentous occasion.
It's one of my personal favorites we've done. It's got detail everywhere. It's just awesome.
That looks crazy. I've avoided the tabletop completely because I know how expensive it is getting into it.
3 brushes. Excellent. That's the only brush you can use for the next hour.
Nice. Nice. Xena the Last DLC is supposed to take you to some sort of ship graveyard, but we don't have any other information.
Shiva the White Tiger. Swear the oath anew. The Tiger Court stands within Grand Cathay, sworn ally to the Iron Dragon of the Western Provinces. In exchange, Cathay's enemies become our prey, devouring, mortal, and ruinous. With claw and honor, we earn the dragon's favor, leading Shangyang's armies into greatness. We defend Grand Cathay.
I'm pretty sure I've seen this game before, but I don't know what it is.
I swear. At the dragon's roar, the Tiger Warriors pounce.
Oh, Total War 3. Oh. For Warhammer. Nice. Yeah, Trazen seems to be a character that Games Workshop wants to see used a lot. It's probably part of the reason that Owlcat chose to do a DLC focused on him.
Orcs swarm across our world. The hives, the regions, the continents are infested. The planet, the entire subsector bleeds. A theater of endless war. There will be no retreat. This world belongs to humanity. We will drive the invaders back, and this old man will make Gazgul pay for every bloody step taken upon Armageddon. The Emperor demands it. I demand it.
Threat level total. There's no peace amongst the stars. Nice. I was about to say, I know that music. Original soundtrack. Coming soon to vinyl. Wow. New titles added to the Warhammer soundtrack vault today. So Mechanicus 2 absolutely makes sense. Did Road Trader get the vinyl treatment? I would absolutely listen to the Road Trader soundtrack on vinyl. Yeah, there's a ton of Warhammer games being worked on right now, Owen.
Space Marine 2 gets a big update. Something is stirring in Darktide, and an old favorite gets a sequel. And something else is sneaking around in the shadows, too.
Razio, I've already talked to Wolfhard about playing Dark Heresy, and it seems like he's on board.
Mechanicus facility in the Kadaku swamps. Purge the Xenos and reclaim the facility.
I didn't expect much out mine. So I was disappointed.
Seek out the remaining eyes. The barrier defies us still. Let us visit death upon our enemy. Brothers, we put an end to this together.
All the new content for Space Marines 2 has been like...
We are the war machines of the Emperor. Efficient, deadly, and unyielding.
Has been like new skins and new weapons, right? They haven't added any additional story.
What is it to be a Space Marine? What is it to be dead?
Or chapters to play through yet, right?
Keep fighting, brothers! Do not lose focus.
Nice. Dark Heresy, the launch version of it will be co-op. The beta is not co-op. They haven't added that functionality in yet.
Mission calls us to Avarax.
I don't know if it will be added in before launch.
By an alien threat. The enemy presence is expected to be overwhelming. Engage with extreme prejudice. Lay waste to your foes. Go forth, Space Marines, and bring glory.
No, she's talking about Dark Heresy out mine, not Rogue Trader. Rogue Trader is you can play it in co-op if you want to, and they're going to have the same functionality in Dark Heresy, but it's not available yet. I wouldn't consider it. It's similar to Wasteland 3, but no, I wouldn't consider it the same. That's what I thought, Razio. A bunch of PvE stuff, some skins, new weapons, stuff like that, but nothing that adds to the story mode. That's what I figured. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, that's super cool. Hey. Skitarii. Yep, Dark Tide DLC. Can we both make a main character now? A custom character for Dark Heresy. The Dark Heresy beta does have character creation, if that's your question.
If I would have to describe the Skitarii class in one word, I would probably say cryptic.
The class that I've been wanting to make for years.
Fantasy pleasing.
The hype is real. Hi, my name is Victor Magnusson. I'm the design director for Darktide. So the inspiration for bringing Skitarii to Darktide was actually, it was one of the first classes we ever imagined, or it was part of the sort of initial ideas when we started talking about classes for Darktide. Mechanicus, something Mechanicus related was always on top of our list. It then later turned into Skitarii, but Mechanicus theme we always wanted to do for Darktide.
My name is Gunnar Kolnitz, and I am the lead class designer on the Skitarii. I am responsible for the talent tree and the abilities, as well as overarching vision. The Skitarii plays multiple roles, or can play a variety of roles in the gameplay experience. We've tried to make it able to fit any composition. So, well, because of the sort of the lore, they are being built towards a certain purpose. We want the players to be able to build their characters towards certain purposes as well, and these purposes could fit any role, basically.
Why does Skitarii make sense in this game?
I'm art director here on Darktide. Staying true to the visual identity of 40K has always been the cornerstone in Darktide's visual development. I don't see that as a big change from going from class to class or from when we did the main game, but I don't think the stakes has been higher than this time around. We're dealing with a very important part of the lore right now, and we have tried our best to stay as true as possible to what the Skitarii is.
I'm Juan Martinez, and I'm the
Do
executive
any of you
producer
know
of
what
Darktide.
Fort Arch Rot
What I'm most
means?
excited about players getting their hands on Skitarii is that they get to experience the Adeptus Mechanicus, and specifically the Skitarii, from a perspective that players have never seen before. Darktide really brings it down into their grimy world on a perspective that hasn't been seen before, and I think players are going to love that.
Darktide is like a first-person shooter, right? I've never played this game before. A couple of you have said it might be worth checking out, though. Low-level scouts and recon soldiers. Ha! They're very happy to take your money. Raziel, I believe the beta should be open to everyone who purchases the game, but you don't have to purchase the Founders Edition. They fit the theme and power level. What's up, Vafan? It's pretty good. Darktide has gotten much better since launch.
Kill slays. Riddick ascends. Riddick escapes cage. Riddick kills slays. Riddick ascends.
What is going on?
Cage. Riddick kills slays. Riddick ascends. Riddick escapes cage. Riddick kills slays. Riddick ascends. Riddick escapes cage. Riddick kills slays. Riddick ascends. Riddick escapes cage. Riddick kills slays. Riddick ascends. Riddick will be the Death Master.
Age of Sigmar, Death Master. I feel like there's been many of you who have been asking for an Age of Sigmar game. I don't know if that fits what you're looking for.
Peggy 18.
Darktide has a great. Yeah, I saw the Beatties trailer. Remember that.
On our worlds with claw and teeth. The alien threatens our worlds, our lives, our Imperium. Against this unending tide, we make our stand. And with hatred, we make our vow. Suffer not the alien to live.
Chaos Gate. Whoa! Really? Oh, snap! I never played the first one.
There is only death. They scatter before the fury of the Death Watch.
I'm about it. I'm about it for sure. That's surprising. Very surprising. Wow. Okay.
What a showcase and what a finish. I am so stoked to have been part of this year's Skulls. Not only celebrating 10 years, but also considering this incredible lineup of new reveals. I've got so many games to wishlist.
Wow.
And Boltgun 2 demo to play. Plus, don't forget about the week-long sales. It is a good time to be a Warhammer video game fan.
Sure is.
Of course, you can learn more about any of the games featured in today's showcase and where you can play them by visiting warhammer-community.com/skulls. So, Head on over to your gaming platform of choice to take advantage of the awesome promotions running this week on all your favorite Warhammer video games. Thanks so much for watching.
Crazy! Did not expect that at all. I seem to remember the show kind of ending.
Battle psalms about this day.
I seem to remember the show kind of ending on a whimper last year. They did much, much better this time. That was sick. Actually, no. Did they end on Mechanicus 2 last year? It wasn't Warhammer Skulls that ended poorly. There was another show. I think maybe it was the Game Awards that we watched, where I was like, the last trailer, whatever we saw, wasn't all that great. But now that that is done, I think it's only right that we go ahead and get into some Dark Heresy. So give me just a second and let me switch over all of my titles and stuff, so that folks know what I'm about to do, because I am very, very excited to show you all some of what Owlcat has done. Warhammer, actually here, WH40K, Dark Heresy Beta Live. Let's take a look together at what Owlcat has in store. And that switched over. And let me make a new playlist for this. Dark Heresy Beta live stream. And create. And done. And we can save that, and then let me go over to Twitch to change that up as well. Creator dashboard and stream manager, and let's see, edit stream info, and stream info change to that. And then we already had the proper tags and whatnot, except we can take off that. That's not one of them. And then done. And stream info should be updated. And booyah. That puts us back in a good spot. Now let me go ahead, share screen again, and get my chats back up. And actually, let me move my camera over, because I know the dialogue comes up over on that side. So let me move over here and then transform. Where is the transform option? Why am I not seeing it? Let's do this again. Transform, here we go, transform. And then flip horizontal again, so that I'm looking in the correct place. Beautiful. And then get my chats back up. Bam. 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 And what's up, Excelsior? How are you, dude? Hit the new job, watch your stream. One in peace. Oh, my phone. Yeah, man. I'm streaming today, and actually I'm about to start streaming the Dark Heresy beta. They announced during the Skulls show that it was going to be available. Do you know how much playtime we'll have in the Dark Heresy beta now? Has Owlcat said anything? The Dark Heresy beta is basically a little more than double the playtime of the alpha, because now you have 2 different areas to search through, and actually it's really 3 different areas for you to go through, and a lot of quest and content. So it's not small by any means. It's a very, very sizable portion of the game. What up, Taco? Been trying to get a little familiar with the Warhammer universe, but some strange videos have popped up in my YouTube. I'll definitely be assisting you with getting acclimated. You don't have to worry. And I feel like the game does a very good job of being welcoming to people who are completely new to it as well. Hope they make some kind of power armored sisters. In what game? I don't know if it was clear to you, but Mechanicus 2 is out. Yep, I saw Quintek. Unfortunately, it's going to be a while before I'm able to cover it. I'm covering the Dark Heresy beta first, and then it looks like right after that I'll probably end up having to cover the Rogue Trader DLC. So it might be a month or two before I get to Mechanicus 2, but it's definitely on the list. What happened to Spider-Man in Warhammer? Yeah, there's a lot of videos like that for sure. A lot of videos like that. So immediate change from the beta compared to the alpha. In the beta, you will be able to choose your difficulty. So before, there was only, I think, one difficulty that you could do for the alpha, but here they have story, normal, daring, and hard. They do not have unfair as of yet, but I'm sure in the launch version there will be unfair available. We're gonna do normal for now, because I feel like there's some balancing things that kind of could be improved, so I'm not trying to stress myself out. But when the game fully releases, we'll do daring, which is what we've been doing for Rogue Trader. And probably sooner or later, I'll go ahead and do an unfair run the way I said I would do an unfair run in Rogue Trader when all the DLC is out. I'm thinking when this game fully releases, I'll probably end up doing a Let's Play and a live stream kind of at the same time. And I'm almost thinking that in my Let's Play, I might do unfair or hard as well. We'll see. We'll see how it all works out. This game takes place basically around the same time as Rogue Trader, and so it is possible for characters from Rogue Trader to show up here. There might be collabos. Inquisitor Millicentipedia. Oh yeah, the music goes super hard, JV. Super hard. Jolly, I'm sorry, I think I forgot to say hello to you. What's up, dude? So you have a few new portraits that are available, specifically for Inquisitors. And then you also have a couple of portraits that were available in Rogue Trader. So I think all of these are new, except this one, but I think the rest of those are new. And then you've got these two that are from Rogue Trader, but this is by no means the full list of portraits that will be available in the full game. I definitely like this one the most. This is my boy. When I do a female character, I'll probably play her, and the fact that she's surrounded by fire with a heavy flamethrower suits me just fine. Oh yeah, the music, not only is the music in the vein of Rogue Trader, but it hasn't started yet, but pretty soon you're gonna start hearing people praying in the background, which is super freaking cool. Gonna paint your own? Nice. Nice. There was even a what would happen if Conan the Barbarian did his Warhammer vid. Yeah, people like combining different properties for sure. But you know what? Actually, I already did a playthrough with this as my portrait, so I'm actually going to switch it up. I think I'm going to use you as my portrait this time. I really like this one. Yeah, I think the portraits look awesome for sure. Then you get to choose your voice, and they give you little options you can choose.
Better your blood than mine.
So you can get an idea of which one you like the most. What up, Muppet? How are you, man?
Your doom approaches, heretics.
No, Owlcat is fairly anti-microtransactions, but honestly, commissioning and selling portrait packs would be great. They would certainly make some money from it. What up, Destroyer? How are you, man? What's up, Riskier? No, it's not your typical choice, but Mechanicus 2 just released today as well. I absolutely plan to cover Mechanicus 2. It's just that Dark Heresy is going to come first, but Mechanicus is a game I'm very, very excited for, and it seems like they've done a lot of cool things with it, for sure. For sure. World Trade is so good that Dark Heresy is a must-buy. That's the way I feel about it. Wonder if it'll be released on GOG. You talking about Dark Heresy? Most likely, Peter. There, so now you can hear the background, a person talking, basically praying to the... Yeah, so it's basically like a person in the background, kind of almost doing like a prayer and a promise of vengeance towards his enemies. So we got character creation now, which you didn't have in the alpha. You've got 5 archetype choices. I believe all these archetypes were available in the alpha as well. You just couldn't choose them for your own character. I think you were forced into being you were forced to be an officer in the alpha, and now you could choose whichever one of these you want. Each one of them will provide you with a different list of specializations, talents, and modifications that you can purchase. So the only one that was not in Rogue Trader is Mystic, which is a archetype that's specifically for psychers. So you would be able to choose one of the psyker options, such as telekinesis, pyromancy, or sanctic. And then when we get to origins, you'll see a psyker option as well. I don't know how long these portraits take the artist, but I would absolutely love to buy a portrait pack from them. Yeah, I would honestly probably like to get like a custom portrait for one of the artists. Like say, hey, do this for me, but in the same style as what you did for Dark Heresy. HW, this beta covers Act 1 of the game. So it doesn't go beyond that, but Act 1 of the game is probably going to take you probably 20 to 30 hours. If you like read and go through everything, it'll take you at least a good 20 hours to get through. So I'm going to be boring, unfortunately, y'all. I'm going to choose operative again. I already did a playthrough of the beta as a Mystic Sanctic. Had a blast, really fun time, but I kind of miss being able to give my peeps more morale. So I'm going to go with the I'm sorry, not operative, officer. I'm going to go with the officer option. Is the beta fully voiced? The beta is not, the version of the beta that I had, Shatterstar, was not fully voiced. Now, this version of the beta I've never played, right? Because Owlcat gave this to people like 2-3 days ago, and they continued to update and do things with it in that time. And so they said some of the issues that the content creators were having would not be in the full version of it. So I don't know how much voice acting is in this version of the beta. In the version that I played, the new area that you go to, there was basically no voice acting there. But in the first area, the area that was available in the alpha, some of the characters now have voices. Like Cog has his voice, Epion has a voice, Sister Septima and Inquisitor Millicent, they all have voices, right? But then there's a bunch of characters who don't have voices. So it's definitely not fully voice acted as of yet. Really cool to make it open to artists outside the company, to be honest. Think I like Psychers being split off. It was always a bit clunky to me being just a background. It's really cool having it as an archetype here as well, because it allows you to get 2 specializations up front, which was something you couldn't do in Rogue Trader. Like Adira had telekinesis and whatever the other one was right up front, but you could only get one of them. But with this, you choose Mystic, and then you have to take Sanctioned Psyker, and Sanctioned Psyker gives you another specialization. So you can have telekinesis and pyromancy, or Sanctic and pyromancy right up front, and I think that works very well. The only thing I don't like about this setup, and I mentioned it in, I just put out a video with my thoughts on the beta. I don't like what they've done with pyromancy, only from the standpoint of, in my opinion, they've made it something where it's much more heavy ranged, and you've kind of lost the ability to play as that melee psyker who sets himself on fire and runs around basically punishing enemies while he's on fire. I thought that was really freaking cool, and I wanted to combine pyromancy and sanctic together to create like a melee warrior of faith and fire. But I don't think it's really all that viable, at least from the mechanics that I'm seeing right now. Oh, but that's another thing I have to look at as well, because I know that they were going to make some changes to how some of these mechanics worked. And so I wonder if they ended up doing that. Looks to say a common effect on the target the enemy closest. All of this stuff looks the same so far. What's up, Kingfish? How are you, dude? Yeah, I'm just gonna go with officer and we'll see how it works out. What's up, Baron? I think I'm gonna play as an officer. Are there any new party members? There's a ton of new party members, actually. So in the first area you had in the alpha, all those party members and stuff are the same. But in the new area that you get 3 new companions in that new area, and then there's another companion that you get in the base for the Inquisitors as well. So there's 4 new companions overall, and so the total number you get is 9. I think that's amazing. I think it's really cool and amazing that Owlcat gives you 9 companions all in Act 1 right up front. You know, as opposed to Rogue Trader, where you had to get all the way up to like what, Act 3, Act 4 before you had really a fully fleshed out group. I much rather it work this way. No, Mystic is the archetype. Operative is much better in Rogue Trader Carefree. It works significantly different in Dark Heresy than it did in Rogue Trader. Okay, so going with officer again, he's all about morale. So then we'll play next on here. So now you also get to choose an origin. There's 4 options. You have Astra Militarum, Imperial Noble, Sanctioned Psyker, and Criminal. As I mentioned before, if you choose a Sanctioned Psyker, you're gonna get the option to choose a second specialization. And that's the only way to get 2 specializations of any type right up front. All the rest of them are going to provide you with specific modifications and specializations and talents that you can choose potentially later on, along with an ability right up front. Now, some of them, such as Imperial Noble, which is we're gonna select, Imperial Noble will also allow you to drill down. So you don't just choose a noble, you choose what type of noble you are, or rather what type of dynasty you come from. Same with Astra Militarum. You get to choose, okay, what kind of role did you have in the Astra Militarum? And each one of them is going to provide you with different bonuses to your characteristics and skills, along with a particular passive that helps you in some kind of way as well. Rogue Trader keeps adding more. Does a game like this have more complicated mechanics than, say, Pillars of Eternity, even though they are both tactical turn-based RPGs? I would say, to be honest, it depends. Pillars of Eternity 1 or 2? If you're saying Pillars of Eternity 2, I consider 2 to be more complicated than Dark Heresy, because in my opinion, 2 is very gear heavy. Like, to really understand it, to really get it, and to really craft your characters the exact way you want to, I feel like you have to know what gear is available in the game, because there are some pieces of gear that will completely change how you play that particular character, right? And it will like inform what you do from the very beginning of character creation. Whereas in Rogue Trader, and from what I've seen kind of Dark Heresy, you get gear that's going to complement a particular build or play style, but the choices you make here are what matters the most. The gear just helps to facilitate the choices that you make. It doesn't completely just blow up and change what it is that you're doing, if that kind of makes sense. Yes, you could be a mystic. So you could be a mystic who's also, no, actually you can't do that. Mystic forces you to be a sanctioned psyker. If you're the mystic archetype, you have to be a sanctioned psyker. Whereas another combination is totally possible. So I could be, if I wanted, in fact, this is what I did the first time. You could be a warrior, and then I chose to be a sanctioned psyker and take the sanctic specialization. But if you are a mystic, the mystic archetype is only for psykers, and therefore you are forced to take sanctioned psyker as your origin. Players feel now exactly what you mean. Yeah, so that's the difference that I would say, Taco. In terms of depth, they are about equal, but the WH40K games are easier to understand from the jump. I would agree with that, Quintek. I would agree. Really hope Pillars 3 is super crunchy. I do too. Whistles of the Endless Pass, single-handedly turning your melee fighter into the area of effect machine. Yeah. Nah, Jolly, I already did a warrior playthrough. I really enjoyed it. To be honest with you, I wouldn't mind it, but no, I'm gonna go with Imperial Noble. So this is one thing that I kind of don't like about how they set up the companions. The area that you're kind of supposed to go to first, you could make a choice between two different areas, but there's one you're clearly supposed to go to first. You don't get any officers there, so you have to spend the whole time going through these brutal fights with no officer, and it makes it really tougher than necessarily has to be. And so I kind of feel like this is why I'm leaning. But I enjoyed Warrior so much, though. To be honest with you, I enjoy Warrior so much. You know what? You know, it's gonna make my experience harder, but I don't care. I want Warrior because I really enjoy that Sanctic Warrior, so we're gonna run it back. So you can still do the Road Trader way of having a class plus psyker background. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. That's totally available to you. No, you know what? See, you making me go back and forth. No. I've already done a Sanctic. I need to find out whether or not they've done new things with Officer, and I haven't checked that out. Well, I'm gonna stick with my guns. I'm gonna do Officer Imperial Noble, and then we are going. So now I have 3 options for what I do for a Noble, right? So I'm not gonna cover all the different mechanics for all the different things you can get, but we'll look at this one since I'm making a choice here. So I've got 3 options, right? Fallen Dynasty, Righteous Dynasty, or Merchant Dynasty. Fallen Dynasty is gonna give me more willpower along with more lore heresy and interrogation. And then it's also gonna cause a situation where whenever my morale is reduced, I'm going to lose 1 less morale. And when an ally becomes broken, which means they've went to -10 morale, I'm going to gain an amount of morale that scales with my willpower bonus. And then the Wicked Scorn ability, which I automatically get as a Noble, is going to get a modifier. The character is able to target their allies with this ability. Target allies did not make a metal test, while the Noble still gains +4 morale, right? So basically, you can, you just don't care about your companions at all. You expect your companions to be broken. In fact, you might push them towards becoming broken, and in turn, you're gonna get more morale, and it'll allow you to get your heroic act much faster. Possible. Now, there's also Merchant Dynasty. So +5 Fellowship, which is obviously very useful, and then +10 to Wits and Diplomacy. What's up, Barca? Yeah, character creation in the beta. What's up, Halifax? Miss Heresy info, something big happened? Yeah, they released the Dark Heresy beta today. What's up, Barras? What's up, Pedro? This is the beta, Pedro, not the full game. Try to challenge myself to optimize around a specific theme and to not have doubts of anything. That's exactly what I do as well, for sure, for sure. So the Merchant Dynasty is kind of interesting. Damage dealt by you is increased by 1% for every 100 cents your weapon costs. So the more expensive your weapon is, the more damage you're going to deal. Also, your armor durability is increased by 1% for every 100 cents your armor costs, and your diplomacy is increased by 1 for every 500 cents all of your other equipment costs. So you want to basically make sure you're using the most expensive weapons possible at all times. Very, very interesting. And then your main ability, Wicked Scorn, gains the Parasomi modifier. Any metal tests suffered by the targets are made with a penalty that scales with how much your equipment costs. I think that's super, super interesting and super cool. Still need to buy the collector's edition. Might do analysis in beta, meaning we're very close to release. Yeah, I'm hoping this will release at the end of the year. We'll see though. I think I'm gonna go with Righteous Dynasty though. +5 weapon skill and ballistic skill, +10 of intimidation and metal, but I really like this bonus. The Imperial Noble deals additional damage to the enemy commander. So each group you go up against, they're gonna have a commander, someone who's considered to be in charge. And if you kill that person, all the other enemies get a major reduction in morale. And this bonus scales with both your fellowship and your intelligence rating. And so even at base, it's gonna be 21%. I plan to be a sniper in the back, basically buffing my allies, and then with the last action point I have, take a pot shot at the commander every chance I get, see if I can get that extra damage to trigger. I think that's going to be very, very nice. And then the Wicked Scorn also gets Reverence. If the target is non-disposable, meaning again, this guy is supposed to be attacking elites and bosses. So if I use this against a non-disposable enemy, it's going to lose -3 morale. If the target is the enemy commander, it's going to suffer -4 morale, as opposed to the base version, which they only suffer -2 morale. So I could just, if they're supposed to be the boss, I make it clear, no, you're in the presence of a real boss, and I'm going to absolutely destroy you. I like that. Let's give it a whirl. And keep in mind, you're able to choose your origin. Each one of your companions has their own unique origin that gives them unique characteristics and things that they can do. I mentioned in the video that I dropped today that I feel like there's some adjustments that's needed there, where they really should be a little bit more powerful. And from a base standpoint, I feel like it's really cool. They've all got something really cool going on, and I'm looking forward to checking them out more for sure. Cents are the currency. Yep. What's up, Gabran? How's it different from Profit Factor? So in Rogue Trader, you are considered to be this noble, this all-powerful person, and you can just go to a merchant, and as long as you have enough reputation, you just take everything that they have. Doesn't work like this in this game at all. This game has a much more standard economy system where you have to actually purchase everything that you want, and then what you're able to purchase depends on your reputation with different vendors. And that's something that even when you have enough reputation to get an item, you still have to have enough money to get an item. So you're in a very, very different situation. You're basically treated as a nobody. You're only looked at as important because of who the organization you're associated with and the specific person in the organization who has decided to take you on. But you yourself are looked at as basically irrelevant. May drop around the same. I'm expecting this to come like more so towards the end of the year, because Wrath of the Righteous, the alpha came out in, the beta came out in February, and then you dropped in September, right? So I'm expecting that this will hopefully come out like November, December time. We'll see. We'll see. It's too bad about the Pyromancer. Flaming Heinrich with a sword was a build I had in every playthrough. Yeah, they're still making adjustments to the mechanics, so I'm hoping that's an area that they end up making some adjustments to. Or maybe I'm looking at the mechanics wrong, and somebody else is going to come up with a good way to do a melee build for it, but I don't see it right now. Okay, so you get 3 options for a home world. You can either have a hive world where you're going to gain morale while adjacent to allies or extra movement when isolated, or you can do a forge world where you're going to gain morale when your armor is high or extra movement when your armor is low, or you could do a death world, which is going to make you essentially more resilient. Interesting thing about the death world is that they actually allow you to drill down so you can make it clear exactly what kind of death world you come from, and each one gives you specific skill modifiers on top of what death world gives you at base. I haven't really drilled down into these mechanics yet, so I don't have strong feelings, but this one is going to increase my fellowship. At the start of the Hive World character starting, they gain +2 morale if there's an ally within their influence. That's big for him. Otherwise, they gain agility and fellowship bonus movement points. Yeah, it should be relatively easy for me to keep him around another ally. So yeah, let's go ahead and take Hive World. What's up, Zen? How are you? It's going to release December. It's going to be the best Christmas gift for sure. Yeah, I agree. I agree. December release would be amazing. We should ask Revan. I'm sure he has thoughts. What's up, Emery? Was there something about Chaos Gate? Yes, a sequel for Chaos Gate is coming apparently. I'm definitely going to do a video on that. A huge surprise. Very cool. Very cool indeed. All right, so now you can increase characteristics. You can increase them 6 times, which means there's basically 3 characteristics whose points you can max out. As opposed to Rogue Trader, you really had to choose 2. So I'm gonna go with Fellowship, obviously. And I'm definitely also gonna go with Ballistic Skill. And then I feel like, and you know what? Intelligence is probably a place where I should go, because that's where my extra damage scales off of towards Commander. So we're gonna take bonuses in intelligence as well. Saw the game you were playing, but did not read the title, so my brain went, wait, is it out? Sorry, Riz. I tried to make it clear that, yeah, it's the beta. It's the beta, so it's not completely out yet, but we're getting there. We're getting there. What's up, Paul? How are you? What's up, Mike? Is Gone have other race to choose, like Aldari? No, in Dark Heresy and in Rogue Trader, you have to be a human. You're part of the Inquisition. So it wouldn't make sense for it to allow you to be a Xenos. All right, so they do have some options that you can take as far as how you want your character to look. It's not anything crazy, but I wouldn't expect it to be crazy. You do also have a lot of body types. I do appreciate that for sure. So actually, I'm gonna go ahead and do the funny thing and make my guy just a little guy. Let's see, not that dark. There we go. I don't like any of these hairstyles, to be honest with you. Nah, I didn't feel like I saw. Yeah, the mohawk I could probably do, but I think that's hilarious. I think I'm gonna just go bald for now. And let's go with the crazy looking eyebrows. Yeah, that gives him a little more pop and pizzazz. Oh yeah, here we go. We take a beard to give him a little bit more as well. Give him a little bit more definition. That looks like an officer. That looks like a guy who's in charge. And then let's see, you got some scars you could take. So damn, somebody messed him up badly. Okay, that woo, let's do that. And then we got tattoo options. You could do that, or you could do the ghost mask thing. We'll save that for a heretic playthrough. For now, we'll do no tattoos. What's up, Stormy? I don't want to see any Dark Heresy spoilers, but I have to watch the live stream. I'm so amped for this title. Hey, I appreciate you stopping by for whatever amount of time, man. Show the female options, please. The female character creation options? Sure, we can do that. 1 second. Portraits. Actually, did they allow me? Oh, here we go. There we go. His body type. So then you see some of her. And then different skin tones. And then that's her hairstyle. That's a crazy look. There we go. And eyebrows. And also keep in mind, this game does the same thing as Rogue Trader, where the portrait you select, the character model, is going to automatically just copy that portrait. So if you really like the way your character looks in a portrait, you don't have to make any other changes. Looks like the ladies get the same type of tattoo as well, so nothing changed there. Looks like they also have less augmentations. I don't know what that's about. That's interesting. Damn, that looks kind of sick, actually. Dude. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to play around with that on another playthrough. But yeah, that shows you what the female models look like. What's with those claws over the hands? Is there ship combat? No, you don't even, you kind of get your own ship, but this is, the entire game from my understanding is on a hive world. So it's not at all like Rogue Trader where you're bouncing around from planet to planet and you have to travel through the warp and all that other stuff. So you've got basically a transport ship to get your war party from one place to the other, but that's it. Yeah, okay. And then you're supposed to be here. That character actually looks kind of wicked. I actually like the way he looks. But no. And we were doing... Yeah, we'll do that. That's fine. And no, we're not gonna do the face tattoos. Not right. We said no tattoos. We're gonna leave that. Oh, you know what? Oh, you can change the color of the tattoos as well. Oh, and it's kind of like a faded color too, so it's not like crazy. Huh? I wonder how this looks on your face. So that's that. Oh, you could have it in all red. Oh, I'm definitely doing that as a heretic. Oh, nice. Wise, what's going on, Deja Vu? How are you? Really like the graphics compared to Rogue Trader? There's definitely an upgrade. How about the tall models? They got tall models. Hold on. So you can change your body type. Yeah, that's that. So you could actually be big and huge. I'm definitely gonna do that for playthrough sooner or later. So yeah, there's 9 different options. Most likely you'll be able to find some that you want. I just decided to be funny, so I'm gonna be the short, skinny guy this time. Let's see. And then do I want a plate? Damn, that actually it does look kind of sick. Yeah, I think for whatever reason the augments look much better to me in Dark Heresy than they did in Rogue Trader. Dude, like that damn near looks like it was done against his will. Like it does not look comfortable at all. Yeah, I'm not gonna use that for now, but definitely we're gonna have to make a character that goes with it. All right, now Landon doing the Kevin Hart run. Yeah, that's hilarious. They really changed the visual look less like the tabletop, though I kind of like that vibe. Interesting. Why you say it looks less like the tabletop? That's a Rasputin level beard. That's what I'm going for. This looks like a guy who is in command. Okay, and that is character creation. So let's go for it. Now, game starts differently than the alpha. In the alpha, you were told what you had a choice of what you did at the end of the prologue, and then it automatically started you in this area called the Marisporum sectors. This time, you still skip the prologue. For whatever reason, Owlcat is very secretive about what happened in the prologue, and so they don't want anybody to know until the game is out. But you're gonna start directly after the events of the prologue, where the Inquisition is going to basically judge you for what has occurred. Ha! Tech 9 main character, hilarious. This is at least better visually than Rogue Trader. I agree, Baras. Whoa! Voice of FBO, yo! You did an amazing job. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed what I heard. Appreciate you stopping by, Sly. What's up, Taj? I mean, we see what happened in Prologue during final sequence in Alpha. No. There's something else that occurs that we apparently don't know about. Your aching joints are twisted to their limit, locked in manacles. It is hard to breathe. The bitter scent of sacred incense fills your nostrils and throat, making you lightheaded. Inhale. A sharp pain echoes from the ribs broken during the interrogation. Exhale. A swollen artery at your temple throbs in time with the scratching of the Terratine Cabal Arc Transcriptor's Kajika quill. The attention of those present is fixed upon you, but you cannot tear your gaze from the dark eye sockets of the golden mask looming over the stands. So as you can see, not voice acting. In fact, at this beginning and the whole initial area, there's no voice acting. But then when we get to the first area, there'll be a lot more voice acting for all of the different characters. So the motion builds from this side of the booth. Yeah. Sly's definitely been doing some amazing work. Really happy with her so far. Session 28-00432, Iota Pi of the Cabal is now convened. Subject of the session: the loss of the vessel Schultes' Valor, the loss of 86% of Terminus Omega Warband, including servants of the Golden Throne of mid and high rank. Acolyte Iridus Zev, status deceased. Acolyte Persephone's Shriek, status deceased. Inquisitor Leander de Terral, status deceased. The accused, slandered. Why does my whole body ache? Ah, yes. After returning from the Iocanthos system, you spent several weeks in the Medici wing being examined for the after effects of Tyrant Star exposure. And then the Lord Inquisitor's interrogator spent several more days compiling the transcripts of your testimony regarding the mission. According to witness testimony, Terminus Omega Warband bears partial responsibility for the loss of the Holy Inquisition's mechanical, informational, and human resources. The death of the Inquisitor, however, is the sole responsibility of the Acolyte. Accused, do you deny your guilt? The primary objective of the Warband was the transportation of a classified asset. I have fulfilled my duty to the Cabal and the Imperium. With all due respect to the Cabal, I would beg leave to ask the Acolyte a different question. I propose we address another portion of the testimonies gathered and the remnants of data extracted from the Servo Osarium, specifically those regarding the causes behind the fall of Schultes' Valor. Inquisitor Sotovan wishes to know, are you certain of the version of events you have put forward? Answer, Acolyte slandered. A probing, unblinking gaze studies your face. There was no doubt in the Inquisitor's mind. The destruction of Schultes' Valor was caused by a band of heretic Astartes. A wave of uneasy whispers travels through the Grand Hall as you speak. Lucin's sharp gaze sweeps over the assembled, keenly observing their reactions. Barath, what's going on, man? Appreciate you signing back up as a member, dude. I mean, we see what happened. Acolyte Slater is actually a dope band name. Hey, I do what I can. What's up, Jose? You can purchase the beta through Steam. I believe it should be available on Steam now. I don't know if I want to spoil myself. Hey, I completely understand. For those of y'all who want to stick around, I appreciate you. By all means, we're going to have a good time. For those of you who don't want spoilers, I completely get it, man. I completely get it. Inquisitor Amazi's voice, streaming from the servitor's box, cuts through the tense pause. The truly remarkable fact is this entire affair is that the Acolyte survived direct exposure to the light of the Tyrant Star. Let Slandered recount his experience now, lest the knowledge be lost to sudden madness or some other consequence. Okay, so in Rogue Trader, you had dispositions, right? You could be a heretic, dogmatic, or iconoclast. Well, that's completely out in Rogue Trader, in Dark Heresy rather. There's no such thing as being a heretic. If you are someone who's considered to be a heretic or closely associated with heresy, it could be a lethal situation for you. So instead, what you have are philosophical sects within the Inquisition who all see things in a different way. And as you gain ranks in them, each one of them will give you specific passives or things that'll help boost your sigil of the Inquisition. So you're going to get a sigil that you can then use in combat to set an enemy's morale to 0, and in turn you're going to be able to do a bunch of other things with it as well. So for those of you who are already very well familiar with Warhammer, you probably already know what these are, but I'll briefly walk through them. So Mono Dominant is basically like dogmatic in Rogue Trader, but it's a very, very hardcore, ruthless, if I sense any weakness or heresy in you whatsoever, I will absolutely destroy you type of dogmatic. Whereas then you have Amalathian. Amalathian is also much more dogmatic, but it's more from the standpoint of all members of the Imperium must lock arms and help each other and stand with each other so that we can fight against the Xenos and Chaos forces that are trying to destroy us. And so both of these are considered to be part of the Puritan branch of the Inquisition, right? So you can only raise one of them to rank 2. Once you get one of them to rank 2, you're considered to be that particular, that is considered to be your philosophy. So very, very quickly, it's going to become clear which one of these you prefer. Now, there's also a radical branch of the Inquisition, right? And radical does not mean heretic, but it just means they slide a little bit more towards that area as opposed to being hardcore dogmatic. So I wouldn't call them iconoclasts, but I wouldn't call them heretics either. They're kind of like someplace, there's something completely unique. So first you have Xenos Hybrids. These are people who believe that the key to success for the Imperium is to side with Xenos and become more closely aligned with them. So they will have relations with other Xenos characters, and you're gonna get buffs that help you when you're using Xenos weaponry or when you're fighting other Xenos. And then finally you have Xanthite, and Xanthite are considered to be basically the most radical group inside of the Inquisition period, and probably the oldest. So they believe that all forces outside of the Imperium should be enslaved in order to serve mankind. And so they are all about dissecting Xenos and forces of chaos and figuring out how to use them and twist them to their own purposes. And so it's very, like, especially evil and ruthless compared to anything else that you could do. And so you can choose, and so just like with these two, you can only get to rank 2 in one of them. With these two, you also can only get to rank 2 in one of them. And then for only one of these 4, you can get up to rank 4. Once you have reached rank 4 in one of these, it is considered to be your official philosophy, and there'll be reactivity in the game for people who say, oh, okay, this is clearly where you stand. Jovi, yo, I appreciate the 5 Get the subs over on Twitch, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dude. Ordo Xenos, let's go. Oh, it's only on their website. You have to go get the beta through the website. Oh, okay, my bad. Early access. What's up, Kingfish? How are you, dude? Does have specific entanglements with Steam as a platform. Got you. Okay. Interesting. Oh yeah, I think you purchase it through the website and they give you a key that you use on Steam. That's how it works. Right, exactly what Diplomat said. Mm-hmm. How do they think they will enslave chaos? Isn't that what Demon Host are, Baraf? Owlcat already released that update where they specifically talked about Demon Host. It seems to strongly hint that we might get one in the game. We'll see. Yeah, Billy, super dope. What's going on, Master Rock? Yeah, it took you a few to figure out. Yeah, couldn't do it on YouTube, so I get there via Twitch. Oh, thank you. Sorry you couldn't do it on YouTube. That's weird. Thinking is illegal in the Imperium. So for this playthrough, I'm going to be Xenos Hybrids probably. Actually, you know what? I'm not. Well, I'm going to mainly be Xenos Hybrids, but I'm also going to freely choose other options. And my playthrough of the game, I was hardcore mono dominant, and the Lord Inquisitor, there was reactivity to it where it kind of slapped my hand about it and said, you know, I don't want you to be a robot who just always does the same thing. You've got to be someone willing to take risk, you know? So I feel like the Lord Inquisitor almost wants you to be neutral, which is honestly super cool, right? Because in this type of game, usually the biggest bonuses and buffs and rewards come from going hardcore in one direction. But it seems like it's kind of hinted that being someone who just makes whatever you believe is the best decision at that particular time is a playstyle that is valued and rewarded in the game. We'll see if that's actually true, but there's definitely some hints around that. So, but anyway, Xenos Hybris is what I'm going to lean towards more often than not. By the way, on that same note, there is the option to say nothing, and that's very, very consistent in the game. You don't have to decide with any of these people. So it really, again, it really seems like Owlcat is trying to set it up where if you want to be neutral, you have the ability to be neutral, and it's rare that that's rewarded. And so that's my real question. What happens if you're true neutral throughout the whole game? Does it feel like you're missing out on a ton of reactivity, or does it provide its own unique play style and playthrough? We'll see. How does it play? It feels like a more difficult, more grounded version of Rogue Trader. Here promoted neutrality free thought. Yeah, I know, right, Riskier? Can't wait till the Night Lord's telling me we have come for you in this game. I doubt Demon Host is going to work out like they think. This is a very good call out. Rogue Trader is so complicated compared to BG3. You know, I've had people say that before. I don't agree. I found Rogue Trader's mechanics to be extremely easy to pick up, honestly, whereas BG3 took some time, but I do feel like there's some aspects of it that are certainly convoluted. That is an area they improved a lot in Dark Heresy. It's a lot less convoluted what things do and how it works, but it's still totally different from what you would get in like a BG3 or a Pathfinder. All right, anyway, what an interesting request. I'm glad that the Terratine Cabal there remain some who understand the value of knowledge, especially of the forbidden kind. A number of approving exclamations reach your ears, as do several indignant outcries. Your response has caused unrest among the audience. While some evidently welcome your broad-mindedness, others are furious over words they consider to be tantamount to heresy. The Terratine Cabal is clearly divided between those who would interpret the freedoms of the Inquisition more liberally and those who insist on strict adherence to existing prohibitions. The Inquisitor's request is accepted and admitted to the record. Answer fully and with complete candor, Acolyte. Tell the truth. I saw something strange, an auditorium filled with strangers, and a hollowed figure of sorts that spoke to us. An auditorium? A hollowed figure? The ravings of an afflicted mind? More data is required. Consider this. The Acolyte is either a lucky bastard who survived an impossible situation, or a complete idiot who returned to his stronghold of the Golden Throne servants while actually being an agent of the archenemy. With evidence or without, if we execute the Acolyte now, we may forever lose vital details regarding the nature of the Hereticus Tenebrae. The most efficient course would be to extract the Acolyte's brain for a synaptic reconstruction of Nemo fragments and replication of the lost memory segments pertaining to the incident. I fulfilled the Cabal's mission as duty and protocol demanded, and now I am being branded a murderer? Our reality is one of eternal struggle for resources, for survival, for hope. A reality full of pain and abhorrent choices, where nothing ever goes according to plan. In this very reality, Slandered faced a choice: fulfill his duty to his Inquisitor or obey the oath he swore to all of humanity. Anyone who claims the choice was obvious is lying to themselves. The loss of Schultz's valor, of the Acolytes and Leander, it is all meaningless if your bones are left to rot on a doomed planet. But Slandered and Terminus Omega did not merely survive. They delivered the artifact into the hands of the Terratine Cabal. Do you truly believe that by volunteering to retrieve the artifact, Leander D. Terral did not fully comprehend the significance of his mission? The Inquisitor understood better than any of us the meaning of absolute submission to one's duty, and that same resolve also took root in his acolytes. So, I will ask the Cabal only once: does Slander deserve retribution? Oh, here we go. My wits test failed. By how much? I should have plenty of wits. 75%, but I still rolled 93. It is what it is. YouTube is hitting me with back-to-back Warhammer news. Nice. What's up, Gecko? Today is their deals date. Gonna check out what Morty's. Oh yeah, I'll definitely have to see what Morty has to say as well. What's up, Hellblade? Yeah, Rogue Trader was amazing, man. The convoluted section is talent selection. The convoluted section is talent selection. Yeah. So Dark Heresy has a much better level up system. We're going to be able to level up after this convo, and you'll see that it's a lot clearer what you do. Playing on Daring right now, and there's only been a few dicing situations. Daring on Rogue Trader or Dark Heresy. The Grand Hall falls silent. Pale faces, clenched jaws, disapproving stares, yet none dare to raise their voice. Then the golden mask turns toward you, and in its dark eye sockets, you finally see a glint of living, attentive eyes. Remove the chains. Henceforth, Slandered is under my protection. Well, another agent has escaped execution. An interesting solution. Inquisitor Soldavan will be most surprised. This precedent must be recorded in the annals immediately. What a disgrace. The Lord Inquisitor never fails to amaze even ones as old as I. At first, the Lord Inquisitor's words are met only with stunned expressions, before the hall suddenly erupts in a clamor of astonished voices. Oh, you know what? I know what that wit's skill check does. The wit's check reveals to you that yes, you have survived because the Lord Inquisitor spoke up for you, but this isn't necessarily a good thing, because to be aligned with someone so powerful, he is going to demand a lot of you, and perhaps it's going to be more than what you're able to take. That's what it says. Give a curt bow. What are your further orders, Lord Inquisitor? My, aren't we the serious one? Straight to business without any groveling or superfluous words. Enough talk. The Cabal has matters to discuss without you, Slandered. Report to Quartermaster Numis. He will return your gear and prepare you for your next assignment. The Lord Inquisitor makes a sharp gesture and the guards part, clearing a path to the Grand Hall's exit. The next item on the session's agenda is... Daring and Rogue Trader, got you. Those tough battles were worth it though? Yeah. I usually play on Daring. Definitely it's enjoyable. What up, Jupiter? How are you, man? Just bought my core digital pack. Couldn't stop myself from playing the beta. Nice. I hope you enjoy it, dude. Hope you enjoy it. All right. So now we are in... Whenever it loads up. Here we go. And let's just do a save real quick. We are in the Bastion Serpentus. So this is basically home base for the Inquisitor and all of the acolytes. And so as you can see, it's a very large place. There's a lot of searching around to do. So that's another interesting thing about Dark Heresy. There are way less fights than Rogue Trader. Rogue Trader was very combat heavy. Dark Heresy is not. Dark Heresy is actually very conversation and investigation heavy. And then it sprinkles in some really big, memorable fights. To me, all of the combat encounters I had in Dark Heresy were quite memorable, whereas Rogue Trader has a bunch of them that are kind of just throwaway, where you wipe out some enemies on your way to do something important, right? And so I'm very interested to find out how the community reacts to that, because you know there are some people who are really more so all about the combat, and maybe that'll be a turnoff, but for me it's great. I love it, and I think it's an improvement. I'm not big on throw a ton of different combat encounters, the vast majority of which really have no bearing, and I just wipe the floor with them and move on. Dark Heresy, not only are there less combat encounters, but all of them are kind of brutal, to be honest with you. All right, now level up. So this will be familiar to you if you played Rogue Trader before. Sometimes you get like a new feature based on your class. You can also easily see the breakdown of what's to come. So we already got a new feature at level 1, and now we're going to get a new feature, and we're going to be able to get another skill. And then you see it basically keeps things kind of spread out. So you don't have a situation where you have to make like 3 or 4 choices all at the same time, and it's going to be a brutal amount that makes it very, very difficult for you to figure out what it is that you want to do. So closing this, so in fact, I should have went over the abilities we already had, so I'll do that in just a second. Beta already, that's promising. Yeah, Hook, yep, I've been waiting for it as well, and yeah, super promising that it's here. So we have to get back to the fight, which works differently than it did in Rogue Trader. So it's going to remove all status effects, but not damage over time effects. It's very important. And restores the companion's morale to 0 if negative, which can also be very important in tough fights. The ally is going to immediately get an extra turn with 2 action points and an amount of movement points that scales with your fellowship bonus. However, during that turn, the ally cannot use any combat points, as opposed to bring it down, which allows them to actually make an attack, but they get no movement points. So it's important that they're already in position to do whatever it is you want them to do. All right, now moving on, we also get to choose a skill, and I'm going to go ahead and go for diplomacy, because that feels like something that my officer should be very, very good at. Well-crafted combat scenarios always welcome. I agree. You mean Argenta and Cabela wipe out the enemies while everyone else? Why? Exactly. That does not happen in this game at all. At all. You're definitely going to need your full party to get through encounters. So no need to worry. All right, so we got that. Let's go ahead and move on.
Always on the move.
A young man with a friendly face and impeccable bearing offers a salute the moment you leave the Grand Hall. Blind Silvis, Quartermaster's aide, assigned to escort you after the meeting of the Tiratine Cabal, Master Acolyte. His piercing green eyes study you with genuine interest. Why would I need an escort? I do not know. Blind looks somewhat embarrassed. For the time being, I am only an aide under the patronage of Quartermaster Numis. I run errands for him all over the Bastion Serpentus. And now, I've been ordered to escort you to him in the convocation room immediately. Is there something wrong with my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Oh, please forgive me, Master Acolyte. It's just that you're the... He hesitates for a few moments. The agent who retrieved an artifact that the Tiratine Cabal has been hunting for years. I saw it in the atrium, even when sealed in a metal chest. It looks simply unbelievable and dangerous. How did you even manage such a feat? He clears his throat. But I'm talking too much. You have important matters to attend to, not idle gossip from a mere aide. My apologies. Don't be shy. Speak up. I wouldn't mind hearing how the Bastion got on while I was away. Like being afraid of hard and unfair difficulties in Outcast games? Yeah, I am definitely terrified of what unfair is going to be like in this game, for sure, for sure. Blind looks up at you attentively. As an aide, I encounter all sorts of news and rumors every day. I can share them with you, but only after you've met with Quartermaster Numis, or else he'll come up with another cruel punishment for my slow work. Then take me to the Quartermaster. Of course, follow me.
Reconnoitering.
I hate how slow it walks. I hope they fix this. But I think it's purposefully meant to make it annoying that you have to wait for this escort. He could be at least a smidge faster though. Did you know this convocation room was originally the study of one of the former inquisitors of the Cabal? An extremely secretive one? That's why the corridor leading to it is so inconspicuous.
Never still for long.
Punishment for the slow walk. That blasted Xenos ripped them in half, and all because of those damn faulty batteries, Numis. Your informant might have lived if you could just shoot straight, or is your lack of practice my fault too? Maybe I should practice on you, you armory rat. My life is the property of the Inquisition. Are you prepared to deprive the Holy Orders of their asset? I hope you get eaten by a Grox, Numis. To all servants of the Holy Orders and the Bastion Serpentus, words have been spoken, decisions made, and the path cleared. Section 2800-432, Iota Pi of the Cabal is now concluded. May the God Emperor receive our sacred service. End of transmission. Me too, Kingfish. I've come to really enjoy Warhammer for sure. A solidly built middle-aged man looks at you over exquisitely handcrafted spectacles before giving a brief nod. Quartermaster Numis, spare me the introductions. You are slandered. I have already been briefed about you. Blind, you did well for once. The acolyte arrived on time. Blind hides a smile and casts you a look of gratitude. What did that acolyte want from you? Justice, and such a commodity is not available in the Inquisition's warehouses. A caustic smile flickers across Numis's face for a moment. You showed remarkable courage. Numis's face twists as if he has heard not praise, but something profoundly dissatisfying. I've been threatened by people far more intimidating and far larger. I was told you would issue me new equipment. The quartermaster glances down at the battered data slate in his hands. It says here that Slandered is entitled to non-rotational issuance of equipment due to the unplanned depreciation of the previous set. Here, take it. The next scheduled issue is in 3 centillion years. Furthermore, the servant of distribution block Omega 12, Quartermaster Numis, is hereby instructed to assume the duties of distribution overseer in regard to any blessings issued to. He reads more closely, trailing off to muttering. When he finishes, he lifts his cold gaze to you. You've been assigned to the verdict, and I've been assigned to you. I will head to the dock once I have concluded my present business. If you wish to continue this conversation, I'll be waiting for you there. Very excited for the expanse, Xena. I also think it's really cool that Owlcat has been so forceful about responding to the feedback. They've already announced that they've changed the main voice actor for the male characters, which was something a lot of people were complaining about. So super cool. Can't wait. I'm really interested to see if they decide to do an update on the beta to give people a reintroduction to the game prior to a full release. We'll see how it goes. The interrogator's expression is unreadable in the dull light of the lumens. The painful bruises scattered across his face have taken on a yellowish-green hue, and the split above his brow is healing into yet another swollen ridge. Long time no see, Slandered. So this is my first time meeting him. You meet him in the prologue. No idea what exactly happened, but obviously he's not happy with us. Interrogator, it seems they let you out of the cells much sooner than me. The other members of Terminus Omega did not get the luxury of spending several cycles in a Medici wing bed. The Imperium's enemies do not take breaks. And spare me the formalities. We're of equal rank now. Thanks to your devotion to the Tiratine Cabal's mission, the warband lost an Inquisitor. What kind of interrogator would allow such a thing to happen? Those were their exact words before they stripped me of my status. Usually, when the Holy Orders takes your rank, they take your head along with it, but somehow you're still walking the Bastion's halls. Acolytes who commit inexcusable acts during missions rarely see the light of day again either, and yet, here we stand, both still breathing. Do you blame me for Master Ditural's death too? I do not think in such terms. You made a choice that those who hold power over the sector must now live with. The past cannot be erased, nor can it be fought. The only option is to move forward. So the Cabal didn't put you to death after all. I assume we'll be working together on equal footing now, since we're both acolytes? I never said that. While you were recovering in the infirmary, the Lord Inquisitor reassigned my position within the Tiratine Cabal structure. I have been given a new mission and a new patron. Make no mistake, the Cabal hasn't revoked my sentence. By the Lord Inquisitor's decree, my execution has merely been stayed. If I can achieve redemption by completing the mission he has assigned to me, my life will be spared, for a little while longer, at least. Awareness failed. Glancing at the chrono in his hand, Toma loses what little interest he had in your conversation. Lord Inquisitor Zerb bade me inform you that he expects you in his work chambers on one floor above. I would advise you not to tarry unless you wish to forfeit your new patron's favor. You will not find a replacement for him. Xena, this guy, when you get him as a companion, his mechanics are crazy. Absolutely nuts. I haven't figured out whether or not it's nuts good, but it's definitely interesting. No doubt about it, it's interesting. Lord Inquisitor Zerb's study. Interest is permitted only after one has recited the appropriate litany and been filled with reverence. Want Shadow of the Road information? That would be awesome, Barath. Yep. Acolyte of the Inquisition slandered. Ordo Hereticus. Access to the Lord Inquisitor's chambers is granted by virtue of the meritorious service to the Holy Ordos. Thanks for reading this all out. As to the immersion, got yourself a like and sub. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Glad you've been enjoying it. And it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. I enjoy trying to make these experiences better for you all. I know it can be tough as a viewer watching a game that has no voice acting, so I try to do the best I can. Welcome to the channel, Diplomat. What's going on, Nameto? Oh, this Wrath mod looks interesting. Slandered. Former acolyte of the late Inquisitor Leander de Terral has arrived, Lord Inquisitor. Several long minutes pass in absolute silence. Every now and then, whispers of flipped report pages break up the hush. Finally, the Lord Inquisitor closes the leather-bound folder and raises his eyes to you. AS, what's going on? I don't think this game has controller support yet. It might, but if it does, I haven't tested it. I'm doing quite good, Namto. Can't complain at all. The destruction of Schultes' valor, the death of Leander de Terral, the loss of the Iocanthos system. We live in dark times, rich in great losses. Adden Zerb's hand tightens around the report folder. Leander was convinced that the heretic Astartes were to blame for the destruction of the ship. You agree with his conclusions. I have no reason not to believe you both, even if no solid evidence survived. But Leander is dead, the evidence has disappeared, and the words of potentially corrupted acolytes are lacking in credit. To force the Inquisitors to delay their affairs and redirect resources to fight a hidden enemy, one needs strong proof indeed. Proof that a blade has been raised over the capital of Calixis. You will do this. When you receive a new assignment, study your surroundings and seek individual events which, when pieced together, will paint a picture of the lurking evil. Why should I have to prove anything? Isn't your word enough? Zerb lets out a dull sound, a chuckle. All these years, and you still have not grasped what distinguishes an Inquisitor from a mere mortal. An almost heretical individualism, stubbornness, and an inhuman persistence in achieving goals. Every member of the Turretine Cabal is burdened with dozens of threats and undertakings that must be dealt with. And any one of these threats is closer and more terrifying than whatever still lurks in the shadows. No order will make an Inquisitor turn their gaze toward a hidden danger as effectively as their own belief in the necessity of doing so. How can we be sure that the heretic Astartes have already infiltrated the Scintilla system? Iocanthos is too small a target. Therefore, they will direct or have already directed their attention and forces to the capital world of a sector mired in warp storms. Your trust in our testimony is the highest honor, Lord Inquisitor. Belief and trust are fundamentally different entities. Your reports are logical and aligned with the interrogation transcripts, and I believe what they say. But can I trust the narrator himself? Consider this question more often, even when you gaze into the mirror, especially when you gaze into the mirror. Black Star, what's going on? Appreciate you lurking over on the channel. What's up, Zach here? Yeah, I saw the trailer for DLC 3. I'll definitely be making a video about it. Looks really, really cool. Really cool. Make the sign of the Aquila. I will do all that is possible to complete this task. That is not enough, Acolyte. I expect you to go beyond the possible. The time has come when only this will allow humanity to prevail. You made me your acolyte while others blame me for the death of Master Deterral. Why? For many years, Leander and I forged a path for humanity, side by side, through the infinite darkness. Even when our views on the pain of this galaxy changed, each of us continued to serve him unwaveringly. And just as Leander once paved the way to the future with the hands of his acolytes, you, Slandered, will become a new bearer of my will. Zerb removes his Inquisitor sigil from his neck and gives you a strange look. Sam? Ah, I didn't hear you come up. Oh, nice. I was heavily engrossed in my task. Namto, the beta released for Dark Heresy. So originally we only had the alpha, now we have the beta. So now there's character creation available. We've got double the amount of areas that we can search through and all that kind of stuff. So it's a lot more content. What up, Riskier? How are you? Oh yeah, I saw Mechanicus 2 just dropped. Yeah, I definitely plan to cover it. The game is pretty sweet so far. I would love to see your review of it. I definitely plan to play it and check it out. Definitely. One who is incapable of sacrifice will never bring change. But you, Acolyte, have shown enough fortitude to do so. He thrusts out his hand and slowly reveals the sigil. Even if you must give up everything and everyone, even if it means losing your own humanity, do it to achieve our goal. If humanity becomes the price for fulfilling the will of the Terratine Cabal, then I will gladly pay it. The colossal figure of Anton Zerb remains still. Only his golden mask offers a hint of a nod. What will happen to the Oraculum Noxus? It is yet to be prepared for the sanctification ritual. When the servants cleanse the artifact with prayers and the tech litanies run their course, it will take its intended place in the Atrium Hall, where every servant of the Terratine Cabal will be able to watch and study it. Why does the Oraculum Noxus bear such importance to the Terratine Cabal? You have seen it at work abroad. You have seen it at work aboard Schultes' Valor, but perhaps the memories are so painful that your mind refuses to accept them. Even before the cursed light of the tyrant star fell upon the world, the verdict, and you, the artifact had radiated a blinding glow, hadn't it? The Oraculum Noxus is nothing but a herald of inevitable tragedy, the rise of the spectral sun, the Hereticus Tenebrae. From now on, new catastrophes will not catch the Terratine Cabal off guard because of you and the sacrifice of Deterral. Are there any new assignments for me? Too many. The essence of the Hereticus Tenebrae has remained unknown to the Terratine Cabal for hundreds of years. Therefore, you will begin your own investigation of this phenomena with a clean slate. Revisit every lead gathered by your predecessors, trace connections, and draw new conclusions. Start your research with a visit to the restricted section of the Bastion Serpentus archives. The Lord Inquisitor waves his hand, and the lumens flare in the eye sockets of the servo skulls hovering nearby. I am certain you recognize the Servo Osarium. The events aboard Schultes' Valor resulted in considerable damage to the device, but the tech priests managed to restore its functionality. Alas, the same cannot be said of the data from your last mission. I returned Deterral's device to you, used its full potential to carry out the mission entrusted to you. Yeah, Jovi, she snuck up on me. It doesn't start from the beginning. It starts right after the prologues, Namtu. There's something that happens in the beginning that Owlcat doesn't want us to know about. But right after the prologue is when this starts. What's up, Brave? My understanding, I believe, yeah, all founders get the beta. In fact, if you've already gotten the alpha, you don't need a new key. You'll just need to do an update and you'll have access to the beta. What's up, Says? Yeah, sick, man. What's up, Mateus? How are you, man? For a few moments, Anton Zerb remained silent. Is there anything you have not shared with me yet about Schultz's valor, about what happened to you when the spectral sun shone upon you? Speak. I will listen. Tell the truth. I saw something strange, an auditorium filled with strangers, and a hollowed figure of sorts that spoke to us. Zerb says nothing at first. Then, I see. And what did this figure want? I'm unsure. It spoke of odd things, a shield against the darkness, the impotence of death, ashes that the Titan's heart would not see. This knowledge must remain between us, Acolyte. Whether your vision was the delusion of a mind fractured by the Tyrant Star's influence or something else, there's more to learn. However, if any member of the Cabal doubts the purity of your thoughts or your free will, even I cannot shield you from execution. Remember this. For a while, the Golden Mask watches you in silence before Zerb returns at last to the reports folder. Acolyte, in addition to the high priority task, you are to take on more mundane duties. Go to the Marisporum Sector's Hab Zone, located in the lower levels of Hive Sibyllus. Inquisitor Millicentilia and Sister Septima have been conducting their investigations there for some time. I want you to render them any feasible assistance. Acquiescently, it seems something has driven them to linger in that dark place. The Lord Inquisitor takes out an ornately embossed envelope and dismissively puts it aside. Afterward, head to the Lucid Palace and meet with Inquisitor Olianth Rathbone. She has obtained intelligence that some heretic cell plots to assassinate a high-ranking figure during the celebrations of St. Sibelius. There is no conclusive evidence that these heretics exist at all. Indeed, this situation appears to be nothing more than the typical squabbles of the aristocracy, and the Holy Ordos do not waste time on such trivialities. However, there remains a slim chance that this rumor somehow relates to the activity of the traitor Astartes. That is why I'm sending you to take the measure of things. So many assignments. No, actually. You told me to find information on the Tyrant Star in the Bastion archives, but what exactly am I looking for? Find Chronicle Keeper Bloodworth. His post is located in the Archivum Serpentus. He will guide you to the most important sources of information about the Tyrant Star. So many assignments. Is the Terratine Cabal short-staffed? The Archivum Serpentus has recently lost their Litany Scribe. If you prefer more ordered service, submit a transfer request through Numis. Otherwise, stop wallowing. Am I to prevent the assassination attempt in the Spires? I do not care whether another Lucidan soldier or priest dies. Even if the Tyrant Star lit up the sky over Scintilla right now, each of them would keep gnawing at each other's throats, if only to satisfy their depraved egos in the moments before death. And even when, in this senseless commotion, someone finally devours the weakest, their place will be immediately taken by a successor. The task of the Inquisition is not to save those who consider themselves the chosen of humanity. Our task is to use those who wrongly believe themselves chosen in the name of humanity's salvation. Thus, even if this heretic cell turns out to be a figment, use this opportunity to remind Scintilla's elite that, in the eyes of the Holy Ordos, none are guiltless. Inquisitor Olianth Rathbone, who is she? As my acolyte, you should be more informed on the active members of the Terratine Cabal from now on. Olianth Rathbone is currently undertaking a mission on Scintilla, acting as the voice of the Holy Ordos. She is capable of persuading even those who usually only accept the language of force to cooperate. Let her use you if it serves the mission, but do not even think to trust her. What manner of place is the Marisporum Sectors? I never heard of it. one of the decaying hab zones of the lower levels, forgotten by the ecclesiarchy, the magistratum, and perhaps by the god emperor himself. In recent months, Marisporum has been drowning in sea quakes. If you hesitate, you will stand a very real chance of seeing nothing but an endless, toxic sea that has swallowed all life. What exactly are Inquisitor Millicentilia and Sister Septima doing in the lower levels of the Hive? I assume the details will be shared with you at Marisporum if they deem it necessary. Understood. You will need a war band. Acolyte Spes and Davos are currently finishing an inspection in the infirmary. You already know them. As for Acolyte Sauro, who will replace Acolyte Shriek as a sanctioned psyker, he can most likely be found in the Temple Hall. Use them as you see fit. Now go. And remember, Acolyte, time is not on our side. Results, not excuses. That is what I expect from you. Ultron! What up, man? Feel like people who join Warhammer aren't knowledgeable of how strong Inquisitors are. In the game where you play as one, you take on literal armies alone and on the soul decides of death. Once an Inquisitor has to get involved in the situation is extremely dire. Yeah, I'm curious to find out how powerful it's gonna feel when we're finally full all-out Inquisitors. I forgot. Yeah. So you had the option of becoming an exemplar in Rogue Trader. I'm not sure if that's going to be the same way here. I assume like the final level is going to be Inquisitor, or the final archetype rather is Inquisitor. And so what does that really make you? Anton Zerb looks upon you with a heavy gaze. What urgent task has brought you here? I met Toma. Why was he stripped of his status as interrogator? It is exceedingly difficult to remain an interrogator if your Inquisitor is dead. Anton Zerb's voice becomes unpleasantly sharp. Daytaral is dead. His agent network has been absorbed by other members of the Tiratine Cabal. As for Acolyte Ordos, he has a new assignment, one that he is best suited for. Whether your paths cross again or not, you should concern yourself with your own state of affairs, Acolyte. The members of the Tiratine Cabal have quite polarized views regarding the current situation. Will this affect our mission? Darkness is coming, and we are the only ones standing in its way. When billions of lives are at stake, I do not care what the Inquisitors think or desire. They will work for the common cause, the cause of the Tiratine Cabal. Be the gear that sets this mechanism in motion. Do your part. In order for me to better execute your will, we need to discuss the pressing issues at hand. You have a few minutes. You said I should look for traces of the heretic Astartes' influence, but what form might that take? Remember what you witnessed aboard Schultes' Valor, what you felt on the bridge, strewn with the mutilated bodies of the crew. Once you see anything of this nature, it can never be erased from memory. You cannot rid yourself of the chill running down your spine. Let experience and intuition guide you when similar events take place. You will understand. The important thing is to observe, and heresy will reveal itself. I have a clear understanding now. Then return to work. Idleness is the privilege of the dead. The Emperor protects. The golden mask silently nods in response. Super cool. I don't know how the Lord Inquisitor is supposed to be in tabletop, but man, he's super, super cool here. Tulin, Ultron, Dark Heresy beta dropped. Rogue Trader DLC's coming June 11th, I think. Chaos Gate got a sequel. I think that's the major news that was released. Inquisitor's power is better understood in relation to the power of the Rogue Trader. It's less battle power and more influence and scale of the ripples from decisions. Nice. Okay, looking forward to it. For sure, Zena. Hey, it'd be really cool if we ended up being in control of different armadas and could really have a huge effect politically on what happens on this hive world. I'll take that as well. Among the grim, chain-bound volumes, a simple tome and a pale binding stands out. The spine reads, a treatise on the Noctis Aeterna. A holistic map of Scintilla and nearby void objects, compiled with the greatest diligence and covered in thousands of annotations.
Moving.
A golden mask nearly identical to the one worn by the Lord Inquisitor, sundered in two by an unknown force. A single solitary tooth, likely an incisor, judging by the shape. There is no label on the display case. Just follow the horror. Exactly. If Hyrix on our team in Road Trader, he's an Inquisitor, right? Yeah, he's an acolyte, not an Inquisitor, so he's not considered to be on that same level. Like us in the beginning, exactly. They call the Inquisitor Rosette, which gives the authority to take whole groups of Space Marines, Navy, and any military. They have basically limitless authority. That's awesome. Yeah, that's the rank Xena. Yep. So I'm not considered to be an actual Inquisitor yet. I'm just an acolyte. What's up, X7? Is beta the full story done and they're just working to fix some bugs? We can't really tell based on the beta being released where they are in their overall development of the game. But I can tell you when Wrath of the Righteous was released, it came out in February and the full game came out in September. So based on that timeline, my hope is that we're getting Dark Heresy in December or November. But we'll see if that's the case. Hope this Lord Inquisitor is not as mad lad for the previous game. I think he's a little bit more even kill Victor. We'll see though. Guess what's hitting that getting. Nah, Ultra. Aiden already said he's not gonna do it. He already said, nah, I'm not with it. A steady golden glow emanates from the blade displayed in the case. Its hilt is broken and the edge appears keenly sharp. This means the game's coming to Steam. Control Warrior, the game will be available on Steam at some point, but the beta, you still have to purchase it through Owlcat. A book written in a tongue that barely hints at High Gothic. It is older than the walls of the Bastion Serpentus. A no different audience, but November. Oh, GTA 6 time, you know? I feel like the two games are so different, though. I really wouldn't be concerned about a Dark Heresy release during that time. But, you know, probably any game wants to avoid it, but I wouldn't be all that concerned. You know, maybe they do December then. So let's say December. Believe DH is going to be on console. Yes, Dark Heresy will be available on console for the 1.0 release, for sure. Is this the same company that made Rogue Trader? Yes, Butter, it is. Rogue Trader and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous along with Kingmaker. The tomes gathered on these shelves are not merely rare. Many exist as the sole copy. All right, let's go get a warband. People like a DH will play both GTA 6 and DH. Probably, but I could definitely understand Owlcat not wanting to release during a time frame when so much air is going to be sucked up. Nanto, Twitter could definitely be a very toxic place. Definitely. All right, now let me get my warband. They said Inquisitor Detoral's warband is Schultz's valor. Some people have all the luck. Is that where I want to go? Where? Oh, Sorrow's over there, actually. I don't know. Where did they say my warband is? Here we go. Mechanicus wing. There we go. So we need to go to the Mechanicus wing, and that's where we're looking right now, I think.
Reconnoitering.
Oh, whoops. No. Nope. Not there. I don't think a CRPG head would outright skip a game because of GTA. That's the way I feel. Welcome back, Acolyte. Does this differentiate itself from Rogue Trader? Oh yeah, it definitely differentiates itself. It feels familiar, but it's very, very different at the same time. The ancient walls of the Bastion Serpentus could not bear the weight of time and eventually collapsed upon the heads of its inhabitants. Crazy. We're gonna go to the other place. I can say I love peanut butter. Get a fly away, Jim. Yep. Definitely would play this over GTA, Xena. Exactly.
Always on the move.
Fake sister of battle. Yeah, so when you walk around here, sometimes you'll see people being escorted for interrogation or other cruel things happening to them. It's kind of crazy. And yeah, this is the infirmary, so this must be where we're supposed to go. Like an echo from the past or the future, the reality before you has taken shape, absorbing emotions that have been frozen in oblivion. Clutching your head, you try to calm the pain that is tearing your sanity to pieces. Your heart is pounding, you are short of breath, and the vague figures, either a vision or the agonized delusions of a dying consciousness, play out the same scene in your mind over and over again. Blind looks anxiously at your face. Master Acolyte, are you all right? Are you feeling dizzy? I have a stimulant, and we are not far from the infirmary. Peer at the frozen figures. This place, are drawn together by the tenacious, barely visible threads of duty and regret, stitching together the canopy of reality and time. Touch the figures from the vision. Your hand passes through the blurry silhouettes, and a wave of hopelessness and bitterness, emotions that once belonged to someone else and at some other time, rolls over you. One killed the other, fired a bolt right into the back of the victim's head, and felt regret. This is neither a dream nor fiction. It definitely happened right here. But how do you know that? You just know it and feel it. It is something natural, though not so before. It is now part of you. Something that came with the Tyrant Star's curse. You are unable to control it, and it brings torment to your body and mind. But if this is now an integral part of you, then perhaps one day you will find a way to turn this power to your advantage. So this is interesting, right? The Puritan path of Inquisitor, regardless of which side you're with, they want you to banish the phantasm, completely reject the knowledge, right? Whereas a Xanthite would say, hey, open my mind to this knowledge, I'll take it and I'll figure out how to use it. The Xenos Hybris has no role here. Xenos Hybris doesn't care either way. So I'm not going all full heretic, so we're gonna pray to the God Emperor and banish the phantasm. And no neutral option. You have to make a decision about what you want to do with this knowledge. So Dark Heresy is a huge game this year and probably expands next year. That's what I think, Ultron. I don't run things over at Owlcat, but that's the way I think it's going. Alchemist, what up, man? I'm doing well, dude. How are you? Take care, Jovi. Appreciate you stopping by, man. Yeah, I know there's definitely some Armored Core fans for sure. What's up, Moonlight? I'm sick. We're like a deer. We can be. Nah, I see why you have to visit the infirmary. You make the sign of the Aquila and shut your eyes tight. As you recite the litanies, the pain gradually subsides and you recover your breath. The intrusive vision slowly dissipates into thin air. Ooh. The pile of the ancient carpet glistens with a faint stain left there by a cleaning agent.
Never still for long.
Fresh bolter fire scars blemish this ancient memory. Carno! Thank you so much for the 5 Get the subs, dude. I appreciate you, man.
Effective as always.
There's a strange recess in the polished niche. You make out 2 symmetrical pits with a bump underneath, and below that, what looks like the imprint of a jaw in the shape of a grotesque smile frozen in the stone. Brad, Jay, Disco, Shulker, oh, Grills, what's going on? You all are all subbed to the Twitch channel now. Congratulations. I never figured out what to do with this. So you can click on it and there's something, it's supposed to interact with something. I have no idea what it's supposed to be. No idea. And there's one on either side. Whoa, and there's somebody talking. I wonder if maybe I would know what to do if I had accepted the knowledge. Judging by the grooves left in the cavities of their shields, these statues have been stripped of decorative elements. All right. On here. The last few cycles have been a great test for the servants of the Tyrantean Cabal. War bands are losing one acolyte after another. The infirmary is overcrowded, but there are even more who cannot be saved at all.
I do not abide time wasting. Always on the...
And looks like that's... No, I don't see him in here. Did I go the wrong way? No, wait. This says the infirmary, but... Booyah, here we go. Warband. Our colleague is here. Pausing her examination of the soldier's prosthetic, the white-clad Mechanicus looks you over with a piercing gaze. Epion's voice actress was here earlier in the stream. I don't know if she's still around. We will hear her voice when we get to Marisporum sectors. So even though she has dialogue here, she doesn't speak yet until we get to that first area. But again, when we get the full version of the game, it will all be fully voice acted. Matrizma's Relentless, he already released a review of this beta. Yeah, I released one this afternoon as well, Moonlight. We had it for a couple of days. I understand that in light of the events in the Grand Hall, our unspoken compact of fellowship demands that I offer some words of support. The surgeon's eyes scan your face. The scalpel claw affixed to her hand tenses with a screech before she looks away. When she speaks again, her tone is notably colder. However, all of the accusations leveled at our warband were justified. We lost an Inquisitor and demonstrated a lamentable lack of competence. What's going on, Amon? How do you play the beta? You can purchase it through Owlcat's website. Don't start. Did we or did we not retrieve that thing from Schultz's Valor? The mission was accomplished and the Cabal agrees. Dieteral knew the risk when he decided to lead the warband personally, and he paid the price for his lack of focus. Haymar's keen eyes settled on you. You didn't come here just to talk, did you, Slandered? Haymar and Epion turned their eyes to the aide beside you, and the young man instinctively steps back. My name's Blind, and I am an aide stationed under Quartermaster Numis. At your service. I suppose we'll be working together? Or maybe not. In any case, pay me no mind. What's everyone's status? Unsatisfactory. I would prefer to decline further explanation. Haymar rubs the muscles just above his augmented leg. A few scratches. Nothing Epi can't fix. The Tyrantean Cabal was skeptical of the reports concerning the traitor Astartes. After a moment, Haymar shrugs. Idiots. We don't stand a chance against an enemy like that unless we start preparing right. Forget it. We don't stand a chance against an enemy like that, full stop. It would be surprising if they took your word seriously. One's stance on a given matter should be constructed from the evidence provided, and thus far, our group has nothing but words and emotions. She pauses for a second, her claws quietly tapping away. If you still wish to prove your case, you will require evidence. That being said, if what you claim is indeed true, all Calixtus will soon know of their presence. The only difference is one of buying time. Lord Inquisitor Adden Zerb granted me his patronage and tasked me with assembling a warband to carry out a mission. Haymar lets out a low whistle. not bad. You want us to work for you now? Could be worse. You strike me as someone who knows how to prioritize. Epion's hands freeze above the prosthetic. You notice a barely perceptible tremor in her plasteel claws. I must request a deferral in the execution of this assignment. At present, I have more urgent tasks to attend to. Mechanicus, we are being sent to the lower hive. I am certain there will be much for a physician of your caliber to study there. I deem that assumption substantiated. The surgeon makes a couple of notes on a data slate. Furthermore, this assignment ultimately coincides with my own, but that is of no consequence. Acolyte slandered, I am Epion Space. Mechanicus Acolyte reporting to you. I stand ready to execute any reasonable order, provided it does not endanger humanity or the Imperium. Hamar simply nods at you. Hamar Davos, at your service. Is there anything you need to prepare before we set off? The Catachan slaps the scabbard strapped to his intact leg. All set, Commander. When do we move out? I would recommend visiting the quartermaster before departure to replenish our supply of Mechanicus kits. There's a reference to Aspis Chorda, the rogue trader ancestor of Lady Chorda. Where'd you see that, Mahan? Did I miss that? What's up, Toxic? We're still in the first area. There's a lot of people to talk to. Can't wait to play as Horrod Shapak in this game. We need to collect one more member for the war band. A psyker named Sorrow. Epion's face darkens, another psyker. As we have had occasion to witness, the presence of such an individual poses a significant danger to the entire group. No new arc line updates, DD. I just want to play it so bad I can't stay waiting. Yeah, man, I was really looking forward to it as well. No updates just as of yet. Just staying clear when he explodes. Hamar flashes a grin. Or when he makes others explode. Yeah, in this game, Veil Degradation, believe it or not, is even more dangerous than it was in Rogue Trader. Very, very consistently, Sorrow deleted himself or summoned in demons. That happened extremely consistently. So you really want to keep Veil Degradation at like a mid level. If you operate at that top level, you're gonna have a problem. You're gonna have a problem. You're on Lucid Palace investigating the heretical system. Oh, okay, so yeah. So you're doing Lucid Palace right now. Yeah, you would see a reference to her. A most sensible recommendation, Hamar. I shall endeavor to follow it. It is unclear from Epion's tone whether this is sarcasm or genuine intention. We have two assignments, one in the lower hive in the Marisporum Sectoris Hive Zone, the other in the spires of Sibelius. Any thoughts on which one we should handle first? Hamar's eyebrows rise slightly. We're heading to the spires without an Inquisitor? Can't wait to see the looks on those polished faces when they see us. A coincidence of remarkable timeliness. Ignoring Hamar's surprised look, Epion continues. The fact is, I was just preparing to file a request to visit that particular lower hive zone as part of a research team. I will elaborate further once we have concluded discussing the assignment. Well then, ready to go? Hamar cracks his neck. Time to stretch our legs. Yeah, this is a bug. I didn't even mention this in review, but yeah, sometimes it repeats the same dialogue. I don't know why. I don't know what triggers that. All right, so now we have two members of our war band. I thought, I swear originally we were able to do it level up front, but oh well, maybe not. Rambo and Grimdark, Grimdark's anatomy lady. Yeah. Sorrow's the prime candidate for demon hosting. I would say so, Victor, for sure. All right, so we have two companions. First and foremost, you are the only one who gets an alignment. So you see they have nothing for any of these. So before in Rogue Trader, we had companions who leaned into particular alignments. That does not appear to be the case here. And I have not come across any gear that is based on alignment either. But if we look here, you'll see I already have a rank of 1 and I'm a Lathian and monodominant. And then a rank of 9 is Xanthite and Xenos Hybrids, even though Xenos Hybrids is what I plan to focus on. So this rank 1 of Mono Dominant gives me a +10 bonus to Lore Heresy. And the rank 1 in Amalathian, it gives me a +10 to Mechanicus, which is why I was able to easily clear that Mechanicus skill check we had before. Now, looking at Epion, if you're familiar with the alpha, you probably already know this information, but I'm just going to run through it real quick. Hold on. Mother's calling. Hello, Mother. I'm live streaming. Is everything okay? Yeah, let me call you back later. Yep, I'll call you. Bye. Yeah, I heard Warhorse is getting a Middle-earth RPG. I'm definitely going to talk about it, bro. Definitely going to talk about it. Obviously, it's super, super exciting news. Epion has high ranks in Intelligence, Agility, and Fellowship. And then, of course, she has very high ranks in Mechanicus, along with pretty nice ranks in Lore Heresy, Xenos, and Lore Warp as well. And then when it comes to our archetype, she starts as a soldier. That's kind of odd to me that both Epion and Hamar both are soldiers, but I know we do not have all of the tier 1 archetypes available yet. So something tells me she's probably going to be something different when the full version of the game comes out, but we'll see. Yeah, Zero, she's definitely the first character that I want to romance. Definitely. That's why I answer the call, Diplomat. When Mother calls, you answer, because you never know if she needs you or there's a problem. So that's why I always go ahead and take that call. So she is a soldier and she has a surgeon background. So this is unique to her. You cannot get it. It gives her a +5 to ballistic skill and intelligence and a +10 to Mechanicus and wits. It also allows her to use slaughter injection, which is going to give her additional movement points and defense that scales with her Mechanicus skills. So you definitely want to pump Mechanicus as high as possible. She's also going to get combat surgery, which allows her to just straight up heal wounds in an amount that scales with our Mechanicus skill as well. And you can take a talent that allows the first use of either one of these to cost 0 action points, and you can take a separate talent that allow her to use it on herself. Right now, at first, she can only use it on other people. Now, she also scales Mechanicus based on intelligence, not fellowship. So you might have noticed she has low fellowship. It doesn't matter. Intelligence is all that she needs. If she has a left-hand slot free, which she never does for me, but if you play that way, she has the ability to use a Scalpel Claw Strike, which is going to do 2 things. First, it's going to do an amount of damage that scales with her Mechanicus skill, and then it's also going to cut a tendon on that character, which is going to reduce their hit chance by an amount that scales with her Mechanicus skill as well. So this sounds good, but the problem is it's going to contribute to your attack limit. So you're only allowed to do 1 attack per turn, and using it to deal this small amount of damage, and usually that's not going to be the move. And so that's why I don't even bother having her one-handed. And I mentioned in my review of the beta earlier today that I feel like some of the companions, their mechanics are going to need a touch up, like some changes. And like, this is an example of it. Like, this is cool, but it's not good enough for you to really put her in a position where she's only using a one-handed weapon and has that hand free at all times. So it's kind of odd. Grim darkness of the future. Always make time for Bob. Absolutely. There's a lot of stuff to read before any combat. I mean, you can, or you can just jump into it. I know a lot of people would be curious about this stuff, so I just go through it, but you could just say, hey, I don't care. I'll figure it out along the way and just roll with it, especially if you're playing on a lower difficulty. Now, we also have all of this stuff, but on that same note, I'm going to deal with this later because it's actually going to be quite some time before we have to worry about combat anyway. And then we have Hamar. Now, Hamar gets the unique background. He's also a soldier, and he gets the unique background Katakan Jungle Fighter. So this allows him to use heavy weapons, which is something none of your other characters, including yourself, are able to do. His hit chance with heavy weapons is increased by an amount amount that scales with his toughness bonus. Really cool. And he gets a passive lock and load. While active, he's going to gain 1% rate of fire for each shot he fires, up to a maximum of 50%. But when he uses it, his maximum movement points is limited to 1 and cannot be increased. That's not really a big deal because you can easily take this off. But if he moves while the ability is inactive, all the stacks are removed. So preferably it just sits in one place, but if you have to restart this, it's not that big of a deal. However, all of his burst attacks do cost 1 action point more when he uses it. So that is a sacrifice, but it's very, very cool. And that's all I think we have to go through for now. Let's just go ahead and keep searching through this and finish this out. Evo, what's up, man? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Dawn of War 4 looks like it's filled with fire content. I'm certainly looking forward to it.
Still for long.
For sure, for sure. For sure, for sure. Somebody up there. Interesting. The body is covered in a... Nope. Damn it. I failed. How did you fail that? And I don't know when's the last time I saved. Did I save recently? I did save recently. We're gonna go ahead and reload. So that's one of the other things that I need to bring up that I feel like could be a potential weakness of this game. In other games like Baldur's Gate 3 or Disco Elysium, if you fail a check, something else interesting might happen. And so it's kind of worth being able to see that content, you know, even though technically you failed or did something wrong, you didn't necessarily save scumming, right? You just continue moving forward. I do not feel that way about Dark Heresy at all, especially because oftentimes when you clear checks, it's going to help reveal clues and things you need for your case. So even more than most games, there's a real feeling of don't fail any checks. Anything might potentially tie in with your investigation. So every check has to be cleared in some way, shape, form, or fashion. And that caused me to save scum a lot more than I feel like I usually do. And she failed it again. How hard is this check? It's not hard at all. Below 80? Come on, girl. All right. I'm willing to restart one more time after this. If it fails again, then I'm just going to move forward and let it go. Haymar is your Rambo. I am thoroughly unimpressed with Haymar so far. I gotta be honest with you. Rambo and Warhammer should be awesome, but he's just not doing it for me. Do you all like him? Those of you who have experienced him so far? The corpse of a psyker, burned out by the sorcerer's own power. The eyes are scorched, yet they still seem to observe the surroundings. I agree, fail forward is good in some games, but 40K doesn't feel good. How much content is filled with the beta? I would say it's quite a bit. Like maybe, I feel like, here, hold on. Does it tell you how much time you spent on it? In game 1 hour, so hold on. Yeah, do that. One game. So yeah, I would say 20 to 30 hours. Is it worth snagging the $39 edition has beta with it? If you're really, really passionate about this game, you want to get into it, I would say yes, but the version I played, it was in a rough technical state, right? I haven't played this version. You all are playing a version that has the benefit of a lot more patches and updates from Owlcat, so I don't know where it stands, right? So I know the area we had available in alpha, that one continues to be awesome. That has a lot more voice acting and bells and whistles as well. So that's really cool. They added a whole other section that had no voice acting, that was in a rough state technically in a bunch of different ways. And so it made it hard for me to recommend that you jump in right now, but that might not be a problem in this version. I don't know yet. The beta has everything from the alpha, and then it adds on a ton more. So basically the beta is all of Act 1. There are too many Rambos in Warhammer for any to be impressive. After all, Space Marines, that's a good call out as well. Listen in. Saints blood, Theolios. What do we do now? It happened again. How many times is that now? The 10th in the past 2 cycles? What sort of a bastard do you have to be to steal from your deceased brothers and sisters? What's missing this time? The cranial augmetic. We were supposed to remove it and hand it over to the priest of the machine cult. But now, you know, some acolytes have been using auspexes to search for still functional implants. Perhaps we could ask someone for... Absolutely not. I dread to even think what the Surgeon Majoris would do to us if he finds out we've been hiding the disappearances of the deceased personal property. No, no, no. It's better if we just pretend we didn't have a clue. Let's go. Sooner or later, the guards will catch the culprit and everything will be fine. Slandered. Did you hear all that? There's no question the Mechanicus set themselves up by not reporting the disappearances right away. On the other hand, I've always dreamed of seeing the Servo Osarium at work. Maybe we could help them find the implant. Track the augmetic signal. Initiating Vox frequency tracking mode.
No sense in delay.
For me, I'm just glad to see an Imperial Guard that's not mentioning Katie every 5 minutes. Brawler armor. Heavy armor proficiency required, which we do not have right now. And I'm probably not going to have on this playthrough, now that I think about it. I did go ahead and get heavy armor proficiency when I played as a Sanctic. It was cool. What up, Boomer? How are you, dude? Always good to see you, man. The acolyte is pale, his breath barely perceptible. Yet despite the horrific wounds, the Bastion's Mechanicus have managed to tear him from death's grasp. Claws. Claws everywhere. They grow from eyes and gums. That sounds unfortunate. Alright, now out of there. And let's check in this room here. Nothing.
Reconnoitering.
And then acolyte. Analyze the acolyte's condition. A sensation of inner burning accompanied by delirium about melting bones and organs, a cyanotic complexion, and unquenchable thirst. These are all symptoms of smolder fever, a disease of the lower levels of hive sabellus that, with proper treatment, usually subsides within a few days. Ease his pain. Ah, my bones and skin are no longer melting. Why? Inform handwritten note.
At once.
Oh, that is a door. Somebody's standing there, but I can't talk to him. On the mysteries of mental indoctrination on the death worlds of the Calixtus sector. Inside the compact metal tube sealed with several locks, the pages of an ancient manuscript rustle. The lid bears the title in elegant high Gothic handwriting.
Always
on your petition, pics featuring individuals close to Lord Halix's hacks were confiscated. Oh, that's not good for you. Choke on them, you cur. They're of no use to me now anyway. Do not hope for death yet. The Lord Inquisitor wishes to know who produced these pics for you. Yeah, he's in a rough spot. He's in a rough spot. You're not getting out of here anytime soon. Uh-oh. Discover something. Your Dark Heresy takes place. Cadia actually stands. Nice. Since Road Trader happens soon after the fall of Cadia, yeah, there's dog it. I want to know what's in there. They're around the same time frame. So Owlcat mentioned there will be overlap, and there's the potential that we'll see characters from Rogue Trader in Dark Heresy. Thank you. Triumphant Stub Revolver, which is a upgrade over the regular Stub Revolver that I am currently holding. And I've actually got a lot of different things in here. So hold on. Triumphant Stub Revolver. We'll take that. And then I actually plan to be a sniper. So they've got me. I have a regular sniper rifle, so I'll equip that over here. In fact, actually here, this is sniper rifle's my primary weapon. And then we have a Staff of Flames available if we want that as well. Cool stuff. Now for our medical professional, she's holding a flamer and a shotgun. She is supposed to be an area of effect specialist, so I'm with that. And then you are holding a heavy stubard and a regular knife. We have the auto gun. Heavy stubard is better. None of us are going to use a claymore. None of us are going to use the last gun. Well, +4 extra damage, burst fire, hit chance 30%, less recoil, but no over penetration chance. Nah, we like the over penetration. Gotta penetrate as much as possible. And then the rest of this, Triumphant Last Pistol, I'm good on that. Add that to junk. Okay, so the rest of that is junk. What's going on, AJ? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. You got a coupon code for how much you promote? I should, right? I should, Toxic. All things considered. Our road trade Dark Heresy, both in the 30th, no, 40K. 40K. What's up, cowboy? Very excited. Very, very excited.
We stand upon the precipice of change.
Monty, appreciate you following me over on Twitch, dude. I'm pretty sure I can go ahead and add this to junk. I don't think we need that. 28 flak armor. Yeah, that's better than what you got going on. So let's add that to junk. Then what's this other one? Oh, this is 30. Oh, that's interesting. Gains +3 MP if they did not move the previous turn. So, wait, why did I get rid of... yeah, this is the one I should be holding on to. And then that's 28. So, yeah, that get rid of both of those and get rid of that. And we're good. And then, let's see. The wearer's defense is increased by an amount that scales with their agility. She's probably gonna get the most out of this, right? Yeah, sure, you can have that. And then awareness +10. She has low awareness. He's got a 50 on awareness. You got 30. So yeah, you're the awareness guy, so you could take that. And then we are definitely low on med kits. Definitely could use more. He's got those. Cool. All right. Set up. What's up, Muggers? The game is really good so far. I'm definitely enjoying it. Definitely enjoying it. All right, now we came from over here, which means we have not been over here. Right? Nope. Actually, we have been over here. Oh, wait. No. We came from over there because this is the room, right? Okay, so this is the large room. We came through here, and then we searched everything back there. So now we come over here, and now we come through here, and this is the large area we came from. So that means we have not been over here as of yet. No entry allowed until the circumstances surrounding the agent's death have been determined. I can't let you in. He and I have been serving the same Inquisitor for 5 years now. Let me in.
Always on the move.
Blast you. Do I ever get to talk with him at all? No. I can talk to you though. Well, all the more reason not to let you in. Best not to see how he's being scraped off the... Anyway, you'd be better off focusing your thoughts on the next mission. Well, damn. The order hall is shut tight. The script on it forms the words... The D adds living. Okay. Maybe we can go there later. If you took heavy weapons in Rogue Trader, I don't give the heavy bolt to Argina until I get the recoil glove. And once you get the backpack, she just kills everything. I would agree. What's up, Karen? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, dude. That's a perception awareness is needed for a lot of checks to find things you need to interact with. Yep.
If you have my attention.
I agree. Yeah, it's much harder to invest in characteristics in this game compared to Rogue Trader. Okay. This is where we came before. And then this is the full area. Yeah, so let's go here instead. This is where we haven't been.
Reconnoitering.
Won't let us open that door. We'll come here for now. We can open the doors here. Are full hammers still a thing? I haven't seen any Xena, but that doesn't mean they're not a thing. A bunch of random garbage that we can collect, and we're getting 88%. Nice. Marisporum local place I'm going to go soon. Tell you everything, Master Interrogator. Everything and about everyone, about myself too. How I lied, betrayed, and led others to heresy. Woo. Boy, oh, you in quite a spot. Oh, and this is where that fake sister of battle ended up. I'm Sister Magdoli. I am not that damn creature wearing my face. Look at her. Look into her eyes. It's an abomination, a servant of the ruinous powers. Sister, it's hard to believe you. Hard to believe you.
The Holy Ordos teach vigilance.
Oh, we need to get Sero immediately. None of your companions are really all that good at sleight of hand. Like, if we are able to create a skill monkey type character, that's going to be insanely useful. Because so far I haven't seen like a Pascal type.
No sense in delaying.
Or even a J. There's one character who kind of fits the bill, but not in the same way.
Tread carefully.
Yeah, should have saved here. And then try this again. And again, it's locked. And again, this is a little different. If I had multi-keys, I could just use those. And I don't want to have to wait and search around and find those and come back. So there are alternative options to help you when you can't unlock certain things. Just not early in the game. Thank you. Finally, and we have the cranial augmatic. This metal plate fitted with a module of unknown purpose exudes the smell of med chemicals. Its inner side still bears a dark brown stain. Try the alpha yet, but in Dark Heresy, we are Ordos Malos. We are Ordos Heresy. Love balance and skill. I mean, by the throne, this interrogation room is taken and no one informed me? Fine, so be it. I'll requisition the next one. The balance skill map. Apparently there's multiple Ordos. That too. Well, I assume you're not referring to the convictions. If you're referring to convictions, there are 4 different options that we could choose from. Monodominant, Xenos Hybris, Amalathian, and Xanthite. Those are the ones that we can try to choose from. No, actually, I don't think we are Xenos. I think I'm confusing that with Rogue Trader. Wasn't Heinrich part of Ordos Heresy? I think that's what I was actually thinking of. Which way is it? Over here? No, this is where we came from. So we came here, made a left over here. So that means we're supposed to go here. And just like that, there's a door we haven't opened.
Always on the move.
Force access. So whatever Ordo's got from, probably not Malleus. What is Malleus for? Tech use, machine right set. All right, here. We'll restart one more time, and otherwise we'll probably have to come back with Saros. It is what it is. Heinrichs was Ordo Xenos. Got you. I don't remember what the name of the Ordos was. And unfortunately, the encyclopedia is not available. So it's not telling us. I know we're part of the Tyrantine Cabal for the Holy Ordos. The acolyte was made to appear before the Cabal. Yeah, there's nothing I'm seeing that's saying which Ordos we're considered to be a part of. But I know it has been mentioned. So I have to make note of that the next time it comes up. My pleasure, Stormy. Absolutely my pleasure. All right, we're going to try it one more time. Access denied again. Okay, fine. We'll reload and come back. Malleus deals with demons and warp stuff. So wouldn't that make sense that they would also be the ones that are dealing with Night Lords? Oh, you say Night Lords are barely chaos? Yeah, but the Tyrant Star would be considered to be chaos, and that's what we're really dealing with. Like, at this point in the game, they're not even sure that the Night Lords are an actual concern. I mentioned that they're a concern, but they don't believe me. Glory to the God Emperor. A woman clad in Cadian pattern Astra Militarum armor salutes you. You notice Inquisitorial symbols etched onto our pauldrons. Welcome to the training grounds, Acolyte. I'm the exerciter sergeant of this complex. What is this place? The training grounds, as I believe I mentioned, we used these on void ships during long voyages to make sure our guardsmen didn't lose their skill. And here at the Bastion, well, let's just say I've been putting my experience in dealing with long bouts of inaction to good use. A hint of grim amusement enters the Cadian's voice. Her violet eyes, however, remain impassive. I instruct acolytes in close and medium range combat so you don't find yourselves overwhelmed during a trench fight or in the confines of some hand block. Epion looks around the room and sighs heavily. So many hours wasted here. I could have been studying specimens, but instead Inquisitorial made me run around and shoot things until I developed symptoms of asthenia. I wish to train. I wear the intent, but I can't help you with that. The training facility is temporarily closed. I must go. I will return later. Life is war. Do not squander a chance to prepare for it. Shaman, appreciate it. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Take care. What's the Chaos Gate Demon Hunter's Inquisitor Lady tells? Next Chaos Gate is Death Watch. Yeah, we saw a trailer for it. I'm excited for sure. Practice Bay requires a melee weapon. There's a tabletop RPG of Death Watch. Nice. Beautiful. What's the difference with the beta? What's going on, Leth? This gives you a new area to explore. So the amount of time it takes to increase this content is significantly higher. Probably takes you about 20 to 30 hours. There's also a lot more companions. They've added, there's 4 more companions now in the game, 9 total that you can get while you're in Act 1. And there's character creation also, which wasn't available in the alpha. I don't remember what skills this is going to check for. Space Marine Rock. Any idea when this game will release after beta testing? I'm not sure. I do know that oops, there's no sword here. Why didn't I give you a sword? There we go. I do know. Is this bugged? Is that the problem? There we go. Not recognized. I do know that when it comes to Wrath of the Righteous, the beta for it released in February, and then the full game came out in September. So based on that timeline, I'm expecting this game to come out in December. Some people mentioned that GTA is coming out in November, so probably wouldn't want it to come out then. So I'm expecting like December, maybe a Christmas release for this game, but we'll see. End of this year is what I would agree with as well. Practice basic techniques. And failure. What? Oh, reflexes is what it's based on. There we go. And reflexes 35, 40. So you win a chicken dinner. There we go. Whoops, actually. There we go. Switch to that. Then do that. And then you try it. Whoops, no, I accidentally used the same character again. My bad. Not you. You. Can't I do that? No, it doesn't care. Whatever character I try. All right, fine. Come on, man. I got a 55% chance. So, oh, okay, here we go. I must have gotten it and didn't. Oh, okay, cool. On that last one, I got it. And so now I have a 40% chance. Let them cook. They still have another Rogue Trader DLC to come out before the end of the year in their schedules. Well, those are different teams. The team that's working on, did I get experience? I did. Okay. The team that's working on Dark Heresy is a different one from who's working on Rogue Trader.
Never still for long.
But I definitely still agree. Let them cook. Let them do what they need to do. You triumph the stub revolver, do that, and then you let's get one of these shotguns over here, do that, and bam. You can't go over there, right? Yep. Nope. Okay. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, let's see if we can do that. I think there's 4 different teams working on the Owlcat games right now. One on Rogue Trader DLC, one on Dark Heresy, one on Expanse, and then one other that I think is like forming the beginnings of whatever the next game is going to be. And the way it's been described to me is not only do they have like 4 teams, but the members of these 4 teams is not static. So people will switch to different teams as they feel motivated to do certain things. So it's not set in stone. The Expanse team, if I remember correctly, is some of the same folks who worked on Wrath of the Righteous. A stern-faced exerciser, her face half hidden by a bulky implant, cleans her rifle with grim determination. Upon noticing you, she quickly works the mechanism and brings the weapon to bear. Well, may I try it too? The woman gives you a nod so serious one might think you had challenged her to a duel. The wager is the gun. Following extensive observation of this patient, I hypothesized that her vocal apparatus has atrophied as a result of brain damage. I presume she is expressing her willingness to part with this standard issue Astra Militarum solid projectile sniper rifle with reinforced barrel as a reward for winning the competition. The Exciter glares at Epione. The wager is the gun. Ha ha ha! You give me your rifle if I win? You win, you keep mine. The Exciter raises her firearm, inviting you to appreciate its worn casing and grip scarred by countless marks. Then she nods towards your own weapon. You lose, I take yours. Very well, let's shoot. Download a bane. I have complaints of blame you. Oh, good, Toxic. What's up, Enzo? Does this have the same rule set as Rogue Trader, skills, classes, etc.? It has a very, very similar rule set. Yeah, same rule set basically, but it's applied very differently. The classes have specializations, and then the specializations kind of dictate what you fall into. So it's familiar, but I wouldn't say it's like exactly the same. What's up, Jill Moo? Are the archetypes the same as Rogue Trader? Most of them. There is a mystic archetype that has been added that's specifically for Psychers, but the other ones were all in Rogue Trader. Warrior, officer, soldier, and operative. Operative is much different from how all of them are different, honestly, than the way it worked in Rogue Trader. But operative, I think, has gotten the biggest makeover, where it's significantly different from the way it worked in Rogue Trader. Love their games, but I feel they are working on a lot of projects. Not only are they working on a lot of projects, they've also become a publisher. So they published one game last year, or maybe it was early this year. I think it was last year. And they're publishing another game this year, Shadow of the Road, that I'm also very excited for. Rogue Trader team have a long time to release a patch. They probably release it along with the DLC. Hopefully, we'll see. I want my Ogre in the tank and my Catachan to blow things up. The Catachan actually has a talent available only to him, that he can throw a grenade and another grenade will magically just appear in his inventory. And the Ogre is an incredible tank, so definitely you can make it happen if you want to. Your new opponent lifts her rifle in one practice motion. 3 targets stand before you. Fire at the first target. Did they say I failed that? You better not have. Are you serious? The shot goes slightly wide. The target remains untouched. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, the exerciser sends a round of her own downrange. Awesome, Cakefish. I like giving people the info they need. Her shot finds its mark, completely shredding the target. A feverish blush creeps over the exerciser's grim face. Again, fire at the second target. Are you serious? I had an 80 and a 60% chance and I missed both of them. Your hand jerks and the shot goes wide. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, the exerciser sends a round of her own downrange. Okay, so she is capable of missing. What's up, Ryan? Dialogue baited now. Can you make it? Yeah, there's character creator in it. So you'll be able to make your own character, male or female, bunch of different classes to choose from. The exerciser's shot misses. A feverish blush, again, fire at the third target. All right, so I hit one of them. I don't know if that's enough though. Your shot hits the very center of the target. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, the exerciser sends a round of her own downrange. Anytime now. Anytime now. Skip dinner. There we go. Hey, the shot misses. So what does that mean? The air turns pungent as a scent of sacred maintenance oils wafts from your opponent's rifle. Fine. Nice! The woman offers you a weapon. Go. Dreaded sniper rifle. All right, so what is this? Dreaded sniper rifle. If a weapon has the dreaded status, this weapon deals 10% more damage to targets with negative morale, which is perfect for me because I should be sending people's morale plummeting to the ground. It also deals 1 point more of damage, both base damage and vitals damage, and it has a much greater hit chance. So all around, this is a big improvement over the sniper rifle I come with. So very, very nice. None of my other peeps would use a sniper rifle, so I can add this to junk and let it go. Yeah, it's cool to have both this and Mechanicus 2 coming out. Lots and lots of Warhammer stuff coming out for sure. This game will definitely come out for a console, but probably not until 1.0. What's up, Orochi? All right, now. Where is the chapel? Oh, cool. We'll actually be able to see the things that we should have been able to loot that we didn't. So we can come back to that stuff. And yeah, now let's go over to the other side and get our last companion. Oh yeah, we already hit on that. And that. That is, yeah, that's where we need to go. And I think this is the chapel, right? Show the sigil. Welcome back, Acolyte. And Sister Helena. Sister Septima conveys her sincere condolences. Master D'Terral was a worthy man. Please accept my condolences. Detoral was a good man.
No sense in delaying.
There's a door over there. Let's see. Is this? Yep. Here's the chapel. Praise be to the providence of the God Emperor, for he has revealed here to undiscovered tomb of Saint Sibelius. The names of thousands of fallen agents of the Golden Throne are carved into the stone. Among them is a very recent inscription, Leander de Toral. Already have a huge complaint, no controller support. Oh yeah, I could have told you that. It's not available on console yet. They haven't worked all that out. A slight, wiry man stands before the wall of memory, his gaze tracing the endless lines of script in quiet reverence. After a long moment, he turns toward you. His piercing blue eyes seem to glow faintly. Do you seek something, Acolyte? Are you Sorrow, the sanctioned psyker? Oh wait, I cannot help but overhear your prayer. It came from the heart. The man bows his head in gratitude. It came to me as I pondered our duty before the guardian of humanity, before our master, our beacon in the impenetrable darkness of the void. I'm glad it touched your heart as well. What is this place? A chapel of the God Emperor. Even those who serve him with fervor require solace and prayer to endure their trials. And this, the man gestures toward the structure of metal plates, the wall of memory, a place of reverence for the Inquisitors who gave their lives to his glory. The mere sight of these names carved in metal fills one's heart with the resolve not to let those sacrifices be in vain. Unfortunately, I didn't hear any voice acting for Sorrow when I played through it. We'll see if they added some in. I'm pretty sure though in the trailer that Spanish voice we hear is his. Super cool. Can't wait to learn more about his character. Started playing catch-up around this time on Road Trader. Oh, nice. Was trying to wait for more DLCs for a complete experience, but I figured now if I do that, I'll get backed up with games. Well, did you see the next DLC is coming out on the 11th? I have nerve damage in my hands that makes keyboards painful. Oh, that's unfortunate, Toxic. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. So in a way that makes it easier to use a controller? That's interesting. Why is the controller interesting? What's going on, Fringlich? Yeah, I saw that Mechanicus 2 is out. They had released a new trailer with it as well. I can't wait to get into it. Definitely looking forward to it. Stick theme allows you to map keyboard inputs to controllers. Oh yeah, that's true too. Shoker is right. Shoker is right. So it's probably you're gonna have to do some customization, but you should be able to make that work. What up, Rage? Yeah, Warhammer fans are eating super good. Having a great day, man. It's kind of interesting that Sorrow is the complete opposite from Madeira. I think that's going to make him very interesting. Despite both being psychers, and he could perfectly be food for the Emperor. Yeah, many people feel like he's going to end up being our demon host. We'll see how it works out. Not constantly stretching the fingers back and forth. Controller, I just hold something steady in the hands and barely move. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. What's up, Mamo? Decisions. Are you Sorrow, the sanctioned psyker? The man nods slowly. Indeed, and you are slandered, one of those who returned from the perilous journey to the Owlcat system. The God Emperor has granted you his mercy, a rare and precious thing. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. I was tasked with finding you and recruiting you for my war band. The Tiratine Cabal has entrusted me with a mission. So, the Tiratine Cabal has deemed you righteous and restored you to the ranks of its servants. I had thought that contact with the Heresy of the Tyrant Star would have rendered you an outcast. Sorrow casts a glance at the memorial stand, where a plaque bearing Leander de Toral's name has already been placed. Too many of those sent to Iocanthos have perished in the depths of corruption. My only solace is that for one of them, Persephone, my sister by curse, a swift death became a bitter gift, sparing her the dreadful torment of survival. But that lies in the past, and now a new duty awaits us. I heed the Cabal's commands and stand ready to accompany you to face new trials. Were you and Persephone close? No, she kept her distance, yet I have always considered it my duty to keep watch over those who share the curse of witchcraft with me within these walls. Cyril glances at the memorial plates on the wall. His lips move in a brief prayer. She was strong, but she was taken too soon, and her name will remain only in my memory, not in the metal of this wall. What kind of psyker are you? What sorcery do you command? When the God Emperor's grace fills my heart, I give it form in purifying flame. Cyril's eyes flare with fire, a fearsome contrast to the psyker's placid expression. I am the conduit of his higher wrath, which reduces his enemies to ash and burns away the heresy that has taken hold of the weak and the lost. Epione quickly taps something into her data slate, glancing disapprovingly at the psyker. Noticing your look, she shrugs. I took the liberty of drafting a request for an increased allotment of burn ointment for our team. Ha! Sarah smiles faintly. A commendable precaution, though somewhat excessive, for the God Emperor knows his own and shall judge them accordingly. Coming. What's up, Thor? So news from this game? Yeah, Dark Heresy beta released today, so I ended up jumping in. How spoilery are things getting in here? Well, I'm still in the first area, so I haven't ventured into the, I'm still basically at home base. So I don't think there's any real spoilers for now until we get to the actual area where my first case is. So I would say you could probably watch it till we get there, you know, if you want to get a feel for things, but you also won't see any combat if you do that. So up to you. Knockout game. I'll play this act like 8 times before I get to act 2. Conduit, all right, Sorrow. For chaos, he just doesn't know it yet. Is it a DLC that fuses with the story, or is it DLC that happens after the story? It fuses with the story, so it's going to give you different things that you can experience throughout your playthrough. And it's going to give you a new companion as well. You are suspiciously well informed about me. A hint of shyness, a hint of slyness actually, touches Sarah's smile. Rumors spread easily among those permitted within these walls. Besides, I am often consulted on the nature of the warp and psychic ability. Your return and your painful experience in particular are of greater consequence to the Bastion Serpentus than you seem to realize. Very well, we must go, Sarah. The God Emperor protects, slandered. I'll leave you to it, Master Acolyte. I hope my escort made your return to the Bastion a little brighter and that I wasn't too intrusive. The 8 smiles and gives you a slight shrug. Since I am assigned to Quartermaster Numis and he is now assigned to your warband, it seems we will see each other often. I am at your service at any time. Blind makes the sign of the Aquila. The Emperor protects, Acolyte slandered.
Never still for long.
Yeah, so you might have to start the game. Take care, Thor. What's up, Maid Plays? How are you? Psalm of Sibelius the Infallible. Listen to the sermon. For they who doubt have already turned away from his light. Bow your heads and temper your spirits. Guard against fear through service, for battle scars are the sacred marks of duty. Pray to him not for salvation, but for endurance, for they who stand with humanity to the very end are already saved by him. Let me put me in. Ta-da!
Moving.
What does carp mean, Kyozo? What's going on, dude? Lovely. Athletics, 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 and none of us are good at athletics, unfortunately. This might take a while. Is there any difference to the game start based on your build choices? No, all builds are going to start the same in the beta. I don't know about the full version of the game. We'll see. Yeah, I've mentioned that on multiple occasions, Mamo. That
that is beyond anyone's ability.
The origins in Dragon Age Origins were amazing, and yet we never see anyone making use of it.
Best to try a different approach.
Well, injured the crap out of myself to do it, but we got to the goods, and that was trash. This Flagellant's Ring. The wearer's movement points are reduced by 2, but they deal more vital. No, not trash. Remove from junk. I want info. More vital damage that scales with both their ballistic skill and their weapon skill bonus. Oh, that's interesting. I'll collect that. It's only my first run because of course the data was wiped when I got a new PC doing Daring Iconoclast. That's wild.
Always on the move.
I'm sorry to hear that. How far did you get in that run? All right, bunch of things I can sell. Beautiful. The light of the candle flames dances across the cold, polished plaques before you. Each one bears the name of fallen inquisitors and interrogators who served the Bastion, Serpentus, and the Tyrantine Cabal. The plaque bearing the name Leander de Tyrol casts reflections onto your face. Time and the heat of candles have not yet dulled its shine. Clear your mind and offer up a prayer to the God Emperor. A fervent whisper escapes your lips, breaking the repose of the chapel. You recite the litanies again and again until the words run out altogether. The absence feels right as calm and stillness gently envelop your very being. Think about the enemies you have faced. If you had known more about them, might you have fought better? A succession of missed opportunities flashes before you like a chain of blood-stained blades. Mutants, abhumans, xenos. Every encounter turns into losses. Every rash attack robs the Inquisition of yet another fragment of knowledge about their tactics. And knowledge, after all, is a weapon too. A deep breath takes the swarming thoughts away. The chapel is filled with muffled sounds and the smell of incense. It is time to get back to the mission. Act 4? Damn, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Sorry to hear that. Dream RPG from Origins Nemesis system in various parts of the Wrath and Mythics. Just need a dev with $1 billion any day now. There's a game coming out. Am I going the right way? This is the chapel. Oh, okay, yeah. I know where I am now. There's a game coming out it's coming out obviously after Black Geyser Couriers of Darkness, but it's going to serve as a prequel. But one of the things, halt, Acolyte. Wary eyes examine you mechanically from head to toe. By order of the Lord Inquisitor, individual searches are to be conducted in the interest of Bastion Serpentus security. Stand up straight, arms and legs slightly apart. It's just a routine check, nothing personally. Allow yourself to be searched. As you say, praise the throne. I get at least one decent acolyte per watch. One of the guards trains his weapon on you while another methodically searches your pockets, boots, sleeves, and pouches. What is this thing? The guard turns the sealed metal tube you found unattended in the Bastion's halls over in his hands. I don't see a sanctioning tag from Chronicle Keeper Bloodworth. Removing any documents from the Archivum Serpentus without his permission is strictly forbidden. Go and return it to him. All right, I'll take the tube to the Chronicle Keeper. Listen, I will not repeat. Wait, you agree just like that? It must be my lucky day. Then go, Acolyte. The search is over. Nice. I haven't even found the Keeper yet, so that works for me. And I know I was talking about something. I forgot what it was. Oh, we're back here. I needed to go here anyway. So there is a puzzle over here. Oh, Black Geyser prequel. Black Geyser, it's in Kickstarter right now, and they've really emphasized that the background you choose is going to significantly change your experience. So it's a game about imperialism. You could play as a slave if you wanted to. You could also play as someone who basically stands with imperialism. I don't know if you could be like straight up like a slaver, but you could basically be someone who's part of that whole apparatus and believes that, you know, slavery is a good thing. And they said that morality is going to play a huge part in the game, and the game isn't going to really tell you what is good or evil, what is right or wrong. Those are all decisions you make for yourself, and that there's going to be a lot of shades as far as how morality is done. So you can be someone who is strongly against slavery, but at the same time strongly believes in the law. You don't have to be lawful stupid, you know, the way you have to in some other games. Seems like it's going to be very interesting. For the way they described it, I feel like if they do it the way I want them to, it could be the game that's closest to what we experienced in Dragon Age Origins. We'll see. I'm definitely going to be following it. Kenshi adjacent, is that similar to how Kenshi works? Okay, so you have this puzzle where you can turn around these columns to reveal different symbols, but it's very difficult to know which symbols are correct. If you hit this, then all the lights turn off and the door closes, and all of a sudden you get these. Is to cast shadows always. True evil.
Tread carefully.
Forever stalks in the shadows. And our unbearable burden, right, is to cast shadows always. Is that what it is? Is to cast these shadows always. Okay, so once you have the light off, your flashlight, if you put it behind these statues, you will all of a sudden see that there's a little symbol behind there. For example, this says a cross. So that lets me know that's supposed to be a cross. Cool, it's already there. What are you supposed to be? You are a skull. I saw that briefly. You can't hide away from me. And skull. And this is supposed to be a sun. There we go. Take care, Sly. Glad you enjoyed it. Looking forward to hearing more of your work for sure. And Inquisitor. Dodo. Dodo. And bam. Opens up
surroundings.
to give us boots. Force of will. The wearer gains an amount of movement points that scales with your willpower bonus. Whenever the wearer uses a psychic power, they do not provoke attacks of opportunity until the end of their turn. Very, very useful. You also get gloves. Friend Zone Injector Gloves. Whenever the wearer's melee attacks kill 2 or more enemies, the wearer gains +2 morale. And a little bit of coin. Very useful. The gloves, not quite that useful for any of the characters I have, but the boots, Sorrow, we'll definitely make use of those. And let's see this. More vital damage. I feel like you don't need to move around very much, so we'll take that. And then main attack kills 2 or more enemies. Yeah, we'll leave that out here for now. I wonder. Okay, so none of the Xenos characters I'm going to get will be able to make use of that, unfortunately. So you already have a fire grenade, of course. Oh, speaking of which, please bring this to Pathfinder. I think the puzzles in Dark Heresy are significantly better than what we got in Wrath of the Righteous. Significantly. Result ejector gloves, right? All right, so Sorrow, as you all have already guessed, is a sanctioned psyker, specifically a sanctioned pyromancer. So he could use the sanctioned pyromancer rhymes unspoken. If this ability is active, any psychic power used by the psyker becomes rhymed. And so I think it's just automatically Yeah, if no psychic power is rhymed through this ability during their turn, the psychic uses Sanctioned Pyromancer, the verse unleashed on their next turn. Was not used, then the psychic's Veil Degradation is 10 or higher. Use a random known psychic power on a random eligible target at the start of his next turn. So basically with Sorrow, you want to try to keep Veil Degradation above 10 as often as possible. But right above 10. You don't want to go all the way up to 20 because then that's when the problems start. Oh, and so he also comes with a staff that has Siphon Light. You could give him this staff that has Spontaneous Combustion, but I'm pretty sure he already has Pyromancer Blaze Weaver, and that is going to do the same thing except deal more damage. So, but we won't sell that for now because it might be useful later. We'll see. For content, not in this gameplay. So that's that. Now, we never got to the record keeper. Why? What happened there? So we can't. Oh, you know what? We skipped over a door, didn't we? Yep, there we go. Here's the door. Morally neutral hell escape. Interesting. All right, now
Never still for long.
Here's the record keeper. Oh yeah, the in-game character model, super cool. In fact, yeah, I should have showed those. But yeah, this is the one for my main character. Definitely an improvement over Rogue Trader. Here is Epion, my medic. Somebody jacked her face up really bad, but don't worry, baby. I'm with you anyway. He does not look right with those glasses, so let's take those off. His brows are just coming through them. So there he is. Definitely looks like Rambo in Warhammer. I'll take it. Put your glasses back on. And then finally we have Sorrow. Boop, 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 boop. I think all of the models, clipping notwithstanding, look great. I think his armor in particular as well looks amazing. Really good. Really good. All right. Got that. Representatives of the Ecclesiarchy would deem the contents of most of the books in the open archive section to be, at best, controversial. What's up, Top Boss? Love that look fire. What's up, Halifax? Yeah, Beta's treating me well, dude. Uh-oh. Did I fail that? That is not the what we're looking at most recently. Leaving the text utterly illegible. I must have failed that, and it's just not telling me. What's up, Letarius? Appreciate you lurking over on the channel. Boom, boom. Come on. Thank you. Now let's try this again. Why is it? There we go. Okay, it's failing. 75. 75 should be plenty. Come on, man. Do we know which branch of the Inquisition we're going to play in yet? You mean like which Ordos we're in? That I don't remember, but it does show us which convictions we're capable of aligning with. So you have the option of being mono-dominant, Xanthite, Amalathian, or Xenos hybrids. There we go. The ancient tome contains an impressive collection of historical essays, personal notes, lost chronicles, and encrypted documents regarding the founding of the Calixian conclave of the Inquisition. How long is the beta? 20 to 30 hours.
Keeping my eyes open.
Hey, we got a repair kit. Nice. What's up, Cabbage? I agree. I think it's looking really good. It screams ring through the heavens. Devastation approaches. Nah, we're not gonna allow that. Not gonna allow that. I think we're Xenos on the Order Hereticus, but I'm not completely sure. Cursed sorcerer. It's high time all their kind were put in side shackles and sent down to the detention cells. Ordo cluelessness. A study on the Bastion Serpentus. An old plaque at the base of the lectern reads, "As the last star fades from the sky, darkness does not triumph. The stars perish nightly so that the dawn might bloom once more. Render the last offering to the day, and the secrets of shadow will unfold before you." Given what I know about the Inquisition from the books, that skill tree seems interesting. What skill tree are you talking about? I got to decide if I should cut this run short because I just finished Janus. Yeah, I don't know what the new DLC adds yet, so I can't really provide you with guidance. The gaunt man raises his augmented eyes to you. The massive ocular lenses whir as they grind into focus upon your face. 10 minutes past in the corner. Are there time-sensitive events, like you get limited amount of actions? There are some time-sensitive events, but it's not like Kingmaker, you know, where it's like you have to finish this act in a certain amount of time. There might be a situation like the Lord Inquisitor says, "Hey, I want you to come see me immediately." If you decide to do a whole bunch of things beforehand and then come see him, well, there's going to be reactivity to that. But then after you've seen him, you can still go and do anything that you wanted to go do, right? At least that's been my experience so far. I have not found any skulls yet, Zero. Oh, the morals tree. Yeah. I think it works out very, very interesting. Yeah, it's not like Kingmaker, Letarius. Owlcat definitely learned a lot from that experience. Kingmaker's timers were generous enough and really made the stakes feel more real than most other CRPGs. I think the bigger issue with Kingmaker was the lack of stability. That people were running into so many bugs and issues that having that the timers on top of it really made the situation tough. Ah, are you the acolyte who recently delivered a most remarkable artifact from the Owlcat system? It was originally described by the xeno-archaeologist Marcus Lucius Trenzers in his Contemplations. A great achievement for the Tyrantine Cabal, all thanks to you. The man nods in approval. Who are you? I have not seen you here before. Chronicle Keeper Bloodworth, assigned to the Archivium Serpentus on the Lord Inquisitor's orders 2 cycles and a dozen turns ago. I oversee the preservation of tomes, scrolls, documents, and, most importantly, history itself, as the keepers before me have done. Yes, that should be comprehensive enough. Could you tell me more about the Archivium Serpentus? With a dry, nearly emaciated hand, he gestures across the hall. This abode allows one to barely scratch the surface of the knowledge that lies embedded within the depths of the Bastion Serpentus. Only the most frequently requested and most necessary to peruse works are assembled here. The true treasure is concealed from uninitiated eyes in the restricted section, and even deeper than that. If one day you decide to devote your life to their preservation, I shall assist you in drafting a petition for transfer into our cohort. To begin your acquaintance with this section, I recommend exploring the archival shelves. Choose something light at first. The memoirs of Inquisitor Valus Cade, for instance. You may also consult the auditory records stored within the cogitator on the level below. Some of those I myself find rather engaging. Hand over the tube. I found an unclaimed manuscript in the Bastion's halls. It seemed to belong to the Archivium Serpentus. Unclaimed, you say? Has some acolyte once again neglected the sacred rules governing the use of the archives? And where were those dunces on guard duty looking? The keeper's face turns abruptly pale as his gaze falls upon the lid of the tube. What is this? A text from the restricted section. But how? These documents are not to be transferred from the Archivium Serpentus, not even from this very hall. He glances at the data slate resting on the desk before once more examining the tube. By the throne, someone has fixed an incorrect identifier to these papers, and not to these alone. Several other documents from the restricted section have entered general circulation and been dispersed throughout the Bastion. They must be returned at once to their proper place. Yes, I shall see to it. Thank you, Acolyte. Do you need any assistance with the lost documents? Assistance? No. Yes, perhaps. He hesitates, but then hands over a data key. One of the cogitators in this hall, on the lower level below, contains records of all requests made to the restricted section. If you can determine who is responsible for the unauthorized transfer of documents from the archive, I shall contrive some means of expressing my gratitude. I must go. What up, JD? Join the Slate RP. He's the best voiceover streamer. Hey, thank you so much, Jay. I appreciate it, dude. Oh no, a bureaucratic mistake at 40K. Deadly! Deadly. Level 3.
Never still for long.
Okay, nothing we can give you right now. Essay on the Morning Star. Yep, we are ready for a level up. The servitor slowly cross-checks the names and identification numbers of the tomes against the shelves designated for their storage. Did I click on this already? No. The weighty tome titled Liber Xenologist is chained to the shelf and covered so densely with purity seals that not even its spine is visible. What's up, Tito? It's been looking very, very good, man. Definitely having a good time. Definitely having a good time. Okay, so I chose an officer at level 1. I also chose to be a noble. And because of that, I get a list of specific specializations I can go into. So for example, you could be combat disruption. So trying to basically debuff enemies that are around you. Or demoralization, which is all about trying to lower the morale of enemies around you. If you take a medium armor specialist, it would allow me to be able to wear medium armor along with giving me a bunch of talents and modifications that revolve around making that medium armor protect me even more. So right now I can only wear light armor. I am going to go into combat morale specialist because morale is extremely important in this game and basically replaces momentum from rogue trader. It dictates how quickly you get your heroic acts, and if you can send an enemy's morale plummeting to -10, you break them, which causes them to potentially skip a turn or even attack their own allies. So you definitely don't want that happening to your allies. So being able to keep their morale at least even, if not high, is very, very important. So specialization at level 3, like with most D&D classes. Organizations, except in this game, you get specializations repeatedly. So you get at level 3, level 6, then it skips all the way to level 14, and then 19. So my thinking is it skips all the way to 14 because somewhere in here we're going to get another archetype, and it's just not clear when yet. I would guess at level 10 because it seems like level 9 is when Act 1 ends. So I assume in Act 2 we get it to level 10, and that starts us down a totally different archetype that we can go into. All right, so I'm going to do Combat Morale Specialist. Whenever this character applies an effect to an ally, and it could be yourself, that ally gains +2 morale. Each ally can only gain this bonus once per round, but that means when I use Voice of Command, not only do I get the initial benefits, but I also get +2 morale on them. And it makes it advantageous for me to spread around positive effects to other allies, because then they can each get that bonus once, right? If I could get everybody that bonus in the round, that would be really, really preferable, but even if it's not necessarily possible, we'll see. All right, in addition to this, we can choose an upgrade for one characteristic, and I'm just going to go ahead and go with Fellowship because obviously it is the characteristic that is most important to me. Now we get Epion. She is a soldier and a surgeon. So her list of specializations is very, very different. As you can see, she does not have the ability to increase the morale of people around her. But she has a bunch of other really interesting options. She could wear heavy armor if you wanted her to. She could have tactical maneuvers, which is going to make it much easier for her to move around the battlefield. And she could dual wield if you wanted her to as well. I personally prefer to go with area of effect. I love to make her the person holding my plasma weapons, my fire weapons, my what do you call it, melter weapons. All of that is super, super cool. She's great at firing something that melts down 4 or 5 enemies at one time. So that's the direction that I'm going to go with her. And subsequently for melter skill, she really needs more intelligence. Intelligence is her most important characteristic. Ballistic skill is important as well, but she can figure that out. It's all good. Now, what's his name? Haymar, he's also a soldier, but remember, he has that special background ability that makes his burst fire attacks much more powerful. So you don't want to make him area of effect. Instead, you want to focus on burst fire with him. So this is going to give him burst fire specialist. His burst fire attacks are going to cost 1 action point less, which is very important because when you use his unique ability, it increases the cost of burst fire attacks by 1. So this basically cancels that out while also giving him a little bit more ballistic skill and more awareness, which is important for him. Hopefully we can search around and find those skulls, and a bunch of other talents and modifications. Fascinating. AoE spec appears to be covered. Oh yes, I'm sorry, I should have talked about that a little bit more. I'll do that in just a bit. And remember, this specialization applies to any burst fire weapon. So autocannons, bolters, whatever you can think of, it works with it. And then he really, really benefits from more toughness. So I'm going to give him some toughness here. Now, I should have delved a little bit deeper. When you look at area of effect specialist, keep in mind it applies to all area attacks. So it's plasma weapons. Why is it escaping me right now? Oh, melter weapons and fire weapons and grenades. And there are multiple talents under area of effect specialists that specifically apply to making you more powerful with grenades. So really, really cool stuff. And then finally we have Sorrow. So as you can see, he is a mystic and a sanctioned psyker. So he gets his own list of specializations. Now, some of them we've already seen, but then 3 of them are only available for psychers. Now, he automatically starts with telekinesis and pyromancy. You can't do anything to change that. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to be Sanctic. If you play as a sanctioned psyker who has Sanctic, then you could basically have all 3 of these covered without him having to assist in that. As far as what I want him to have, that's a good question. I'm kind of almost thinking, let's see. So this gives him a demoralize ability. All attacks and abilities inflicting negative effects apply. The target suffers a percentage hit chance penalty. That is your intelligence bonus and agility bonus for 1 round. Inflicting combat suppression repeatedly prolongs the effect by +1 round and reduces morale by -1. And this is, and you get this from inflicting negative effects. He's going to be inflicting burning, and he might also inflict assail. So based on that, I think combat disruption should work well for him. We'll see how it works out. And he likes to do area of effects. So if he can burn a bunch of enemies and then also disrupts all of them, that should be very powerful. Pyro be your main character spec. Yep, Pyro works very, very well. Telekinesis is much different in this game compared to the way it is in Rogue Trader. It's very, on some in some ways, it's very defensive. You can use a dome that protects you from ranged attacks that are outside of the dome, and your defense against it scales with both your willpower and intelligence bonus. And then you could also have a barrier that gives you direct damage reduction and armor durability against all attacks. And again, that's going to scale with your willpower and intelligence bonus. So it gives you some really nice options, and it has telekinesis assail, which is going to make one enemy staggered, basically rendering them unable to do anything, which is super, super effective against some of those boss enemies that'll do major damage and have major impacts against you. So it's definitely a worthy pickup. Combat specialist, and then characteristic, we need intelligence and willpower. His intelligence is already super high, so I kind of feel like willpower is where he could use some more help. So let's do that and apply there. And now we have all of these taken care of, and we just need to figure out how to do old boy's quest. So let's see. Here we go. Use access key. A steady hum emanates from the cogitator's innards. The machine spirit has been roused from its slumber and is awaiting further instructions. View request log. Over the past 5 days, access to the restricted section has been requested by Servo Archivist, 15 requests. Acolyte of the Inquisition, no request. Chronicle Keeper, no request. Request a tome for the restricted section. Attention, Servo Archivist is unable to fulfill the request. Error calls unknown.
Moving.
Studied servitor's behavior. Deliver the tome from section number, error, incoming request, reset, at destination point, error, reset, deliver the tome.
Reconnoitering.
Let's see, can I just tell him then? Poor Galam. Catching your look, the keeper decides to explain. That psyker, the one the guards punished, he studied Comus, much as you do now, but he failed to endure the burden of such knowledge. The Servo Archivist assigned to the restricted section is malfunctioning. It has been autonomously requesting texts and subsequently leaving them along its route to the atrium. A servitor? To permit a defective tool to perform duties of such importance is a most regrettable act of negligence on the part of the technomats. The keeper shakes his head. I promise to thank you, Acolyte, and I intend to keep my word. May the wisdom contained within these pages lighten your difficult path. I must go. So he gave me collection of litanies to St. Drusus. The wearer gains plus 10 willpower. 10 guesses. Who would like that? What's up, Bruno? Love your content energy, man. Shout out for Brazil. Hey, appreciate you checking in from Brazil, man. Hope things are going well. RPG done. Hey. That's done. And then essay on the Morning Star. Accept.
Mind your surroundings.
Booyah. Pull. And booyah. All right, and let's see, Lore Heresy. And that did not work. I hate failing checks in this game. I hate it, especially in this like 80%. It's 80%. Just give it to me. Just give it to me. Oh, are you kidding me? Come on, man. You know it, Nate. Every last one of them heretics have got to go. Actually, no, I'm playing as Xenos Hybris, so I'm working with the Xenos this time. We're not going to be burning all the heretics. There we go. Several books, manuscripts, and scrolls on disparate subjects have been gathered together in one place. Upon examination, it becomes clear what unites them. A secret cipher in the margins of each one that forms the word reflected.
Reconnoitering.
The wearer gains plus 10 metal. The target allies of the wearer's psychic powers gain 12% to their combat skills. Metal reflects its resistance and tenacity for 1 round, and this is based on your willpower bonus. I'll collect all. And then once again, who loves that? He loves that. Got some wall inclusions coming later. We're going to be like Kendrick's position in the Inquisition. That's exactly where we are, Scarus. We're Acolyte. The longer you stare into the mirror, the more obvious it becomes that the reflection is peering back with conscious interest and that you do not control its movements. Creepy! That's calm 80%, but it's actually 20% in disguise, basically. Unfortunately. Now, what weirds me out is the restricted section of the Bastion Serpentus archives contain records of the object's first manifestations. In order to gain understanding of the anomalous celestial object known as a tyrant star, the Acolyte must gather together all possible facts, such as rumors and insights, either directly or indirectly related to its manifestations. So I feel like when I go up here, there should be something. But when I played this the first time, I didn't see anything. And I don't feel like I'm seeing anything right now either. Searching all this very, very slowly. Yep. Making sure I'm walking by every single inch. And there's nothing. Big old nada. And let me click this one more time. Yep. That's nothing. You say anything? Nope. Our duty is to stop. I'm under strict orders. Yeah, there's nothing here. What about you? Nothing. Wary look. You nothing.
Still for long.
Can't use that that terminal anymore, and you have nothing else to say. So I don't know how to finish that quest. I'm not sure if it might be broken. Yeah, that doesn't say anything new. You're not saying anything new. Nope. There's an Acolyte downstairs. Your guard. Your guard. Anything? Nope, not you, not you. And there's nothing else for me to do here. That's already done.
Keeping my eyes open.
Nope. And I can't, yeah, there's no way for me to go downstairs or anything, so I don't know what that's about. But we're gonna let it go. We finished all the quests over there, so now we need to head back to the medical center. Someone mentioned that I should be able to find skulls. I'm still not finding them.
Not once.
All that, despite all the bonuses to awareness that what's his name has, them skulls are not popping up. Unless they popped up and I just don't realize it. Yeah, no. Whatever's supposed to go in there, it's not popping up. What up, Domino? Hey, appreciate you signing back up as a member over on Twitch, dude. Thank you so much. How are you? What's up, Fortex? It's looking amazing, dude. Really enjoying this. Thoroughly enjoying it. What was that? Oh, you know what? I just realized, I forgot. There are a couple of things I couldn't open, right? That I was going to come back to. All of Act 1 is in beta, Domino. What's up, Crookers? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Return the found augmetic. I thought you were the ones who needed help. Praise be the Golden Throne. You found the augmetic. But how? And where? Uh-oh. Oh, crap. Okay, hold on. I did this a little early. So, when we came into the room, when we picked up the augmetic, somebody came into the room and was shocked that we were there. You got to figure out who that is. I forgot. And we gotta figure out how do we get here. Oh, so this must be whenever I can figure this out, I guess this will open and I'll be able to get in there and loot whatever is over there. No idea where those skulls are. All right. Yeah, and there we go. Combat training facility. Let's go there. Go in here. Yes, your Rogue Trader exists. This game happens around the same time as Rogue Trader, so they've already said there's at least a possibility that some folks from Rogue Trader will make cameos in the game. Wall accusing is a bit sketchy. You are acting quite suspicious. Oh. Failed. Mm-hmm. Come on. Inspect. Dude, 70%. Come on, man. Come on. There we go. Despite his forced calmness, the Acolyte keeps glancing between you and the exit. The encounter in the interrogation room clearly rattled him. All right. Hopefully that should trigger it. And we will now come over here. And yeah, over here is where the people are. And then once we're done with that, I can't get to you, but these two I should be able to loot. Let's do that. On a DLSS mod tonight, made my own for Rogue Trader as the hey drives me nuts. Yeah, that's the one thing that's kind of unfortunate for Tega. This is definitely a game where it doesn't feel right if you don't, if you're not able to pass those checks. Acolyte Lim hid it in one of the interrogation rooms. Our paths crossed while I was confiscating the stolen items. He seemed quite anxious after that. Lim, but we've been mending every bone in his body for the last 2 cycles after he came back from a failed mission. Yes, 2 cycles. It all fits. That ungrateful bastard. Thank you, Acolyte. We'll make sure he gets what he deserves. The young woman swiftly hands over a weighty-looking Mechanicus kit. Thank you, Acolyte. I know it's not much, but it's from our personal stash and of the best quality. May the God Emperor watch over you during your missions. Medkits are not infinite, so that's actually quite valuable at this point in the game. Depending how good you are or not at combat, you might run through quite a bit of them. And now... All right, nothing's gonna happen yet apparently, so we'll deal with that when we come back. We missed something in here. How? Oh, that's just the, is that just the book? Yeah, that's just the book we could loot. I mean, I'll take it with me. I don't want it sitting on my map. Is that what that was? Yeah, that was showing up. What? How the heck did I miss? Oh. Wait, how did I miss that? Oh, that was something locked. Interesting. 40K is eating good for the next few years. Save it for total War 40K. Then I'll definitely get this. Yeah, there's a lot of good games coming out. More Rogue Trader. DLC, Dark Heresy beta, hopefully full game this year. Total War, Dawn of War, Mechanicus 2, and they just announced a sequel for Chaos Gate. Like, insanity. Pure insanity. Oh, come on, man. We just got to finish this, and then we're finally ready to move into the next area. There we go. A bunch of money. I'll take it. All right, now. I have no idea where those skulls are, and I ain't gonna worry about it. There will be other playthroughs. Boom. 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 Interrogator. I'm supposed to talk to you? The moment Master Sodavan gains access to the Oraculum Noxus, you are to cease all other duties and report here.
Always on the move.
The banner of the Holy Ordos of the Inquisition, the defenders of humanity, the scourge of Xenos, sorcerers, and heretics.
Be on your guard.
What's this? Whoa! Skull branded in its left eye socket. I didn't find that on my first playthrough. Well, that's freaking cool. And look, I was just about to give up on it. The longer you look at the armored casket, the harder it is to tear your gaze away. It is as if something is calling from within. Is there still ship combat? No. Or did they replace it with another mechanic? Ship combat and the planet colonization are both replaced with the investigation system, your Inquisitor Journal, which we haven't seen yet because I don't have a case yet.
No sense in delaying.
No skull discovered there. Sister September conveys. Yeah, we already heard that.
Tread carefully.
Ha ha ha! Sick. Sick, sick, sick. Totally missed that my first time playing. Wow. Very, very cool stuff.
Always on the move.
Ah, this is the where you come in separately. There's nothing to loot here. All right, let's see if we can get this opened up. You got the T-bone pose? You know what? I'll forgive it. We're not here yet. Maybe it'll change once we're here. And yep, there we go. No, morality system is completely changed. So now instead of whatever we had before, we have convictions. So you can either be monodominant, Xanthite, Amalathian, or Xenos Hybris, or some combination. Hope it surpasses Rogue Trader. Did it because Wrath of Rights is the Kingmaker? For me, it could definitely surpass Rogue Trader because I love, love, love mysteries and being able to play as a detective. So this, that aspect of this really appeals to me. Greatly, greatly appeals to me. Booyah! Very nice. Never did this before. Whoa, there's a guy just with praise the God Emperor. You found me. Tell them that I finished the report. Sleight of hand. Oof. Densely written report. Among the dozens of pages of the densely written report on Bastion Serpentus stamped paper are a few lines that make up the deceased scribe's last letter. There were 3 of us when we came. Tressa, Roland, and myself. We were supposed to count everything in the room. We thought we finished quickly, but the servitor counted out the allotted time and we still weren't done. Then the servitor left and took the keys from the statues. At first we shouted, then we wept, then we prayed. After 5 sleeps, Roland wanted to give up. Tressa and I talked him out of it. After the next sleep, he passed away. Tressa and I did not speak of hunger, but we both knew that Roland's body was not yet cold. We resisted. 2 more sleeps passed, and Tressa left me. Then I decided to violate the right of report writing and set down these lines. Rescue is so close. I hear people walking behind the walls, hear the Bastion humming, but no one hears me. If you are reading this, remember that we remain faithful to the God Emperor to the very end. The report must be delivered to the archive section, Beta Epsilon Pi. Wow. Crazy, crazy, crazy. And if combat lasts more than 1 round in the late game, bonus. It definitely seems like this is the type of game where that won't be a problem. Question, even though the Steam page says you need a 3060 graphics card for this game, think that really needed even if I could play Rogue Trader fine? You probably could just turn down the settings some, Chris, is my assumption, without having obviously tested that. But I would say most likely it's not absolutely needed. Standard bearer armor. The wearer and all allies within their influence gain a plus a bonus based on fellowship to metal reflexes and tenacity. The wearer gains damage reduction equal to their negative morale? No. Sacred logs of the rite of restoration. At the conclusion of the routine listing of recited litanies. Okay, we're not reading all that, but very, very cool stuff. All right, so now we have to go back to the record keeper because somebody should keep this report. Looking forward to giving this a blast after work. Hey, I hope you enjoy it, man, when you're able to give it some time. Definitely let me know your thoughts. Okay, so what? Do I just talk to you? Nope. Don't tell me I take this person's record and oh, wait. Can I put it in here? No, that's still essay on the Morning Star. They don't give me a way to actually file the record? Come on now, these people died for this. Nothing, huh? That's unfortunate. I assume it doesn't go in the restricted section. That's it. I'm just gonna die and nobody's gonna care. All right, well, I tried, y'all. I tried to give you some last little bit of dignity. Hello, darling. Was school okay? Awesome. All right.
Love you.
That's fine. Love you too, darling. All right.
Make sure to like and subscribe.
Go get your, make sure you go get something to eat, okay? All right, close my door.
I don't have to go to Taco Bell today.
No problem, darling. But make sure you get your homework done and that you grab something to eat, okay? All right, love you. Scaris, you can purchase the game on Owlcat's website and they'll give you a key that you can use on Steam. Ooh, Amazi. What's up, Asamar? Did you finish Rogue Trader as a good guy? I have finished Rogue Trader as every disposition possible. Lord Inquisitor Zerb's new acolyte. Let's see how long you last. Wow, isn't that nice? All right, I'm trying to work here. You have an assignment to complete. What are you doing? All right. Oops, this is not the right direction. Let's go over here. I think. No? What am I supposed to do? Take the gun cutter, right. I thought it was there. Oh, but maybe not. Here, okay, hold on. Arcoflagellant. What does that mean? I keep seeing this character, and I still don't understand what that means. Hated the aftermath. What happened to your realm? What your companions did to each other? Typical Warhammer. There is no happy ending. Yeah, that's why I have repeatedly said I don't feel like Iconoclast is really all that satisfying. I still say Dogmatic is the best way to play the game. Well, there are definitely people who strongly disagree with me and try to sing Iconoclast praises, but in my opinion, either go Dogmatic or Heretic. Iconoclast gives you the illusion that you're really making a peaceful, better world, but in reality, there's nothing you can do to change the way things work. Heretical all the way, hey, that's one way to do it, for sure.
Never still for long.
And notice we have lost our companions now, so when you're at the docks, you're always alone. And consequently, only your skills matter, and my sleight of hand, it's barely even worth trying. We can try that, and I'm not gonna bother to restart that. It just is what it is. And hey, look at that. We did receive all those cents though. Ah, crap, I should have looked at my inventory to see if there's anything else I needed to give them. But I think we're good. Am I going to use this at all? Extremely unlikely, but I'm going to hold on to it just in case. Definitely need all of those. The quartermaster is cross-referencing something on a long scroll with the contents of a hefty hardbound book. Noting your approach, he rolls up the parchment. Quartermaster Numis, warranted by the Inquisition, has arrived at the Acolyte's base of operations. His cold voice rattles off the rehearsed words. And now that the formalities are out of the way, well, what was the news? New Road Trader DLC soon. New playthrough is Dogmatic thing. Yep, new Road Trader DLC. Dark Heresy beta is out. Sequel for Chaos Gate. Lots of Warhammer stuff. Heretical is your favorite, Stormy? I feel like Heretical has higher highs, right? Like there's some really, really crazy high points when you do a Heretical playthrough of Rogue Trader. But I think Dogmatic is done very well and it's much more consistent. Like there's very little in a Dogmatic playthrough that really kind of takes you out of it. Whereas when you're playing as a true out and out Heretic, there's multiple situations where you're like, some of my Dogmatic companions should have a very strong visceral reaction to what's happening right now, and they don't, and that's disappointing. Dogmatic was your buggiest run. Did you do it early in the game cycle? What's up, Felipe? Let us icons stay Delulu. Happy. Hey, I don't try to take it from you. You were just in time, Acolyte. I didn't have to send a Vox message. There's a certain issue regarding our potential allies of Scintilla that requires attending. By order of the Lord Inquisitor, it falls to you to deal with it. That is, unless you have more urgent concerns. Numis's tone leaves no room for doubt. For someone of your standing, there could be no matter more pressing than Anton Zerb's assignment. What is your business within the Bastion's walls? Charters, supplies, I treat with the money changers, seal packs, partake in vendatoriums, and hold public and private conciliums. On occasion, I investigate how some truly dangerous trinket or other ended up in the hands of common servants. If I am unable to reach an accord with a supplier, I pass the information on to the Acolytes so they may seize their stock by force. Now, what else? Ah, yes, I also bring order to the records. Numis flicks a speck of dust from one of his ledgers. Do you have any idea what even a simple inventory audit cost me to conduct when I first took this post? You are a learned man, and yet you stay away here, and yet you waste away here as a quartermaster? Numis studies you for a long moment before answering. It is more that I ended up a quartermaster because I am a learned man. I am able to read, write, and keep accounts, and one cannot manage the ledgers for incoming and outgoing supplies without that. It's true, you do lose Argenta. That's a big deal, Stormy. Dogmatic is kind of a redemption arc, while Heretic feels like a true continuation of the story of your predecessor. That's definitely true. If you want to make the case it runs in the blood, Heretic is the way to go. How did you come to be with the Inquisition? I wasn't, you understand, given much of a choice in the matter, unless you count summary execution as one. They called me doing a bit of cold catching, but I won't complain. Better in here than out there, especially in these times. Numis grimaces. A bit of cold catching, a strange turn of phrase to the uninitiated, but one that immediately marks the quartermaster as a former coal trader. You're a former smuggler, are you not? Did you ply the coal trade? Numis raised a surprised eyebrow, then smirks. Very astute. Aye, that's the truth of it. I was once a man of some standing in the Casbalica. When I was apprehended, it was decided that my connections within the organization were of more use than my corpse. Now the Terratine Cabal has a direct line to all the criminal network's resources, access to forbidden wares, and a means to control whether anything more perilous than a shipment of common Xeno weapons finds its way into the Casbalica's trade lanes. The Inquisition consorting with criminals, that is heresy. The quartermaster sighs. The Inquisition is permitted far more leeway than other organizations. Anything, almost anything, in service of the protection of humanity and the Imperium. A crate of Shuriken rifles is nothing compared to the Tyrant Star, but in the hands of a seasoned acolyte, Xeno weaponry can be an excellent aid when fighting against the enemies of the Golden Throne. And if you truly believe the Inquisition never gets its hands dirty, it's high time you shed that naivety. Numis gives a faint smirk. The Puritan Inquisitors may carry themselves with nobility, but it's the radicals who live the longest. Look at the composition of the surviving Cabal, and you will see the truth of it for yourself. Let us speak no more of this. There should be a Xenos Hybris option there to speak it, to let them know, hey, I strongly agree. You said I ran Halo on my first Icon run, so whoops. Nice. Is there anything I ought to be aware of? Numis runs a finger along the parchment list. No, nothing of interest at the moment. What's the issue with our allies? Glad to see you're taking an interest. Now, the quartermaster unfurls another scroll from the endless pile beside him. The Inquisition has in its possession a fully functioning yet unneeded Lehman Russ battle tank, to which multiple factions across the Calixtus sector have now laid claim. Some of these factions could greatly benefit the future endeavors of the Terratine Cabal, provided we show a small measure of forbearance and understanding by handing over the relic. This may be the least important question of all, but where did that spare tank come from? A reclamation from a distant part of Scintilla. I assume it comes from one of the ancient sites of skirmishes between the defenders of the Imperium and the enemies of humanity. Although the passage of time and harsh conditions have done little to harm the tank's internal workings, all identifying marks on its exterior have been erased, leaving its original ownership unclear. Currently, the Terratine Cabal has determined that the Lehman Russ holds greater value as a reputational asset than for its material worth. Why am I the one who has to decide this? Because after the death of Inquisitor de Terral, Anon Zerb made you his personal acolyte, an astounding honor for someone like you. He wants to see how you make judgments on political matters and what kinds of decisions you tend to favor. A sensible precaution, albeit a somewhat belated one. Why should the Inquisition show forbearance and understanding in the first place? Whatever happened to fear and awe? Numis clicks his tongue approvingly. Nothing happened. Fear and awe they know well already. You could say those are our most familiar and convenient tools. In this instance, however, as a representative of the Terratine Cabal, you have the option of taking a subtler approach by cultivating in them not just civility, but something even more rare, gratitude. Which factions are you referring to? The Scintillan mission is the official representative of the Adeptus Ministorum in the Calixtus sector. You might consider them the living embodiment of the ecclesiarchy in this part of the galaxy. The Scintillan Fusiliers are regiments of the Astra Militarum, recruited from this planet and thus carrying significant political influence. The Lath World's fleet arrived in the system long ago and actively protects the interests of the Adeptus Mechanicus. And, of course, there are the Lucidians. They make up the nobility of Scintilla, with the planet's governor, Lord Calixtus Marius Hax, as their leader. Naturally, there are others, but these four are of primary interest to the Terratine Cabal. They possess resources and power that, with the proper stimulus, could be directed towards goals favorable to the Inquisition. What benefit could each of them potentially bring? I assume you mean for you personally? resources. The Centellan mission can provide us with chain weapons, bolters, and flamers from their fanatics' arsenals. The Fusiliers can supply heavy weapons and armor, as well as sniper rifles. The Lathworld's fleet is ready to offer plasma and melter weapons, not to mention their fearsome Omsimian axes. The Lucidians have access to dueling weapons, psyker armaments, and certain specimens of Xenos gear. Numis winks at you. I hope the potential benefits of diplomatic efforts are a bit clearer to you now. I am ready to make my choice. Numis raises his hand over the data slate. I'm listening. The Lucidians. Numis carefully records your answer. I will prepare the required transportation warrants immediately. Very well. I consider this matter settled. I need a restock. I'm sure you do. Whose wares would you like to look over? The Lucidians' wares. So, somebody asked in what ways is it different compared to the profit factor system that you had in Rogue Trader. In this game, you actually have to buy items. So I have 1,000 cents, which is the universal medium of exchange on this world. And you see there are a bunch of different things I could potentially purchase with my money. Also, since I just took a plus 20 reputation bonus with this particular vendor, I have access to more items than what I usually would. So you'll see when we go to the other vendors, what I'll be able to purchase from them is significantly less. Now, this weapon deals vital damage. Is this considered to be must not have? Okay, so yeah, this is okay, so there, this is some of that Xenos weaponry. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Deadly rifle, cool stuff. And so having Xenos companions, they will make great use of it. Now, let's sell all my junk to them, which is going to help me more. And then we're going to get repair kits. This allows you to repair your armor during combat. Multi-key, which allows you to unlock items if you fail the initial unlock check. And then machine rights are going to help if I'm trying to hack into systems. And then melter charges is another way for you to be able to unlock items. And then if I wanted to, I could pick up other things. If there's only one enemy within an influence, the wearer gets, what determines that 7%? Ballistic skill plus weapon skill. Possible. Sniper rifle. Oh, this is actually better than the sniper rifle I have. Sundering. Attacks with this weapon deal 16 more damage if the target's armor is reduced to 0. That's kind of crazy. And it won't tell me what it's based on, but still, the regular sniper rifle is better than the dreaded sniper rifle, which, okay, that's interesting, but sure. Cool to see icons that tell you why you can't use an item as such. Absolutely. Once per turn, when the wearer deals vitals damage while shooting with a pistol, they do not spend action points while making their next pistol attack. That would be useful for dual pistol build. A dual wielding pistol build, actually, but that's not what I'm running. Dress gloves. The wearer gains 5 fellowship. That is useful to me. I'll go ahead and take that. Let's see. The wielder gains, yeah, that's just a regular sword. Don't need that. Flak armor. This is medium armor. The wearer gains 20% more wounds and armor durability. That would probably be useful as well. So we'll go ahead and take that. And it looks like that's everything that's useful here. We could get the Triumphant Stub Revolver, but we already have that. Howl Grenade. On impact, this grenade emits a piercing shriek. Affected targets have their morale reduced by 3 and must pass a metal test. Those who fail suffer 15% less hit chance for 2 rounds. Very nice. Okay, so reducing morale by 3 could be really, really useful in some situations. But for now, that is it. So we will go ahead. Yeah, and you don't have any med kits. So we will go ahead and deal that and close that and then open this back up. And even though they're not directly on my team, I can still manipulate their inventory. Very nice touch. I do appreciate that. And we will go ahead and take out my dreaded sniper rifle, and this can be added to junk. We don't have anybody else who uses sniper rifles. I looks like I'm capable of wearing that armor, but I'm in the back. They are in the front, and so this makes more sense for you. And it's already marked as garbage. Excellent. And did I get anything here? Yes, you got gloves to increase your fellowship. That's cool beans. And you know what? You can sometimes do a melee attack that kills 2 or more enemies. You're not doing that, so I might as well leave that there. All right. Back over to you, and let's do a quick save. And now let's look at the other options. So look over the proffered gear. Is this all you have? For now, that is all there is. You crave variety, you have to put in some work and win some new supply charters. Go to Scintilla and press someone powerful, or else Numis gives you an unpleasant grin. Make them respect you in the Cabal. Sometimes it can be useful for the Holy Inquisition to show the common folk, even those in high stations, its sharp teeth. I need to restock. All right, and now let's go Scintilla Missions Wares. So this is the Ecclesiarchy. They do have med kits. I definitely want that. And let's see. I could go ahead and take the multi-key and whatnot, but I'll leave that for now. Noble gloves. If the wearer is not attacked yet this turn, they gain +5 damage reduction to the start of their next turn. Could be interesting. And then we also have Executioner's bolters. So this could technically be nice for Hamar, but the problem is Hamar really likes high rate of fire, and he likes heavy weapons. He gets something extra with heavy weapons. I don't remember what it is. And so because of that, I don't use this. But if we find a heavy bolter, I would probably go ahead and throw that in his list. And then you can see here, we get some other things that are specifically for psychers and could be useful to me. But for now, we'll go ahead and just buy the med kits and be done with it. And now let's go ahead and talk to them again. Need to restock. And the Lath World Fleet's wares. Now they have repair kits, which I'm low on, so I'll take that. And then they also have the plasma pistol, which I actually found out I really like her with plasma. So I think I like plasma over fire, to be honest with you. So I'm going to go ahead and pick up plasma early this time. Metal threaded cloak. Whenever the wearer's heavy armor durability reaches 0, they gain 5 damage reduction. None of us are wearing heavy armor, so that doesn't work. And then if we continued on, I never saw Helm of Fear. That's new. All enemies adjacent to the wearer suffer a negative 10% penalty to their hit chance. That's interesting. Oh no, I did have that. It just didn't look that way before. That's cool. I use the spike heavy gloves. So yeah, all of this good stuff. Never got the plasma gun blazing hatred, but I would like to because it looks freaking fantastic. All right, we're gonna deal that, and we'll go in here, and she is gonna put down the flamer. Take this instead. We can add the flamer to junk. We'll keep this. You know what? Actually, yeah, we'll keep this around because that's going to deal more damage once we get that armor off, and this allows her to use a scalpel claw. I just said that I never set her up in a way that allowed her to use her scalpel claw, and look what happens. All right, now we'll go back in here. Need to restock again, Centillia Fusiliers, and we'll go for the med kit. Definitely need that. We also do not have any grenades. I just realized that. I probably should just go ahead and purchase some. Sure, why not? And then Corpseman's Cape. Whenever the wearer heals an ally within their influence, they both gain an amount of damage reduction that scales with fellowship and willpower. So technically this is good for the medic, but she's not increasing fellowship or willpower. So it doesn't really do that much for her, unfortunately. What's up, Cruz? How are you, dude? Probably been asked before, but is Patreon or YouTube membership better for you? You know what? Actually, I rarely get that question. Patreon membership is actually better for me. Patreon takes significantly less money from me than YouTube does. So if you were going to choose one, that's why I would prefer. But honestly, I appreciate the support regardless of how you get it. So thank you, dude. Thank you for thinking of me. Yeah, this I'm not gonna bother getting that for her. It's not doing enough. So yeah, we'll just get that, and then let's make sure Here, you should probably have a grenade. You got a fire grenade. That's cool. You got a regular grenade. And you, I kind of feel like you're on that med kit stuff. So I actually prefer you to have a repair kit. But, yeah, you know, repair kit is probably better for you. Repair kit is probably better for you. All right, and that is that. I can't do anything with that. Oh, well, now I could actually go ahead and try to open this. And so, hey, why not? Sooner or later. Boots of Masochism. Whenever the wearer is hit for the first time in a round, they gain +1 morale. That'll definitely be great for Ogren. A little bit more. Oh, replace the 2 med kits I lost and some more med kits. Beautiful. All right, now it is my honor to serve the Inquisition. May the God Emperor bless our path. Do not forget to pray before the mission. One must not depart without his blessing. How much longer are we going to be stuck here? Let's get loaded up already. The quality of the medical supplies leaves much to be desired. I'll have to compensate with my skills. Nonetheless, we are ready for departure.
Mind your surroundings.
Crates and tanks of supplies meticulously numbered by Numis's hands. A bunch of stuff to sell. There are currently no unloading operations in progress, and the storehouse doors are locked. More stuff to sell.
Not once.
Examine. All working on behalf of the Imperium. Beautiful. All right. Pray. Pray. Oh, he just does a Aquila. Okay, fine. Inspect. The engraving reads, "The God Emperor sends forth his servants into the darkness without fear, and value duty above life."
No sense in delaying.
The machine spirit of the cogitator meticulously gathers data about the mechanisms operating within the chamber. The cargo containers are marked with unknown symbols, indicating some are past deliveries from beyond the Callistic sector. And finally, we are leaving this area. So I thoroughly enjoy that intro, basically, to Act 1. I guess this was kind of still considered the prologue, kind of. But it is a significant amount of time before you get into combat. And frankly, even now, we're not really close to getting into combat either, to be honest with you. Master Pilot is waiting for you on the bridge. Follow me. The pilot seat is equipped with an array of different buttons and levers of unknown purpose. Commander, my regards. A tall and painfully thin man in uniform bows to you with such zeal that it seems he might snap in half. A sly smile plays on his sharp-nosed face. You're Miss Haas, pilot of the guncutter Verdict, ready to serve in the name of the God Emperor. It's fortunate that you've been appointed as the new commander of the guncutter. After Master de Terrell's death, the Verdict and I could have ended up with anyone. It's a relief to see a familiar face. As he mentions your fallen mentor, the pilot grows somewhat somber. So then, shall we begin your assuming of command? Why are you calling me commander? Ah, pay it no mind. Haas waves his augmented hand as if shooing away insects. Naval habits. Calling you captain feels off. The ship's too small for that, but commander sounds dignified and fitting. What is the ship's condition? We've been roughed up badly to be sure, but the tech priest and the Bastion Serpentus did solid work. I personally kept an eye on them. Pick any bolt, I saw it being screwed in and even gave a few instructions myself. A smug smile never leaves Yarmus's thin face as he blatantly exaggerates his role in repairing the ship. How are you faring after Schultz's valor? The pilot's animated face turns to stone. I try not to remember, Commander. I've been rather good at it. I thank the God Emperor for every dreamless night. How do I take command of the gun cutter? The Verdict is a ship with history and character, Commander. There are certain traditions to follow. To begin with, you must make your first Vox transmission from the communication sanctum. I'll contact you via the comm bead when you're finished. We'll also test the internal Vox communication while we're at it. Very well, I'll return shortly. The machines in the engineering compartment are making ragged, almost strained noises. The heat sears your face.
Sense in delay.
The vid screens display pics of various compartments, supplemented by lines of sacred runic signs and prayer tech formulas. The doors emit an oily smell, indicating that they are regularly maintained to ensure that access to the bridge can be blocked if necessary. A persistent smell of engine oil, dust, and ozone emanates from the discharged batteries in the compartment. The thick glass of the porthole reflects your translucent image. The once luxurious regicide board, replete with finely carved pieces, is now worn down from frequent use. A box caster used for the service crackles beneath the ancient prayer book. The pages of the tome are imbued with the acrid smell of candle smoke.
Never still for long.
The remains of porridge are stuck tight to the plate, and the mugs are blackened with recap stains. The rolled up mattress gives off a faint musty smell. Detroit, I never played Detroit Become Human. I keep hearing that it's a great game that I should check out at some point. Unfortunately, as you can see, I got a lot of, unfortunately or fortunately, I have a lot of games on my list, but that's definitely one. Maybe I'll get to it next year. It's a really good game for everyone who's looking for a new game. Yeah, I'm hoping maybe next year I can get around to it. The machine spirits are agitated. Crackles, clicks, and beeps fill the air as if the bulky cogitators were communicating with each other. I gotta play, well, first I have to finish my Pillars of Eternity stream. I need to play XCOM 2. I need to play Planescape Torment, and I'm going to try to get through Arcanum. And so when I get through those, then Detroit Human might be something I'll get started on. Fortunately, indeed. How did you get into streaming? Ever since I was a kid, I always wanted to have a job that would be involved in the video game industry, but I never thought that people would be interested in watching me stream the kind of games that I enjoy. But I played Pathfinder Kingmaker right around the time I was starting to really have thoughts about, hey, you're a father now. What is your daughter going to see? Your daughter should see her parents pursuing their dreams. So if that's something you really want, your daughter should see you pursuing it. And then even if you don't actually get it, at least hopefully it'll help motivate her to do the things that she really wants to do. And so playing Pathfinder Kingmaker, I was like, yo, there's so much dialogue here that's not voiced. I could do that myself. And that's how I basically started up my YouTube channel. And then a couple of years after I got into it, I was like, what are some ways that I could expand and provide more value to the people who are subscribed here? And I decided, you know what? Streaming is a way that I could provide more value. And I feel like it's been working out well so far. Really looking forward to that Planescape run. Yeah, I don't know how much of it I'll live stream. You know, I don't know if people are interested in seeing a full live stream run of Planescape Torment, because I know it's very, very text heavy. You know, you're going to see me doing a lot of reading. But if folks are down to watch me do a full playthrough, I'll do a full playthrough. We'll see. We'll see. It's more an interactive movie, super good storytelling. You should really do it. It's not a long game. I definitely plan to play it. What's up, Nick Saris? What a beautiful game to start the career off with, too. Yeah, I think it worked out very nicely. I think it worked out very, very nicely. No, Hook, a lot of people have been talking to me about XCOM 2 because there's another game coming out later on this year, Star Wars Zero Company, that is being made by the same guy who headed Firaxis at the time they were doing the XCOM series. And so a lot of people just in general feel like XCOM 2 is a game that holds up very, very well even now. Thanks, Zena. I tried, Vitalin. Try to play the beta, but no black portraits or hairstyles. Crazy. That's true. That's absolutely true. Hopefully that's fixed on release. Yeah, they it wasn't a problem in Rogue Trader, so I would assume it's not going to be a problem in the game. Yeah, that's what I heard, Mama. That the combat at Torment not good. Slan, I watch you read the Bible. A lot of the games you stream I have no interest in, but I'm still here. Thanks, Moonlight. I appreciate you. I appreciate it. That Planescape, that was so long ago. I'm gonna talk XCOM 2 when I played as a kid. Yeah, I'm a CRPG enthusiast, and so many people have said if you're really into CRPGs, Planescape Torment is definitely a game you have to play. So I'm gonna go ahead and give it a whirl, despite the age of it. Oh, whoops. The machine spirits are agitated. Crackles, clicks, and beeps fill the air as if the bulky cogitators were communicating with each other. Turn on. Ooh, Letarius, Planescape Torment is your favorite game all time? Wow, okay. I'm looking forward to see how I feel about it for sure. For sure. Hopefully some cool styles. Would be sick to see some braids and knots. Yeah, they had a little bit of that in Rogue Trader. So that's why I'm not concerned. I feel like most definitely we're going to get that in the game. They're just working on more portraits. The comm beat in your ear activates. Yormus's voice cuts through the static. The God Emperor protects. How do you read me, Commander? I'm done with the communication sanctum. What's next? Servants of the Adeptus Ministorum have delivered a new tome of the ship's litanies to your quarters, Commander. You should collect it, and while you're there, see how everything's been set up for you. Exceptional comfort, you know. Haas out. I think you would like Chimera Squad more than the other XCOM games. It has party members. That sounds up my alley. We can change the nature of man. A question that comes up sometimes during the game and then the end sequence gave you chills. Really? So it's a game, Planescape Torment not only has a nice story, but it also has like an ending that's really good as well. So you prefer Disco Elysium? The philosophy in Torment is top tier, but Kim is your spirit animal. Kim is amazing. I know Zero Parades is supposed to come out or is already out, so I'm very interested to see how that's going to compare. What's up, Christopher? How are you? Unfinished reports are scattered across the table. The half-empty glasses give off an aroma of stale Amasac. An empty board intended for the visual placement of investigation materials. Is this the right way? No, it is not. Gotta go back up here. I'm sorry, Slander. This is not a good time to discuss worldly matters, but if you wish, you may kneel beside me and pray to him. Litania Voidus, a heavy-bound book smelling of sacred influence, is slightly scorched at one corner. Oh, crap. I'm sorry. The God Emperor guides us, Commander. I have no clue what happened to the last book, but aboard the Verdict, we have a custom. The new captain places a tome of the Litania Voidus in the ship's chapel and offers praise to the God Emperor. So you'll need to go to the chapel, too. Heading to the chapel.
Moving.
Zero Parades is just released, but I'll probably pirate it as I don't want to give money to a current Zom. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I know that there's a lot of people who are upset. I just don't pirate games as a rule. So, and I wanna play it because there are some people still there who were associated with the development of Disco Elysium, even though they were not the primary creators. And I want to find out whether or not this game they've created, how it stacks up next to Disco Elysium. honestly think the RPG tactic style Owlcat is going for is a great idea. I like it. It greatly appeals to me. Disco Elysium is amazing. In fact, I consider it to be the most well-written game I've ever played, but you might find a very similar game to be a little bit more palatable if you prefer like D&D or Pathfinder style experiences. Esoteric Ebb just came out this year, and it clearly takes strong influence from Disco Elysium. In some ways, I honestly consider it to be a better game, even though like Disco Elysium has a place that just can't be, you know, pulled down or replaced. But I love that fantasy element of Esoteric Ebb so much that I think it appeals to me a little bit more than Disco Elysium. Pirating was the only way to get games in your youth. They said didn't release those in Russia legally until like 20 years ago. Makes sense. So I'm just getting that old Jolly Roger. I understand. What up, Zen? Robert still owns shares of Zom, so if it is not there, he still earns a fair bit of money. Yeah, but he lost control of the franchise. Not giving money to Zom, the developers of Disco Elysium. The people who lead that developer got rid of a bunch of the folks who were directly involved in creating Disco Elysium, probably over financial reasons. And now they've come out with a new game, Zero Parade. So there's a lot of people who are basically not buying Zero Parades out of support for the folks who were involved with the original creation of Disco Elysium. What's up, Briggy? Yeah, no, Torment has an enhanced edition. I'm not clear on how much it actually improves, but it's definitely the one I'll play. Yeah, D and Disco Elysium, that's a great way to describe Esoteric M. I enjoyed it thoroughly, though. I'm going to be playing the games for the devs that left the studio, not going to lie. Yeah, I'm hoping that Hopetown ends up being good. We'll see. Playing a core run of Wrath, then we got beta for Dark Heresy, a DLC for Rogue Trader. Yeah, it's going to be an Owlcat month, dude. Owlcat month. Yeah, I'm extremely hopeful for Pillars 3. We'll see, but I really hope. GOG version is the most stable one. Keep that in mind. The heavy book lands on the pedestal with a soft thud. The pages fall open to the words, "May the darkness of the void fear the reach of his faithful." Look through the book. You flip through the tome and your eyes catch glimpses of the contents. The words void, death, and horror dominate the pages. Offer prayers to the God Emperor. The words of the litany fill your soul with confidence and calm. Amid the resonant silence of the ship, a barely audible groan of vibration spreads through the air. The very bulkheads echo your devotion. You begin to discern the melody the ship is singing. Commander, the shipboard cogitator reports the chapel has resumed operation. The pilot's voice in your comm beat shatters the illusion. I'll be waiting for you on the bridge. There's just one last formality left. Why is that? The smell of dozens of candles and the sound of monotonous prayers coming from the box make you feel instantly dizzy. A persistent smell of engine oil, dust, and ozone emanates from the discharged batteries in the compartment. Ha! I punch a kidney for Pillars 3. Hey, calm all that down, all right? We gonna get Pillars 3 without harming any kittens. Thank you very much. Your companion's not gonna prove it. You got the game, but at what cost? The storeroom shelves are full of provision boxes and other supplies necessary for the ship's ongoing operations. The atmospheric valve is wrapped in several layers of repair tape, which are all that holds the flimsy construct in place. What's up, Grant? It's going well, man. How are you?
Keeping my eyes open.
Pillars 3 is not Copia Moonlight. Stop it. Stop it. Palagita would be fine with it, but Adair would be sad. The hulking diagnostic module crackles softly. One of the flashing lumens is smeared with dried blood. An old tome describing surgical procedures. There are fresh notes scratched into the fragile pages. My apologies, but at this moment I wish to avail myself of the rare opportunity for solitary reflection.
No sense in delaying.
Idling about, eh? Drop by the armory when you have a spare minute. I'm no cog priest, but I know a thing or two about weapon maintenance. The air in the armory is thick with the smell of metal and sacred unguents. All right, we have searched through, I believe, all of the ship, right? We have. I'm gonna see it. Until then, I'm on my anti-cope meds. Pillars 3 announcement now would honestly be too much. Got way too much awesome games coming this year to get through. Hope it happens one day though for sure. Game Awards. I expect end of year Game Awards, Pillars 3 announcement, or Vow 2. One of the two. Commander, I, by the will of the God Emperor, the ordained pilot and keeper of the Imperial vessel Verdict, place my life and loyalty into your hands. The pilot bows to you and makes the sign of the Aquila. Congratulations, you are now, by all the proper rights, the captain of the ship. Can you hear her bulkheads groan? The gun cutter lights you. The Verdict is beautiful. Ha swells with pride as if he had built the Verdict himself. And she'll get even better, Commander, I promise. The ship isn't exactly large, but by the grace of the God Emperor, it's maneuverable and trans-atmospheric. We can both travel around the system and land on Scintilla. It seems your remarks stung Yarmus more than he lets on. Is that all? Yes, Commander. We can take off right now if such is your wish. Give me a couple of minutes to warm up the engines and recite the litany of ignition. After that, we can be off. Be it onto the world's surface or onto the depths of the void. Why do we have ship in this game? I was under the impression this wouldn't have, it doesn't have galaxy exploration, but you have to fly to different parts of the same planet. So you need a ship for that. Leaving, I don't remember what it's called. All right, so navigation. We can either go to Marisporum Sectors, which is the area from the Alpha, or we can go to Lucid Palace, which is the new area. The Lord Inquisitor specifically commands you to go to Marisporum Sectors first. I, in my first playthrough of the game, went to the Palace first, and when I came back, he definitely let me know that he wasn't happy about it. So this time we'll go here first, especially since this area had voice acting, and in my playthrough of the game, the Palace did not. So let's go ahead and go here. Except, you may explode. It's an entire city planet. Exactly. Exactly. Well, odd man out that really enjoyed Road Trader Space Battles. You're not an odd man out. I enjoyed it immensely as well. The beta is 20 to 30 hours, Moonlight. Let us out. We're all going to die in here. Up, Ivers. They come to punish us. Run! Bing. And here we are. Rogue Trader Space Battles were definitely better than Deadfire Battles. They're better than Pillars 2 Naval Battles for sure. Exactly. Exactly. I think the ship battles could have been improved on, but I did like them a lot as well. Yeah, no. There are definitely some drawbacks that Road Trader has. I don't think the space battles are one of them. 50 centimeters of plasteel plate block your way out of the half zone. Silence reigns all around you, and only the quiet hissing of the box hanging on the wall beside the door catches your attention. Address the Vox operator. Why am I locked in here? As I've said before, civilians are not allowed to leave the Marisporum perimeter. And no, we are not coming to an understanding. Wait a minute, I don't know you. Maybe we could reach an agreement. A representative of the Inquisition would be in your debt. Surely you'd like that. Actually, yeah, sure you'd like that. This is the gatekeeper of Gateway P344 speaking. The gate is locked due to an elevated threat level. For permission to exit, contact an authorized official. What is the reason for the elevated threat level? Sea quakes, toxic spills, landslides, rampant heretics, take your pick. It seems to me you made it just in time before another flood, but it's inevitable, and when it comes, there'll be new attempts to breach the gate. Is there any other way to leave this place? The man on the other side of the box chuckles. Sure, if you can fly. Who can authorize my exit? Gatekeeper's voice brightens a little. You'll need Inquisitor Millicentilia. Sister Septima is authorized to give such orders too. Yes, this is the beginning of the Alpha, Briggy. So before, this is the only place you could go to in the Alpha. But now there are two places you can go to, along with the Inquisitor headquarters, and there's some additional missions that the Lord Inquisitor gives you as you go along. Pillars 1 definitely has a different and darker tone that I prefer. Yeah, I hope that they kind of go back to it. They don't need to go all the way back to dark tone, but I hope they switch up the tone for Pillars 2. Even though I love Pillars 2 and it worked for that game, I wouldn't want a repeat of it. Where can I find Sister Septima? Sister Septima's detachment set up a camp somewhere in the Marisporum sectors. Where can I find Inquisitor Millicentilia? Not a clue. Do you think the Inquisitor keeps someone like me informed on her whereabouts? All I know is that she is currently within the perimeter. Step away from the box caster. Watching long. The tall dialogue box is reminding me of Disco Elysium. Is this like that, but with Rogue Trader combat? That's a good question. I consider this game very well written, and there's a lot of philosophical related dialogue, but I wouldn't say it's like Disco Elysium. It's party based, definitely more combat, and it's kind of more hostile and oppressive, if you can imagine that. Long time to figure out how to get the shop working. Cabin control is hard for me without control. Did you get your controller working? Did you try to see if you could set up your controller through Steam? What's up, Foreign? Are you playing without voiceover? I thought Marisporum was voice. Some of Marisporum is voice. Main characters in Marisporum are voice, but not everybody. Deathfire is absolutely one of the best CRPGs all time, Moonlight. Marisporum is better than you think, Upper Hiver. Just don't let it eat you up. Hello there, Upper Hivers. You need to know a couple of things before you go any further. The grimy man proudly shows off the aluminum tattoos glowing dimly under his skin. I'm here to make sure everybody knows what's what right out of the gate. The Baron and us, his carvers, are in charge of this town. We keep order here, so watch yourselves and you'll be good. I've had colder receptions. Can you tell me about this place? He scratches his head in thought. All right, listen, you're in the lower town. This is where all the outcasts and unlucky sods live. And then you've got the divers. Don't mess with them. They're under the Baron's protection. From here, you can get to the upper town. That's where the Baron's lair is, along with the local fanatics, the flock of Serpentus. Blast them. You're better off not going outside the town. There are upper hivers digging around on one side and pharaohs living on the other. The Baron drove the pharaohs out of town, and now they'll pounce on any scrap of meat they can find. Who are the divers? Local fishermen. Who are the flock of repentance? They're fanatics. They scorch their feet and break their fingers in the name of the God Emperor. Tell me about the pharaohs. There used to be a small problem, but ever since the Baron forced them out of the town, they lost their minds from hunger. Upper hivers, who are they? The likes of you. I see. Good. Just make sure to watch yourself and everything will be fine. I believe I have a full picture. I must go. Take care, Upper Hiver. Don't get yourself in trouble. Let's go. We'll love Pillars 1 with Deadfire class system. That would be amazing. So you can change out your party members using that thing over there. 1 second. Let me save here. Locals have locked the passage on the other side to keep the Serpent excited crowd from forcing its way into the residential district. A symbol daubed in blood, comprehensible to the dull-witted residents of the Hab Zone. This is how the local preachers mark the houses of those who are insufficiently zealous in their service of him. Or service to him. God!
I'll crack your head open!
Voice acting! God! Brutal every time you see it. Ooh. Just as amazing. Good Lord. That scene is amazing every time I see it. Cog has to be a mainstay. A mainstay in the party. Let's go. The Ogren before you is so huge that it makes him look like a walking slab of rock. His body bears enough burns and wounds to kill any ordinary human, and yet they barely seem to be a nuisance to this giant. He takes a menacing step toward you, raising his weapon with a growl. Look at the Ogren. The abhuman's arms and shoulders are covered in pale scars. His uniform, tattered and poorly mended dozens of times over, is soaked with sweat and blood. The Ogren has a fearsome presence, but in his one unaltered eye, you catch a glimpse of confusion and fatigue.
We should count ourselves lucky. Note the augmetic set into the cranium of this abhuman specimen. Said augmetic substantially facilitates his cognitive processes, which makes him intelligent enough to grasp concepts such as cause and effect, at the very least. Simply put, this Ogren has the capacity to assent to basic agreements.
More voice acting! Guardsmen, stop! Enough! You fought well.
Guardsmen? They don't call me guardsman? Sometimes Sergeant Ollie calls me you there, or abhuman, but not guardsman.
The weapon in the Ogren's hands lowers slowly while he's busy pondering his new circumstances. My pleasure, Letarius. Have a good night, dude. What's up, Rian? Are you playing this as zealous or heretical? There's no such thing as heretical in this game. You're either a Puritan or you're a radical, but both are serving the Imperium. You can't be an all-out heretic. I'm going to be more of a radical. I'm specifically siding with the Xenos Hybrids, who believe that by having peaceful relations with Xenos, we can all collaborate together and work against chaos. Tyranny was amazing. I would love to see another one, but unfortunately we'll probably never get it. Want to make a psycho with a raven? Do you think gaming on laptop versus desktop not much difference in immersion, right? Some gaming laptops have OLED screen, 16-inch and extremely powerful. From a power standpoint, there's no difference, but I need a larger screen. I do not like gaming on laptops or on my phone.
You're not the enemy, I thinks. Then, are you reinforcement?
Give him a Mechanicus kit. Take this. You should treat your wounds.
For me? I'm not allowed. It's what the sergeant says. But he's not here, so I'll take it.
He grins in satisfaction, and his giant hand snatches the Mechanicus kit from you. Tell me your name, Ogren. The Ogren hesitates before showing you the tattoo on his biceps. O118B. Are you actually called O118B?
Yes. In Tory number. But you can call me Coke. It's what the sergeant calls me.
Voice acting definitely appears to be strong. Love Tyranny. I beat it 4 times to see as much as possible. But I think the story was in it properly for its scope. I don't. I think you never see the main villain. You've got to challenge the main villain for the story to properly end. Xavier Calcazar approves. Hey, I'm on the track to be a Lord Inquisitor. Sister Argenta disapproves. Well, the Sisters of Battle always have issues with the Inquisition. Who's minding them? What happened here?
We was on patrol. These ones came at us. Wounded the sergeant. He gave me orders. Hold position until reinforcement comes. The sergeant went to cover the rear, he said.
So you're alone out here? Who is in command of your unit?
Sergeant Ollie, 10th Platoon, Salinton, Satillan, Fusiliers, 27th. That's right, I thinks.
Evidently, the Ogren is talking about the Centillan Fusiliers, regiments of the Astra Militarum. Some of the bodies around you are dressed in their uniform. Do you think more developers will release more CRPGs, or is it still niche and reliant on Kickstarter? I think there needs to be more developers than just Owlcat Games. So I think both. I think you're going to have developers like Great Ocean Technologies who are using Kickstarter as a way to make their prequel for Black Geyser, right? And Kickstarter is how Owlcat got started, and so it can be very, very useful. But at the same time, I think Baldur's Gate 3 it just has to have made many publishers aware of how lucrative a really well done CRPG could be. And so it makes me hopeful that in the future, we're going to see more funding for those type of games. But on the same token, I got to be honest with you, I did an interview with David Gator and Trent Oster, Trent Oster is the CEO of Beamdog, which did the enhanced editions for Baldur's Gate 2 and Planescape Torment. And then David Gator is the CEO for, I can't remember the name of his development studio, but he's also very interested in CRPGs, and he's the maker of Dragon Age. So he is one of the main people involved with Dragon Age Origins. Both of them have said that they are trying to get new CRPGs funded since the time that Baldur's Gate 3 was released, and they came up with nothing. They had no success in it whatsoever. And so I don't know if that's changed. Hopefully that's changed. Hopefully the market is slowly coming around to it, but only time will tell. We'll see. Kakazar being a Xenos hybrid is one of the best plot twists of my Iconoclast playthrough. I think BG3 blew up in the genre to more people. I think there's a lot more people interested, but that's not necessarily the same as there being more money invested in these games being created. Those are two separate things. We'll see if there's more money in their creation. So you're alone out here. No one else from your unit survived?
I'm with Sergeant Ollie. He went to get reinforcement, but he'll be back.
Haymar, as far as I know, doesn't have any voice acting. I wouldn't count on it, pal. Haymar scoffs and turns to you. Can't help but wonder why a squad of Fusiliers had to meet an inglorious death in this hole. But what matters right now is we can't abandon Astra Militarum property, which is what this abhuman is. Either he'll end up in the wrong hands, or he'll cause a lot of trouble if we leave him unsupervised. We have to return him to command. Not to mention these boneheads are terribly expensive. Sorrow folds his arms, his tone indignant. The loyalty of this paltry-minded abhuman deserves more than what he has received for his faithful service. You can't be allowed to remain here without command. 0118B, you are the property of the Imperium and must come with me until the matter has been cleared up.
I got orders. The sergeant said, hold position. Until the sergeant says so, I not leave position.
Perhaps I should help you look for the sergeant?
I not know. But the sergeant was wounded. That's bad. Should find him, maybe.
I don't know what the sergeant looks like. Come with me. You can help me recognize him.
I got orders. But the sergeant has been gone long. Maybe he got lost. Maybe more of these ones attacked him. Have to find the sergeant.
Yeah, Lols, I would say it's 20 to 30 hours. As much as I respect not enjoy BG3, why don't you think, why did you not enjoy it? I don't think that lightning in a bottle will necessarily be captured again. I do. I just think Larian's the only one who could capture it. It was the perfect confluence of having Wizard of the Coast invested at the height of D&D, thanks to CR, the memeability of bear stuff, Larian coming off the success of DOS 2, and having a nostalgia-heavy IP to make a sequel of. Yeah, but I think now Larian can take all of that momentum they've gotten from BG3 and put it into Divinity, which has a massive audience that was actually dissatisfied with BG3 and felt like DOS 2 was the superior game. And I feel like Larian has pretty much put themselves on a pedestal in the same vein as CDPR and some of these other developers. Like BG3 did like what, 10 million copies, 15 million copies, something like that. Craziness. Like I think they can make that lightning in a bottle again, because BG3 was just capitalizing off the lightning in the bottle they already created with DOS 2. So it's like they are the magic. People also forget Wizards of the Coast was in a bad spot when BG3 came back. Like BG3 helped lift them up. You know, like this was one hand washes the other, not Wizards of the Coast pulling Larian out from the dumps. People did not look at Wizards of the Coast favorably when BG3 was released, and that could have easily turned against the game, but the game was so incredible that it didn't even matter. Summerfall Studios is the dev studio David Gator is the head of. Thank you, Tito. The commands, the writing, the retcon of throwing of a ball, The lack of time passing, the lack of a sense of real scale in 5e's rule set. Yep, I can see all that. We've only finished one Larian game. I just don't jive with their design. Their design is very, very unique. It's not for everybody. I agree. 11, appreciate you signing up with me over on Twitch, dude. Thank you so much. There's a huge market for CRPGs if it has romances in them. Huge female market skips a lot too because they don't have romances. I mean, I kind of agree with that, but I also feel like devs should do what they're comfortable with, right? And there's just a lot of devs who aren't comfortable with romance in their games. Yeah, I love BG3 and Divinity 2. That feel different. Yep. Oh, my love, brother. Thanks for the content. Thanks for sharing your passion with us. It's my pleasure, man. Glad you've been enjoying it, dude. Thank you for signing up. Dark Heresy looks awesome to me. I'm really enjoying Dark Heresy, but it's also going to be very different from Rogue Trader, and it'll be interesting to see if Rogue Trader fans still take to it. Divinity is basically BG3 but better. Exactly. That's definitely how some people feel. I think a lot of people who are introduced to CRPGs via BG3 aren't into it for that reason. This is typical of Larian games in general. So we just said Larian has their own unique way of doing games, right? I don't feel like it's really something that can be done by other companies. You can't just take the Larian formula and reproduce it for your own game and figure people are gonna take to it the same thing. It's the same as the Demon Souls. So many people try to make these Demon Souls type games and they don't have that FromSoft magic. It's the same with Elder Scrolls. These devs try to take the Elder Scrolls way of doing things and it doesn't work out. They don't have that Bethesda magic. There's a few rare ones that do, but most of them don't. Well, Larian's the same way, and it's the same way to the point people don't even bother trying. I haven't seen a single dev yet try to actually take Larian style of making games and reproduce it, because it's insanely difficult. It's insanely difficult, and if you've played a Larian game, there's nothing else you can play that gives you something like it. Right? And so I've had this dialogue before about, does Larian actually bring more people into the CRPG space? Now, I've had a lot of people say Baldur's Gate 3 was their first CRPG, and then they played Pillars, and then they played Wrath of the Righteous, and they went on to enjoy it. So it seems like, at least on some level, they're an entryway, but I don't think it's like to the level that is synonymous with the 15 mil that the game sold, right? It's not blowing it wide open. It's bringing some people over to the market, but for a lot of people, they just become a fan of Larian and the way that Larian does things. And then that's it, right? It doesn't go anywhere else. What's up, Barker? Avoiding spoilers, I had a dip. And did you hear that they're changing the male voice actor this fast? I did hear that. I'm definitely going to do a video of it for sure. Yeah, not only does Divinity have a superior mechanical base, but Larian is much more excited about being able to do a game based on how Divinity handles things, because they feel like it's much better for a video game. Whereas it's very difficult to take 5e mechanics and figure out how to make it work for a game. Right, Felipe says he still doesn't look at Wizards favorably today. Exactly. So it's not like it was just like, oh, you're making a game associated with Wizards of the Coast. Well, of course it's going to be great for you. Like, nope. I want to see more compelling friendships in games, like not pursuing romance shouldn't mean a companion is just a body. I want well-written platonic intimacy too. That's why I like Adair so much. I feel like Adair is just a great friend. Garrus didn't really need to have a romance in Mass Effect. I feel like he was just the ultimate bro, the ultimate friend. Larian is the epitome of well-crafted sandcastles. Yep, I would agree. Family dreams of making a Fallout title. I'm desperate for a Larian-style Fallout 2 spiritual successor. See, if Larian made a game, I don't feel like it. If Larian made a Fallout game, I don't think it'd be a spiritual successor to Fallout 2. Larian does not make games the way Black Isle makes games. They don't. Like, Owlcat would be closer to that than Larian. And Derek hit my bros. I really wanted Wasteland 4. And to be honest with you, I'm gonna support Clockwork Revolution because at the end of the day, I want In Exile to do well. And hopefully if that game does well, sooner or later, they'll go to Wasteland 4. But I was disappointed, to be honest with you, when Clockwork was first announced. I was like, Why did you go to this? Wasteland 3 is so well regarded. Now here's the thing though. Wasteland 3 is extremely well regarded. I don't know how well it did or did not sell. And so maybe Wasteland 3 didn't sell good in a way where NXI was like, okay, we should continue with this. And it's the third game in the series, so they may be like, we made enough of these. It's time to move on to something else. So regardless, I don't want to knock them. I'm going to play Clockwork Revolution. I'm going to support it. And I hope they get everything they want out of the launch for that game. But I'm definitely disappointed that we didn't get another Wasteland. No one has stepped into the steampunk space properly since Arcanum. That's why so many people are excited for New Arc Line. Hopefully we get it this year. We'll see. They sold 20. Is it official that BG3 actually sold 20 mil? Wow. I always take a game that is set in D&D over any other IP, aside from maybe 40K. Yeah. Did you play Esoteric Ebb Hook? People come for some IP, same way some people got into The Witcher, but not to other CRPGs. Well, the thing is, I don't really consider The Witcher to be a CRPG, to be honest with you. Like, I don't feel like The Witcher gets you into Pillars of Eternity. Laren is now at the added challenge of being even better than BG3 with the new Divinity. I don't know if they have to be better. What's up, Silver? I think they have to be different. I don't think they have to be better than BG3 because there's a lot of people who did not like BG3 or weren't particularly high on it. So I think if they make something that is clearly of similar quality, they'll be golden. I don't think they have to be better. My favorite thing about Road Trade is building up your dynasty. Yeah, hopefully something similar in this. Yeah, I feel like that feeling of accomplishment is going to be from resolving your cases properly or getting the exact result that you want. You know, I'm not sure if we're going to really be able to build up an entity the way we could before, but we'll see. Dear Shabby Dog, that was the best thing they could have done for romance in his writing. What up, Lennon? How are you? Huge fan of Laren. Nice. Over a Divinity game, personally? Got you. Hey, Left, that's what I'm here for. Get y'all back into playing CRPGs. I wanted Laren to make a Knights of the Republic. They'd be perfect for that. Or Shadowrun. I think Owlcat would be better for Shadowrun. Finished my Blood and Broken Bones run in Witcher 3. I never even tried it. You replay Wasteland 3 every year? Crazy. I definitely, I want to do a Supreme Jerk run of Wasteland 3. Just so bored of Sword Coast. Yeah, it's kind of weird the way Wizard of the Coast demands that people only use this small section of D&D. You can't use anything outside of it. Witcher 3 a CRPG. Fallout New Vegas and Bloodlines 1 are debatable. I consider Bloodlines a CRPG. I do not consider Fallout New Vegas to be a CRPG. No combat yet, Zero. We're close, but not yet. There needs to be more games like Expedition 33, amazing game, and more developers. Why we spent 90% of the games on the same sliver of land? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Moangi Forest, yeah, Pathfinder. I feel Dark Heresy is going to be what Wrath of the Righteous was to Kingmaker from the looks of it. I hope so. We'll see, but I certainly hope so.
All right. We'll go, but can't leave Fusiliers like that. There's bugs here, and those reinforcements are always late.
Gesture at the Sovor Osarium. I'll inform command about the bodies. The Ogren nods grimly. The entire time that you spend establishing a connection and conveying the message, he looms over you like a dark, silent mountain.
All right. You'll command until we find Sergeant Ollie. Then he'll command. He knows what to do.
Initiation Vox frequency tracking mode.
At once.
All right. And now we have Cog. So when you look at Cog, he is a warrior. And he comes with the Ogren Bonehead passive. So this gives him plus 15 to strength and toughness, but he gets negative 10 to intelligence and willpower. He also gains a plus 10 bonus to athletics, tenacity, and resistance, but he gets a negative 10 penalty to metal. He can use Ogren Smash, which allows him to choose basically 3 enemies in front of him, or all of them within a certain radius, and he's going to deal an amount of damage that I think scales with his toughness, right? Twice his toughness bonus. It disrupts their concentration, so it's a great way to stop enemies from throwing grenades or anything like that. And the enemies have to pass a metal test with a penalty that scales with his intimidation skill, or they're going to suffer -2 morale. So all in all, very, very nice. Now, intimidation is based on toughness instead of fellowship for him. Really cool. And his wounds are increased thanks to a stick skin feature. So his wounds are increased by amount that scales with his toughness bonus 5 times, in fact. So he has a 30% increase to his wounds. So you see he has 43 wounds and I only have 26 wounds. So he is the ultimate tank. You can't even create a tank that's going to work better than Ogren does, at least based on the abilities or the mechanics that we currently have. You can have 6 people in your party, Top Boss. I believe you can also go solo if you want to, but I don't know how you get through the game. Me too, Bob. I can't wait for the full version of this game. They need to have the needle gun in this game. If you know, I feel like I found one when I played through the beta. If you know anything about Warhammer 40K, you know what I mean. It'd be the gun. You get an OP, silent, and deadly. It's an exotic gun. I feel like I had a needle gun, but I could be wrong. CRPGs need Origin Awakens level. I prefer expansions all day. Like, I know a lot of people have been enjoying the DLC for Road Trader, and it's cool, it's working out nicely, but I'm definitely a much bigger fan of expansions that go post-game. Like Awakening. Harebrained Studios? No, as far as I know, they're making Graft. Okay, you all, I came from there, so that means we come down here. A crowd of onlookers prevents you from approaching the chest.
Reconnoitering.
Definitely a brick house. So keep in mind, a lot of the things we were able to do just now, like this, bringing this up, we're able to do it because we came to this area first. If you come to this area second, the entire sea line has been raised significantly, so many areas become inaccessible, and the dialogue and what you're able to do changes significantly as well.
No sense in delay.
Out of range. Marisporum local, Marisporum local.
Tread carefully.
Another firebomb.
Always on the move.
It's not a closed beta, Cosmanga, so you can go to the website and purchase the game to get access to the beta. Handbraid is invested in the Mech Warrior IP right now. Interesting.
Effective
The
as
carcass
always.
of the sea monster shows clear signs of mutation. The precise cause remains a mystery. Can I go on this corner over here? I did. Okay. And I can't go over there. Yeah, okay.
Moving.
A woman swathed in rags quite skillfully avoids drawing attention, her eyes intently sweeping over the people around her. like my CRPG DLCs to be integrated into the main story, such as Battle for Steel Town, Cult of Unholy Detonation for Wasteland 3. Interesting. Or Dance of Mass, Last Accordions for Wrath of the Righteous. Why do you prefer it, Lennon? How does vendor stock work in this game? There are 4 different factions who we have reputation with all of them, and it determines what items you do or do not have access to. So in fact, reputation. Yeah, so right now it's all rapport. It used to be that you have both rapport and fear. So I don't know if they're going to put the fear mechanic back in separately at some point, but these are the 4 options. So Lucidians are basically the nobility. They deal a lot with Xenos. The Fusiliers are what the heck do you call them? The guardsmen. I can't remember, for whatever reason their name is escaping me right now, but they'll give you a lot of like the heavy weapons. Lath World's fleet is the Adeptus Mechanicus, and then the Scintilian mission is the Battle Sisters. So they'll give you like flamethrowers and things of that nature, and these guys will give you like melter weapons and plasma weapons. Districts out of water. This Inquisitor came and destroyed a critical point. So would this be Act 1? Yes, this is Act 1. If compared to Rogue Trader, yeah. Going here first seems a lot more beneficial than the other place. Yes, 110% it's more beneficial. In fact, the Lord Inquisitor specifically tells you to come here first, and Epione specifically says she has business here that she wants help with. Nobody says anything about going to the other place. So the game keeps trying to push you over to come to this place. But if you're determined to go to the other place, you can. The advantage of going to the other place first is that you get your officers much quicker. And just like Rogue Trader, officers are a big deal in Dark Heresy. So there are no officer companions in the first area, which is why I chose to be an officer myself. But alternatively, you could decide if, hey, I want to be a different class, but I also want to have an officer quickly, then you might want to go ahead and go to the palace first. But otherwise, if you don't care about that, definitely going to this place makes much more sense. It's much easier. Like the other place gives you like 1 or 2 brutal fights before you can recruit anyone. So it's much easier here, where you're able to recruit 2 companions before you even get your first fight. And this first fight that you do here, in my opinion, much easier than the second one for you to be able to accomplish. So yeah, all the way around, going here is the right move. Take care, Mamo. Appreciate you stopping by. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Might get Rogue Trader later tonight. Sorry tonight here, Brazil. Hey, I hope you're able to pick Rogue Trader up, man. Rogue Trader sucks, but surprisingly, this game is good. Why do you say the Rogue Trader sucks, Zero? What up, Cyber? There's not, you get a quartermaster if you're at the Inquisitor headquarters. When you're out and about like this, you have to find a representative for the different vendors. So as soon as we finish talking to Sister Septima, there are 2 vendors here that we'll speak to as well. The burned corpse, the smell of promethium and incense. The Battle Sisters field bunker. The modular design allows it to be deployed even on the unstable ground of Marisporum. The 40K universe, nobody could fight when an important guy is shot aloud nearby. Because it just gives the game more meat, more characters, more quests, more unique equipment. True. Nah, you're not overworking me, Zero. You're good.
Never still for long.
You're all good, my guy. Sister Septima's banner. It commemorates an obscure saint of the Order of the Sacred Rose who devoted her life to service.
The Taral's acolyte. I remember you.
Somebody else with voice acting.
Rarely does one meet acolytes who bear the burden of their duty with such zeal. Continue to be steadfast in your undertakings, and you shall learn the grace of serving the God Emperor.
Lord Inquisitor Zerb sent me to assist you, sister, yet I know nothing of your objectives.
I thank the God Emperor for this. Corruption cannot disturb an empty mind. For now, You need only know what I tell you. First, Inquisitor Millicentilia has lost the greater part of her servants in this hab zone. This has slowed her investigations, and, consequently, our joint work. Find out what happened to them as soon as you can. Otherwise, Inquisitor Millicentilia will be forced to spend time she should be devoting to saving Calixis. Second, my servant Durkis was to make contact with the local preacher Ursimus. His orders were to question Ursimus and bring me the particulars I require. Durkis has the gall not to present himself before me. You must descend into the bowels of this rotten place, learn where Durkis is now, and bring him to me. You will recognize my servant by the robes of the ecclesiarchy, black hair cropped short, and the implant plate set into his forehead.
I agree. Unexpected voice, but very good. Wait until you hear the Kroot. The Kroot have voice acting. Since when are we obliged to act as lackeys for the Adeptus Sororitas?
The Lord Inquisitor has transferred all of you to serve under my command for the duration of this mission. Therefore, at present, you are to follow my orders. What happens afterward, only the God Emperor knows.
Yeah, I'm in love already. Are you suggesting we search the whole Hab Zone to find Durkis?
To avoid fruitless searching, go to Confessor Ursimus, head of the Flock of Repentance. He dwells in the so-called Upper Town. You will find him at the very top. The workers' devotional service should be drawing to a close, so you may pass through the gates freely. Say that I sent you, and he will reveal every secret.
I was playing this earlier. So happy with the state of it. Can't wait for full release. That's awesome, Mike. I'm glad you enjoyed it, dude.
You arrived with sufficient haste, so I judge Durkis could not have been swept away in the toxic surge. Bring him to me alive and whole.
Do you work alongside Inquisitor Millicentilia?
Inquisitor Millicentilia is conducting her own investigation here. Her efforts are, without doubt, directed at supporting the Tyrantine Cabal. Yet, upon learning of my arrival, she did not see fit to join my righteous mission. Our talks about working together have stalled, and she now avoids my company.
Oh, sorry to hear it, lady. Should have jumped on it, man. Her frosty tone leaves no uncertainty. Despite her attempt to make light of the situation, there is no love lost between the Sister of Battle and the Inquisitor.
Given Inquisitor Millicentilia's dire circumstances, it is all the more surprising that her agent, Rufinus Scragg, is probing the Marisporum Sectoris on some mission. I must know what he is trying to sniff out. My people have lost track of him, therefore I entrust this task to you. According to the report, the agent bears an old burn covering half of his face, and an augmentation on the lower part of his left leg, below the knee. These distinguishing features will guide you in your search.
You want me to spy on the agents of another Inquisitor?
Yes. I want to be kept informed of developments, and Mistress Millicentilia is slow to share intelligence. My people are needed here, but you are a different matter.
What a day to be a 40K fan. I know, right, man? Road Trader DLC, Dark Heresy Beta, Mechanicus 2, and Chaos Gate sequel? Crazy, man. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So Scragg's whereabouts are unknown to you?
He who is charged with watching the agent failed in his duty, and now pays the price for that negligence. This, however, was merely a temporary lapse.
Zero, I'll show you as soon as we get done with this conversation. Hopefully CRP bundle's still going to be there by the time my sister comes back. Hopefully, man. I hope so. I will do whatever I can.
It is heartening to see that you grasp the significance of this mission.
Find the preacher Durkis and return him. The objective is clear.
I am not finished yet. Since the last tidal surge, people have been disappearing from these parts. Most of the missing were certainly swallowed by the raging flood, yet others vanished afterward. People continue to go missing, On some nights, as many as 50 can be unaccounted for. Among other tasks, you must discover what became of those unfortunates, and who is responsible for their disappearance. That is all for now. Go and see to it.
One second. Sister Septima looks up at you as you approach. What do you know of this place?
A cesspool, reeking of corruption, and crammed with lost souls of every stripe. Its inhabitants are weak of spirit, and time after time breed agitators and free thinkers. Their ignorance is such that only few would recognize a sigil of the Inquisition were they to see one. In their pitiful weakness, they are fated ultimately to accept the God Emperor's final mercy. The days of this place are numbered. Soon, a poisonous tide will overrun it and make matters far worse.
Ain't nothing worse than a free thinker. How dare you have a mind of your own? You better get in line and do what you're told. Who holds authority over this dump?
There are 3 of them. A bandit styling himself the Baron, Confessor Ursimus, and a woman called Calby.
I like the portrait as well, JV. Magic played through Dark Heresy as Miller from The Expanse. Exactly. He definitely looks like a thinker, right? Super cool. The Baron has an intriguing ring to it. Who is he?
He is a slippery, smug, and thoroughly unscrupulous petty bandit. He has somehow captivated indulgent aristocrats who turn a blind eye to his offenses. He manufactures a nasty brew and uses it to keep the local rabble in check. The locals call the substance Gergesum.
Yeah, I'm very excited for Death Watch as well, Felipe. I actually never played Chaos Gate, so I'm gonna have to make sure I do that before Death Watch comes out. Not to Ecclesiarchy lore. If it wasn't for the balls, could they commander us? Are sisters lateral to the Inquisitors in the grand scheme of things? That's an excellent question that I'm not completely clear on. What can you say of Confessor Ursimus?
This preacher came to the camp as soon as my standard was raised over the rotten soil of the Marisporum Sectorus. He proclaimed that he had gathered a flock of repentants around him. People whose souls still yearn for salvation in this cursed place. Through self-flagellation and penance, they seek to cleanse themselves and the world around them. Some of my scouts say the flock are nothing but brutal bandits in the guise of fanatics. If they are truly righteous or imposters, only time and the God Emperor's will tell.
I don't think she could command us without the Lord Inquisitor basically saying, hey, we all need to work together. I don't think she could just demand and compel us in that fashion. This Kabi, what does she do here? But obviously she can be very intimidating and fearsome. So sometimes you get people to do things even if technically your authority doesn't allow for it.
She is the leader of the divers, what they call those who once went to sea for their trade and now dive under those waters. I've been told she has sold herself to the Baron. The weak in spirit always seek the patronage of the powerful, especially in so bleak a place.
Let's return to the Hab Zone's affairs.
What more do you want to know about this breeding ground of heresy and decay?
What should I know about this Hab Zone?
This is the Marisporum Sectorus, the hive's underbelly and its outskirts. It marks the boundary that separates an island of humanity from the savage lands of this world. For centuries, waste from the city has drained here, but now the machines that once cleansed it have broken down. Those who served him with their labor built a small town for themselves, calling it Marisporum. Left beyond the Ecclesiarchy's unceasing oversight, it has become a breeding ground for heresy, mutation, and unorthodoxy. Not long ago, the God Emperor's patience came to an end, and the sea broke its bounds. bringing devastation in its wake. All that is left of the old Marisporum are ruins and scavengers feasting on the remains. Were I given more time, I would purge the whole place with holy fire.
Regarding the missing people in Marisporum,
Do you wish to know anything further?
why do you believe this is not a natural decline in the population?
That was my assumption, until 2 members of my mission vanished. The locals may be prone to slaying one another or dying in a ditch, but my people do not behave in that way.
Was there anything unusual about how the missing were acting?
Dreams have come upon the people. Disturbing and terrifying. Full of uncanny, otherworldly images. Since the first tidal surge, everyone in Marisporum has suffered them, and whole families have vanished. Their number grows with every passing day. And even we who arrived later have not escaped these night terrors. It's as if this place is truly cursed.
I can listen to her talking about accounting or statistics. Tell me about purging the heretics, holy sister. Yeah, this voice actress, I don't know who she is, but she's doing a great job. When she says holy fire, she means it. That is all for now. Thank you for your answers.
Obey his words, for he will guide you on your path.
Gesture at the rosette hanging from her belt. May I know the story behind this item?
Calcardus von Veneer, Inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos and member of the Tyrantine Cabal.
Yep, as soon as this conversation is over, I'll show you what the clues are for, Zero.
Attitudes and eroded by false convictions. He was accused of numerous deviations from dogma and faced execution at my hand. This rosette is a reminder to your patrons that the name of the Golden Throne will not shield them from retribution should they err in their service.
I had assumed that only fellow Inquisitors may judge an Inquisitor's decisions, and yet you have executed a servant of the Golden Throne.
I put a heretic to death, and I will do the same to any who tread his road. Be it an Inquisitor, a minister of the Ecclesiarchy, or a planetary governor. I have been charged with monitoring the Tyrantine Cabal for this exact purpose. To expose and exterminate heresy that parades itself as non-standard methods.
Her voice rings with cold steel. You were ordered to monitor the Tyrantine Cabal, and who authorized such an order?
Canoness Marcella, who commands the detachments of my sisters on Scintilla. Perhaps in time you will be granted an audience with her.
All good, Zero. So you meet Canoness in the other area. You executed a radical from the Tyrantine Cabal, and now you are looking at his colleagues. I think I understand why Scintilla avoids you.
Ignorance is the God Emperor's blessing. Remember this more often, Acolyte.
Let's move on to another matter. Missing. A mocking glint colors Septima's gaze as she looks at you. Keep this conversation in mind when weakness tempts you to abandon the guidance of his hand. I will not trouble you further.
Every moment of inaction is a favor to the enemy.
I see how things are lost in imperial bureaucracy, amongst other things. It's much more about pure intimidation and force than it necessarily is about your direct authority. Journal. Okay, so Zero, I just got 2 cases and a bunch of clues, right? So if I go to my journal, whoops, not my journal, my Inquisitorial journal, it lists all the cases that I currently have. So it looks like we're going to get 8 cases throughout the game. You get 1, 2, 3 cases in Act 1. So she gave me 2 things. First, she is trying to find a particular agent and figure out what's happening to her, right? So this is the case, and at some point I'm going to be able to get to make a report. Now, right now, I don't have any hypotheses, but based on the clues that I find and how I analyze them, I could potentially come to certain hypotheses that I could say, like, hey, this is what happened to your agent. You do not have to pick the right answer, right? So I really, really like what I've seen from this so far. They give you enough clues and enough information to go on where you can figure out what actually happened, what is true. But what is true and what serves you is not actually is not always the same thing. When I went through the case for the palace, I said what I know to be the true factual answer of what occurred, and a lot of people were pissed. A lot of people were like, I don't give a damn whether that is true. I don't like it. I don't want it to be this, blah, 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 blah. So you might make a decision that even though you know the judgment and something else is true, you decide to finger someone else, or you decide to say something else is the cause because it suits your purposes better, right? And the game doesn't punish you for it, right? Like, even when I went back to speak with the Lord Inquisitor, he was like, this might have been true, but perhaps there was another way you could have went that would have been more advantageous to us. But then again, this way you went, well, we can make use of this in such and such a sort of way, right? So there's not really a wrong answer. It's just, what kind of person are you? And what do you believe in, and which way do you want to go? So usually when you make a report, if you're thorough, there will be like 6 or 7 different people you could potentially finger and say, hey, this is the person who's responsible for it. So a lot of different ways these cases can go. And the more clues you have, the more hypotheses you're able to generate, and the more evidence you're gonna have to back up anything that you say. Silent Dare, what's going on, dude? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Oh, said I could die. Her wrath is wrath incarnate of the material realm. So I got a couple of clues, right? So let's see. Agent's mission. So I know the agent was on a mission, but the details are unknown. That's what the battle system wants me to find out. What is this agent's mission? Now, I know that his name is Scrag. I don't know his face. I do know he's an agent of the Golden Throne, and he's from a retinue. And the cool thing is, when it tells you clue, it will also tell you the source, and if you highlight over the source, it'll give you the specific blurb the source came from. This is important because just because you get a clue does not mean that it's true. Sometimes people will point you in certain directions or say that something is the case when it's not actually the case, and you have to kind of figure out what actually works and what doesn't. Now, I don't have enough information to do anything right now, but what will happen over time is sometimes clues will be a specific situation. So let's say a bunch of people claim that this agent Scrag killed somebody, right? And it'll be added into here, and then I might have options to say, well, do I feel like he killed him? Do I feel like someone set him up? You know, do I feel like maybe he killed him, but he was justified, right? I have different options that I can use to say this small little part of the case, not the full case, but a little small part of it, what do I think happened here? And based on what I choose there, I might get other options for how I deal with other clues. So a lot of this stuff, you see that there are lines, a lot of this becomes interconnected, where the more right answers you choose, the more other right answers open up for you, right? So it's a really, really freaking cool system. This is basically the management system for the game, as opposed to, you know, Wrath had Crusade management, Kingmaker had Kingdom management, Rogue Trader had colonization and space combat. Instead, they're throwing away all that kind of stuff. This is the management system for the game. I think it's amazing. I think it's the best one Owlcat has done yet. Yeah, you don't even have to keep notes though, Xena. They keep it all in the journal for you. Everything you need is in the journal. Everything you need is in the journal. That's the cool thing too. Yeah, I'm gonna stream next month when I get a mic. No, Lennon, but I'm looking forward to seeing that, dude. Looks more in-depth than many detective games. I agree, Master Rod. And so I forgot we have this other one. Oh, and this other one has hypothesis. Okay, so we have this other case, right, where we're supposed to find this preacher, Durkis. So we actually know the face of Durkis because Sister Septima knows him. So she described him to us, right? She said features short dark hair, plate on his forehead, all that kind of stuff, right? And so because we have that, we have an actual image that we can use here, right? Now, if we go back, what else do we have? Now there's this group, the Flock of Repentance, who we've heard about, right? Now there's a clue we got regarding the flock that we have retrieved, but someone needs to research it. Different companions are able to research different things for you. So for example, Epion, if you have something medical related or something related to the body, she can help with that. You get a Kroot companion later on. So if you have something Xenos and Kroot related, sometimes she can jump in and say, hey, this is what's going on. So if I press research...
These believers put themselves into an ecstatic trance by means of painful sensations. According to my observations, people in this state are highly suggestible.
So she's able to tell you more about how these people are torturing themselves and what they're actually getting out of it, right? Complete. Sometimes for one particular part of the case, you will get multiple clues and multiple opportunities to research things so that you get a greater understanding of a part of it, right? So you might have 6 things all listed here. And again, every single time, it'll tell you the source. It'll tell you where this clue came from to help you figure out whether or not it's valid based on your needs. Now, we also know about Confessor Asarmus. Once again, this is a known figure, right? Everybody knows about Asarmus, so he's not hidden, so his face is clear here, and whenever I find him, I'll be able to easily see him. Next up is the Marisporum Sectors, right? So what's happening overall in this area? So this is connected to somehow with the case because the toxic sea is all around it, right? And so we're trying to figure out what is occurring. Why are people experiencing these dreams? Remember I talked to Sister Septima and she talked about the dreams people were getting? So we can investigate that and try to figure out what is the source. Why is that occurring? Yeah, Zero's really nice. It's really nice. Oh yeah, you can move it all around. Yeah, the beta's here. Beta is available now. Do you get dogmatic and heretic points depending how you deal with the quest? Not for when you actually make your final report, but in the lead up to the report, you're gonna have a ton of different conversations and there's gonna be a lot of opportunities for you to get points in your alignment. But keep in mind, dogmatic and heretic do not exist in Dark Heresy. So instead, you have convictions. And your convictions are monodominant, Xanthite, Amalathian, and Xenos hybrid. So these are all different, basically different philosophical sects of the Inquisition. So monodominant are basically the ruthless exterminators who are strongly against everything Xenos, everything heresy, kill it all and kill any members of the Imperium who even slightly look like they're getting weak towards these types of influences. Whereas the Amalathian is kind of the other side of it, where they strongly believe in the God Emperor, but they also believe in unity within the Imperium. So they're a little bit more forgiving of their fellow humans while also still being very, very strongly against Xenos and against chaos. So these two are considered to be part of the Puritan branch of the Inquisition, right? You can only max out one of them. Basically, when I get to rank 2 in one of these options, I will stop being able to get ranks in the other option, right? Now, these other ones, the ones that are in red, they are part of the radical branch of the Inquisition. So you have Xenos hybrids. These are people who basically believe siding with other Xenos is the key to the Imperium becoming stronger against the forces of chaos. And instead of trying to hunt down and exterminate Xenos, we should be figuring out how to collaborate and share information so that we can all together face the true enemy. So this is the side that I'm going to be siding with the most during my beta playthrough. I did a mono-dominant playthrough when I first went through the beta, and it was very, very enjoyable, but I also ended up destroying a lot of Xenos-related artifacts that could have potentially provided me with more information and given me a different perspective. So I'm really looking forward to this playthrough to see what are some different things that I missed the first go-round that I'll be able to pick up this go-round. The other side of radical is Xanthite, and these are people who believe that everything that is outside of the Imperium should be enslaved. Enslave the Xenos, enslave the forces of chaos, and use them to power the Imperium. So basically, they are considered to be the most radical of the faction. Like they're still not considered to be straight up heretics, but they are the closest to heresy, right? On a totally different level. Once again, just like with this branch, when it comes to the radical branch, only one of these can be brought up to rank 2. So once you bring one of them up to rank 2, the other one cannot be increased at all. Once you get one of these 4 up to rank 4, that is considered to be your official way of thinking and what you align with. And then you can't get points in any of the others. So theoretically, the best you could do is rank 4 on one branch and then rank 3 on the other branch. Or you could just go all in on one branch if that's what you prefer. I don't remember what ordo we're a part of. In fact, you know what? I'm so tired of that question, not being able to answer it. Hold on one second. Ordo, Dark Heresy, Ordo. Are we Ordo Xenos? Do you know what ordo we're going to be a part of in Dark Heresy? Our boss will be Anton Zerb, famous Ordo Hereticus Inquisitor. Yep, you know, that's the way to know because we're directly under Anton Zerb. So, and leader of the Callistus. Oh, Inquisitor Lord of the Ordo Hereticus. There we go. Okay, so yeah, we're part of the Ordo Hereticus. All right. My pleasure, Zero. Glad the explanation helped. Xanthites are not heretical. After all, the Inquisition investigated itself and found no signs of heresy. Yeah, exactly. So missing persons. Oh, okay. So one last thing. We didn't have any other hypotheses in the other case, but now for missing persons, look, I've barely scratched the surface of this case, right? I just got here. I could go ahead and just make a report right here, right now, if I wanted to. I could just say, hey, it's the Flock of Repentance, and be done with the case, right? And if you highlight over a potential hypothesis, it'll let you know if you have any supporting evidence. So I can highlight over it and see clearly I have no supporting evidence for this theory, but that doesn't stop you, right? If you want to just be done with it, make a report, and then just move on with your day. Or you could be thorough, find all the clues possible, and do everything you can to uncover what's going on in this case so you can get down to the truth, and then you can make a decision with all the possible options. It's completely up to you. My Underrail playthrough is going to be Goku thematic build. I'm looking forward to getting into Underrail. Definitely looking forward to it. All right, now we're going to wait for you to walk away. And I believe you're a sufficient ways away. So now let's go ahead and see if we can. There we go. What did he say? Access denied. Attempted profane violation detected. Are you in your right mind, Acolyte? Another stunt like that, and I will consider it tantamount to heresy. I want it, so we're gonna have to restart. Let's try this again. What is going on?
No sense in delay.
Oh, we got it. Wait, or maybe we didn't. I'm confused. Why didn't that seem to error out? Enslaving chaos, nothing could possibly go wrong. So glad developers are beginning to get more involved with internal mechanics of the game. Owlcat is all about the internal mechanics. This is what they are known for. They are all about the internal mechanics. I'm so confused by what's happening. There we go. Confessional list. I think maybe that helps you more if you weren't able to get all the information from her. Also going to do a Kingmaker modded run. Okay. Kingmaker character is going to be an Abyssal Bloodline. Nice. A stout woman in loose ecclesiarchy robes stares at you in astonishment. Am I truly allowed to behold an agent of the Golden Throne? One of those who fervently served the God Emperor within the ranks of the Holy Inquisition? Saints' blood, I can hardly believe it! I am Deaconess Invita, a servant of the Adeptus Ministorum. By the will of the God Emperor, Cardinal Ignano himself has permitted me to bestow blessings on the Scintilla mission upon the worthy. What is your position in the ecclesiarchy? Several cycles ago, despite my unworthiness, I was raised to the esteemed rank of Deaconess and entrusted with the vigil over the real aquariums and Scintilla. Such service alone is uplifting, but aiding true heroes such as yourselves. Invita closes her eyes and whispers a prayer of gratitude. What brought you to this place? Thousands of times I have prayed to the God Emperor to grant me a chance to serve the Imperium of humanity. And so, at last, there came the hour to choose who among the clerics would accompany the Blessed Sister into these lands. It took many pleas to be given a place in her retinue. And now, with the greatest devotion, I aid the defenders of humanity. May I see the blessings available to me. All right, same stuff. Nothing crazy, so yep, we'll let that go.
Reconnoitering.
And got you.
This ignition unit is registering an approaching layperson. High probability of ensuing communication. What is the reason for your query, layperson?
I do what I can, Benelin. The entire demeanor of the tech priest, from the flickering ocular lenses to the nervously clenched fingers, exhibit extreme tension, clearly triggered by your presence. Who are you?
This cognition unit carries the designation Isolus M88. He is part of the Laithwold Fleet's contingent stationed at the Expeditionary Corps in the Marisporum Sectorus. This unit executes regulated issuing of equipment from the Adeptus Mechanicus repositories, on condition of adequate access level.
Nice, Lyndon. I still want to finish my Pillars playthrough. I need to build my MC for my running rogue trader. Yeah, you better be ready. See, I'm not even bothering because I don't know what new mechanics they're going to introduce, so I'm just going to wait until I have more information. What do you do here?
Isolus M88 provides maintenance for sacred mechanisms in the service of Sister Septima's detachment. Currently, primary duties are not being executed due to unsolicited communication, causing the unit to experience Tier 5 torment.
I need equipment. All right, nothing new here either. Cool. Any new junk? A little bit. And sell that. Cool.
Keeping my eyes open.
You say you played this game before. Will the full release have more acts, or is this it? The full release will definitely have more acts. More acts, more classes, more everything. Slandered. Oh, voice. Wow, okay.
You are the servant of the Tyrantine Cabal, if I am not mistaken. I am pleased to welcome you. Your name has been on everyone's lips at the Bastion lately.
A woman in a plain robe stands in your path. Beneath her hood, the lenses of an old eye augmentation emit an unpleasant buzzing whir.
Assisting the Sister of Battle is doubtless a good deed, but still, an acolyte ought to work with proper inquisitors. Do you not agree? My patron, Mistress Millicentilia, is right now inspecting the excavation outside this little settlement. A courtesy visit would be, at the very least, prudent on your part. I could escort you to her. Immediately.
Have you been watching me?
No, not at all. I have been keeping watch on the situation in the settlement. Lately, Marisporum has been far from peaceful. Then, by luck, I saw a familiar face. Your face.
The woman speaks confidently, though you suspect her vantage point has been chosen to survey Sister Septima's camp rather than the rest of Marisporum. You are spying on Septima's camp. Why?
You're observant. You see, my duty is to know what transpires around here, including at the camp of the Blessed Sister, tasked with keeping a vigilant eye on the Tyrantine cabal.
You claim to be an acolyte. On what ground should I believe you?
Not many in the Imperium would be foolish enough to wear a sigil without the Inquisitor's authorization, wouldn't you say?
What is happening in Marisporum?
Forgive me, but that information is classified, and I am under orders not to disclose it. Inquisitor Millicentilia will tell you all you need to know.
Where exactly did you say the excavation is located?
As you pass the Sisters' camp, keeping it to your left, look for the pipes heading beyond the town and follow them. Sooner or later, you will arrive at the excavation site. But it would be best if you allow me to guide you there.
Go to the excavation site. I was just looking for Mistress Millicentilia. Lead on.
Very well. It is not a long walk, but watch your step. The local water is full of toxic chemicals.
Yes, when the game is fully released, Cosmanga, the game will be fully voice acted. Your character will not have a voice, but all other characters will have a voice. My patience is growing thin, old man. We can proceed to the next stage of the interrogation, though you'll find it even less to your liking. Heard that the first issue of the new Ben 10 comic came out? No. I've never read any of the Ben 10 comics. I just saw the cartoon. Okay with that? This is great. Awesome.
Have you remembered anything?
One of the two men watching the torture clears his throat. We have guest, Inquisitor.
Mistress Millicentilia. I saw him at Sister Septima's camp and thought it best to bring him to you immediately. I give the Bastion's envoy over to you. By your leave, I must return to my post.
Millicentilia is a hilarious name, for sure. For sure. It automatically makes it more interesting. Hope there's a warp, a lightning psyker class. I haven't seen it as of yet, Xena, but that doesn't mean it's not there.
Anton Zerb's newest protege. I thought you'd make an appearance sooner or later. Spes, I've not seen you in some time. It is a pity that you've decided to use your talents in the service of another Inquisitor.
Epione gives the Inquisitor a reserved nod, but does not say a word in response. I'm here to provide assistance in your mission.
Is that so? I did not request any assistance from the Cabal. Since you are here, that means you were sent by Lord Inquisitor Zerg. Only he knows about the mission.
What's up, MA8? If you can just close the case and send the report without much evidence, you could potentially speed up the game on subsequent playthroughs, right? Yes, potentially, but then there will be consequences for that as well.
Gareth, see to the witness's wounds. He is not permitted to die before the end of the interrogation. Dariel, I'll be waiting for a report on our progress. As for you, your arrival is the best evidence that the Lord Inquisitor is losing patience. Isn't that correct?
I am only a messenger, Inquisitor. Please, stay your anger. Is there any way I can be of help to you?
Perhaps. My expedition team has gone missing from the excavation site. Workers, disciples of the machine cult, and guards. It started with the first seaquake that hit this hab zone. The workers complained of fatigue and ceaseless nightmares. This is not a local incident. People all over the Marisporum sectoris are suffering from similar symptoms. Many of them have likewise disappeared without a trace. More and more are going missing every day. Reports have shown that these disappearances are systematic, so we can rule out natural population decline. We must learn why people in the Hab Zone are disappearing, and you will begin your investigations right here in my camp. Even an amateur could see there are signs of looting. It might have been more than one group. Was it several? Find out. Reconstruct the events that took place at the camp. I graciously give you my permission to use the sacred mechanisms bestowed upon the Ordo Xenos by members of the cult Mechanicus.
The Inquisitor gestures to several bulky cogita cases. One of them bears an inscription in calligraphic writing under an abundance of purity seals. It reads, Hollow Invoker. You know, the excavation site investigation really shows how every piece of evidence matters. That even the slightest hint can flip the whole scene around, and how many interpretations can be of one scenario. It's very amazing. I agree. What's up, anime? Yeah, there's some voice acting now in this area. Like this portrait? Me too, Tito. I think it works very, very well. The alien transformations are quite grotesque. Nice. Wouldn't it be cool if they have a voice actor for the narrator? Yeah, they've already confirmed they won't. I would have been okay with it. I really like it in BG3, and they're having it in Starfinder, which I think work out very well as well. But no narrator works better for me when I'm doing the content in the stream, and I can just narrate myself, and it makes it more interactive. What's up, Mick? Slanted, how you liking the character portraits so far? The ones that are available, I think, are fantastic. I think they did a really nice job with it.
And do not forget to interrogate the witness. The old man knows something, but it seems my methods have caused him to lose the last of his memory. I do not have time to coax the answers out of him, so you will deal with it instead. When you are done, report everything you have learned. Any questions?
Hollow Invoker? I've never heard of such a machine.
That is unsurprising. This is a rare piece of archaeotech that even I had to go to great lengths to obtain. The spirits of such machines have the ability to briefly project hololithic images based on the archived data, be it pics, cogita records, or tactical diagrams.
Dro, what did you dislike about Rogue Trader? I only asked because this game, while it definitely has a lot of the same bones, it's also very different. So there's a possibility what you did not like about Rogue Trader is not going to be an issue here. But it could be that, no, you're just not going to like it either way. I say value writing over voice acting. I love voice actors, but I can read faster than you speak. When I'm playing a game for myself, oftentimes I don't let the voice finish out. I just go ahead and speed through it because you're right. You can read much faster, you can listen. But because I'm doing reviews for games, I listen long enough to make a decision about how I feel regarding the job this voice actor is doing. What have you been searching for down here? Actually, never mind that. You said my task is to learn why people are disappearing in the Hab Zone. Would it not be better to focus our efforts on finding the workers instead?
It is true that rescuing rabble is not my responsibility. However, I cannot ignore the fact that there is some connection between the time frames of these disappearances, both of my people and the locals. There is also the mysterious circumstances of these disappearances, and the spread of nightmares in the Hab Zone. As for what that connection is, that is for you to find out.
No, Cosmanga, I wouldn't say that Rogue Trader and Dark Heresy have systems that are a variation of Starfinder. It's extremely different. Totally different.
Try not to announce to all of Marisporum that the Inquisition is operating here. Though even if you introduced yourself as the Lord Inquisitor, I doubt anyone in this place would believe you.
I'm ready to start my investigation. I'm ignoring options that I know are going to piss her off. Like, what will you be doing? Obviously, that's not something I should ask her. What have you been searching for down here? Obviously, she's not going to share that information with me. So let's just start the investigation.
One of my specialists is already investigating the lower level of the excavation. Find out what he's been able to discover. Take this amulet. That way he'll know I sent you. I expect the two of you to work together on this. I need results.
Helps me read in their voice in your head. Yeah. Best argument I've heard for voice acting though came when I was trying to get a friend into Pillars and then realized he had dyslexia. Definitely helps in that type of situation. The old man looks up at you, exhaustion written in his empty gaze. His dry fingers fiddle mindlessly with the edges of his blood-stained rags. One of Millicent Tillian's acolytes nods to you. It's a rare fortune to see an acolyte of a dead Inquisitor not follow him to the grave on the Cabal's orders.
Numerous signs of bruising, superficial damage to the surface layers of the skin, apparent loss of integrity in some of the smaller bones. The procedure was performed with sufficient expertise to ensure that the witness would not expire, yet retain the ability to feel pain. Still, I would recommend refraining from further application of violence, given the subject's age.
I had problems with the class builds, found them boring after a while, lost interest in the story after the escape from Slavery Act 3, also did not like the companions. So in that case, I would say you should either give it a try or watch the people. The way the classes work in this game is very different. It's the same archetypes, but they function radically differently. And combat is much more grounded and more difficult. So it's much more important what your builds are. Whereas with Rogue Trader, really you only needed to have 2 people that were strong, and then you could steamroll the game on most difficulties. The story is somewhat less, like it's the same writers. So you may not end up liking the story. The story is completely different from Rogue Trader. So it kind of depends on what the issue you had with the story was, but that might also be a part that you feel better about. I admit it's partly because I'm not a Warhammer fan. If you're not a Warhammer fan, this game is not going to solve that. This game is not all of a sudden going to make you a Warhammer fan, for sure. For sure. Save for Rogue Trader, but maybe this game may interest anyone who likes being a detective. I do feel like the journal detective part is extremely strong. Very, very strong. If you tell me everything you know, you'll live. The old man nods with visible effort. Tell me what you've already told the Inquisitor and don't even think of hiding anything.
Yes, Master. I used to scoop grease off your food vats here. Traded it for rations at the market. The first time that great machine of yours went all quiet, I waited a little and came to see what this place was about. I saw intruders here with weapons. So I hid in one of them vats and they didn't spot me. That's where I've been hiding every time since. But now you found me after all.
He weakly jerks his shoulders in the direction of the acolytes. Yeah, I would say it's the same thing, Ari. It is more lore heavy. That's why I said it. If the problem is you don't like Warhammer, this game is not going to convince you to like Warhammer. Describe the intruders.
About a dozen of them there was. They had guns. Scary folks. Could have been bandits or such like. I didn't get a good look at them. But they weren't here for the food vats, that's for sure.
He does sound like Michael Caine, Jedi. So did I, JV. Rogue Trader is the game that got me into Warhammer. What do you know about the nightmares affecting people in Marisporum?
Oh, I know about the sleep sickness. When the sea started shaking, that's when the nightmares came. Everyone came down with it. Those flock of repentance folks say it's the God Emperor warning us, telling us to repent. But I don't know about any of that, Master. I just want to get by.
Don't get attached, Foreign. Tell me about this flock of repentance.
Believers from his congregation, Master. They've lost their way, though. They've all forgotten St. Serpentus' name. And now they say everyone should cleanse themselves through pain. They say that's how we can serve the God Emperor and save ourselves from the nightmares. They have a leader. Fancy old name. I forget what it was. But I did see their marks around the camp. Written in blood, they were.
Have you noticed anything suspicious in Marisporum?
I have, Master. I have. There's those divers living by the shore. Madmen all, I tell you. One day, there I was, walking along the shore, seeing what the sea might have brought. I look over, and it's them divers. Chanting something, or maybe it was witchcraft, I couldn't tell. And then they started dumping corpses in the water. I took off running. It was horrible. I heard those apostates worship some sea creature like it's a saint. It's why they butcher people, to offer them to the beast. I haven't seen it myself, Master. But it's what people say.
Yeah, Lennon, a lot of people have been asking Owlcat to make a Warhammer fantasy game. We'll see if it happens. Or Rise of the Rune Lords. Yep. What's going on, Air? How are you? What up, Blue Haze? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Is that everything? Don't forget, the more you tell me, the better your chances of living.
The Baron. The Baron's orders were that no one was to come near this place. But those armed intruders, they look like his lot.
I've learned what I needed to know. You are free to go. Grunting and teetering, the Recolager gets up from his knees and takes a step back, trying to regain his balance. Gareth catches the other acolyte's eye and nods towards the old man.
Oh, Sensibelius, thank you, Master. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And there they go, following him. Well, I tried, old man. You got a few seconds more because of me.
Reconnoitering.
GW will probably insist they did Age of Sigmar. Why you said that? An authorization code is required to access this sacred machine.
She seemed dead on her boots.
It is immediately apparent that this cogitator has been well maintained. The machine spirit responds to your request eagerly. The vid screen lights up with the words, authorization successful, access level, acolyte. View the inventory log. The vid screen shows a record of all the machinery units employed at the excavation site, along with their serial numbers. There is a foreman's confirmation note below. View the high engineer's reports. The vid screen blinks a few times. A message appears. Higher level of access required. View the recent entries of the incident log. Most of the entries contain nothing unusual. The last one, however, does catch your attention. It seems the sentries spotted armed individuals attempting to approach the excavation site undetected. The guards eliminated the trespassers, who upon examination were found to be members of a local gang. Step away from the cogitator.
Always on the move.
Reminds me of Inquisitor, the CRPG game. I never played that. Yeah, sorry, foreign. Part of an ancient structure is buried under the rubble. This ruin was of no interest to the expedition. Quiet. If you embarrass Mr. Melisentilia, I'll beat you up myself. Worse than any Ogren could. Barbie, what's going on? Hey, I appreciate the raid. How are you?
Reconnoitering.
Hope things are going well. What were you streaming? From the Czech Republic. Yeah, I heard about it, but I never played the game. Say mean. And save. And let's go ahead, get my fifth guy. Raid Talk, one of the few CRPGs in my bar on the left on Twitch. Nice. Appreciate you coming through, Barbie. And thank you for the raid. Been playing Pillars of Eternity for my first trial of Iron Path of the Damned. I was streaming Pillars of Eternity before I started playing this. This just came out today, the beta for Dark Heresy, so I wanted to give that a whirl. How have you been enjoying Pillars of Eternity?
Pendant of Inquisitor Melisentilia. Greetings, emissary.
So as you all can see, his portrait has been upgraded. Oh, I didn't even know you could look at the full version. That's cool. But as you all can see, yeah, he's got an updated portrait now in the beta version of the game. Very, very nice. Barbie, what's going on? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. I'll definitely follow you back as soon as I get through with this stream. The boys here. You a fan, Foreign? Warrior Fantasy mainly are lizard man people, Skaven, mummies, and a Book of Grudges.
May he steal our hearts, so that
Sorrow!
we might banish all doubt of the righteousness of humanity. May he grant us the strength to bring just retribution upon the enemies of humanity.
Finally heard Sorrow's Spanish voice. He sounds really, really cool. Sorrow recites his prayer in a cold voice, keeping his eyes locked on the stranger. Correct, the Inquisitor sent me.
Your arrival is timely. I just finished my rituals of perceiving.
Corsair, bro. Yep, I agree, Invisible. I think it's looking really good. Hamar whistles. Inquisitor Melisentilia is squeamish about the tools she uses. She brought in a Xeno sorcerer, and right under Septima's nose.
Heresy. The heresy of pride, which spurs one to believe in one's own exceptionality, and the heresy of consorting with the enemies of humanity.
It's going well. Oh, it's your second playthrough. Nice. In the bigger picture, we're on our 4th character. 3 of them had honorable deaths. Crazy. But this one is going all the way. Hey, I believe in you. I believe in you. I've never been able to bring myself to do Trial of Iron, so I wish you all the luck. That is no small feat at all. What kind of character are you running to get through it? Sorrow and Lara's voice, yeah. Love both of the boys. Yeah, I think both of their voices sound really, really good. You are one of the Aldari, sentient, highly evolved Xenos, enemies of humanity.
You have guessed my race, but I am no foe to you or your tribe. Inquisitor Millicentilia and I have forged a temporary alliance, one that benefits us both.
I must admit that the Inquisitor has always adhered to a principle of tolerance toward alien species capable of communication.
What kind of sorcery did you just use?
Like an earless person querying the melody of a song, you are trying to understand that which you are incapable of grasping. Abandon the attempt, small creature. I have no time to waste on fruitlessly explaining my gift.
So you are the Inquisitor's associate whom I was supposed to meet?
Judging by your reaction, Inquisitor Millicentilia did not deign to enlighten you about the identity of her associate.
To business. You should have information for me.
Inquisitor Millicentilia wished to know if sorcery was involved in the disappearance of her underlings. Sorcery of a special kind, which has its source in the darkest corruption. I hear the echo of what your kind calls the Empyrean. However, in this sound I discern not the foulness of that which the monkey call the arch-enemy, but ancient fatigue and the malevolence of a twisted mind.
The malevolence of a twisted mind, but not the archenemies.
Your people are too young and your perception of existence too rudimentary for you to comprehend the Empyrean in any depth. I will only say that the corrupting forces from beyond the veil hold sway over many creatures. There can be no doubt that the secrets of such species lie buried in the past of this sector. Secrets whose very revelation would imperil your feeble mind.
We went Chanter dead, Priest dead, Wizard dead, and now you're Cypher. Cypher's actually my favorite way to play Pillars of Eternity, but I don't know about it for Trial of Iron Path of Damn, though. Never played the class before. I have the Cypher companion and party, so there's a whole new world to you, and it's crazy, flexible, and cool. Cypher is amazing in Pillars 1. It's really cool in Pillars 2, but it's not as dominant as it is in Pillars 1. In my opinion, Pillars 1, the best way to play is as a Cypher. What up, Popcorn? How are you, man? How's this different from Rogue Trader, as I got to play that still too? In Rogue Trader, you are basically a noble, someone who is considered to be extremely important. In fact, you're more important than the majority of people that you meet. In this game, it's the exact opposite. You play as an acolyte of the Inquisition, and on top of that, you play as an acolyte who your first mission you were involved with, it's kind of basically considered that you screwed it up, or at least a lot of people feel like you screwed it up, regardless of what decision you ultimately make. So you basically start as a nobody, and through your own dedication and work to fight against heresy, you are able to presumably claw your way up the ranks, become an Inquisitor, and become someone of real standing and power and authority. And in the process of doing that, you're going to uncover hidden plots and all that sort of thing. The thing that I like about this game the most in comparison to Rogue Trader, in every Owlcat games, Owlcat is the developer who made Rogue Trader and this game, they always have some sort of management system. In Rogue Trader, the management system was colonization of the planets that you take over and the ship combat, right? The ship combat was cool. I never cared for the colonization aspect of it, so it didn't really work for me. In this game, you're basically a detective. You're given these cases of someone's been murdered, someone's been missing, something's happening, and we believe it's related to heresy or chaos, so we need an acolyte or an Inquisitor to investigate and find out what's going on. And you're the person who comes in, talks with people, discovers clues, figures out how it all works together and then make a judgment against a person or an organization towards the end. I think it works extremely well. I think it's really, really well done. And so I think anyone who really enjoys detective type games is going to grab onto this and latch on to it as well. And so I would say those are some of the major differences. They also did a lot to kind of streamline how leveling up works, because a lot of people felt like it was cumbersome and convoluted in Rogue Trader. So now in Dark Heresy, it's much clearer what every level provides you and what your options are when you're leveling up. What up, Harold? I'm doing well, man. What's up, Autumn? I mean, there's a ton of good stuff in Pillars, but the Ascended Cipher is off the chart bonkers. Kitchen stove, for sure, for sure. It's past midnight. Hey, I appreciate you stopping by, Barbie. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm glad you're having a great time with Pillars, and look forward to seeing you again. I'll definitely follow you over on Twitch. Only play the more medieval Owlcat games because that's my jam usually, but I might have to get these more futuristic type one. I would definitely recommend giving it a try, dude. If you enjoy the Pathfinder games, Owlcat put just as much care into these games. I mean, though the Pathfinder games are my personal favorite, Wrath of the Righteous is my all-time favorite CRPG, and yet still, I really, really enjoy what they've done here, for sure. Small creature, he's so well-written. Yeah, he's awesome. Lethair's voice sounds familiar. I can't place it. Does he sound a bit like Ken Heinrichs? I doubt they used another companion voice for a companion here, but we'll see. Tell me more about this Echo of the Empyrean.
It is powerful, all-consuming, and at the same time, feeble, like the sigh of a song lost in a labyrinth. Sorcery of monstrous power that served its purpose, whatever it was, and then vanished without a trace.
The investigation is straightforward, but I have a slew of questions about you, Aldari.
Save your breath. I am a Wayseeker, and I am here because Inquisitor Millicentilia is offering me protection on my mission in exchange for my gift. Those who follow the path of the Seer among my people are much more attuned to the Empyrean, and our manipulations of it lead to far fewer consequences than your fumbling. Inquisitor Millicentilia has chosen my skills over the assistance of one of your witches.
A lot of people found leveling up in Rogue Trader intimidating, Butter. You're not the only one, so it's definitely an area Owlcat wanted to focus on for this game. Yeah, Zero, I think the voice acting is very strong so far. The Inquisitor is offering her protection, but you're a Xenos.
Clearly, Inquisitor Millicentilia's authority supersedes the laws that govern Lower Monkey. Although I am obliged to hide my nature from your kind to avoid provoking panic. Even so, few of your people can discern what I am at a glance. And rather than using sorcery that would make you all look straight through me, a hood and a mask suffice.
A Wayseeker? What is that?
I am a guide and navigator for my kind. My gift enables me to chart courses through the webway, and in real space. There exists another application for my gift, but that knowledge is of no use to you. It concerns only my people, and our sorrows.
What is your mission? What are you doing on a human world?
Your kind cannot hope to genuinely claim ownership of any planet, small creature. And I am unwilling to reveal the reasons for my presence here. Suffice it to say that I am seeking a path to salvation out of a ring of darkness, away from a peril far greater than the discord between our species.
A ring of darkness? You are speaking of the Noctis Eterna, so humans are not the only ones suffering from this tragedy.
This surprises you. Curious. When the archenemy's forces burst through the veil from their dimension and defile the world of things, no species is safe. Not mine, or yours, or any other.
What salvation are you talking about?
You are overly inquisitive for a human who has casually crossed my path, and naive, for you expect my candor. If your heart is troubled by the thought that a Xenos is plotting evil against the monkey on this world, then it need not be. I am here only to do my duty. to seek a way.
What's up, Shadow? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Yeah, Foreign, I feel like the voice acting is really, really strong. I'm happy Owlcat is doing more small-scale stories with Dark Heresy and the Expanse, like the Power Fantasy, but both Rogue Trader and Wrath had you walking around with the biggest rod in the whole region. I enjoyed as well. Taco, I think the beta is fantastic so far, dude. I'm interested in an ancient Xeno species that is somehow connected to the Tyrant Star. Do you know of it?
I can guess what you are referring to. The echo of their songs whispers across this world. And here as well.
My name is Slandered, and I could use your help with those ancient secrets we talked about earlier.
Come to your senses. Do not make this mistake.
Perhaps you could have received it, were it not for my arrangement with Inquisitor Millicentilia. I have no interest in the company of a monkey that will simply be underfoot. Larthir. My name is Larthir Canereth, small creature.
Beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. All right, let's start back over here. All right, you all. It's been almost 7 hours. I really wanted to get to the point where we could have at least one combat sequence, but I think we're gonna have a 7-hour stream and not one single combat instance. I tried, y'all. I tried. I can only play the game that's in front of me, but I hope all of you at least really enjoyed it and had a good time with this. Definitely going to continue live streaming it. So my plan is to be back on tomorrow. I'm actually going to be joining Owlcat's live stream. So Owlcat is going to be live streaming for an hour or two of the Dark Heresy game tomorrow. So I'm going to be jumping on there and with them. So definitely check me out there. And then afterwards, I'll probably jump back over on my channel and play some more of this amazing game. But anyway, that is it for today. I really enjoyed this time. I hope all of you did as well. I did release a video earlier today with my overall thoughts on the beta after doing a full playthrough. So if you haven't seen that yet, I would definitely recommend you check that out. And I will see you all in the next stream. Take care. Oh, awesome, Shadow. Glad to hear it, man. Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Welcome to the channel, dude. Thanks, Master Act. Glad you enjoyed it, man. It's not good. We like combat. Yeah, next time, Paul. Next time, it won't be long before we finally got some combat going. What's up, Ann? I hope you enjoyed the beta. I've had a great time with it. My pleasure, Foreign. Appreciate you stopping by. Take care, Paul. Wolfheart won't be there this time. It'll be Cordmaker is the other content creator I'll be with. I think Wolfheart is slowly making a decision about whether or not this is a game he'll be covering. We'll see. Yep, take care, Taco. Have a good night, man. Appreciate you all stopping by. My pleasure, Dro. Appreciate you coming through, dude. Have a good night.